Or should they join Felix Diaz? Since Carranza had announced his plans for a new constitution the year before, and especially since the new charter had taken effect, Don Felix had paraded as the champion of the old liberalism of the 1857 Constitution. His movement had become more popular and more formidable, and wealthy exiles in New York still financed him. If Carranza did fall, the Felicistas looked likeliest to dominate a new government. The old liberal cause Diaz now claimed to represent was the cause for which the fathers and grandfathers of many Morelos chiefs had fought. To them, as to many chiefs in other states through the center and south, his appeal for recruits and allies was increasingly attractive. Or should they go on independently? And if so, how should they justify the continued sacrifice to the villagers in whose name they fought? As independents, should they ignore other important dissidents around the country? Or should they establish relations with them? On what terms? Should the terms be uniform for all allies, or vary depending on local conditions? Who would do the negotiation? As the need to answer these questions grew through 1917, so did the strain on the Zapatista chiefs and secretaries. At the Tlaltizapan headquarters, intrigue flourished. Zapata and the other chiefs apparently preferred to let the questions ride, in hopes that they would disappear. But the secretaries, who sensed more keenly the political opportunities an astute decision might lead to, pressed and maneuvered to impose their opinions. Every gesture triggered suspicions. Fears of defection and treachery abated only if Zapata intervened personally to vouch for the suspect. For all the strain was hard. For some, especially those already on the skids, it was intolerable. After his discharge the previous August, Lorenzo Vasquez had languished for several months at headquarters, practically under house arrest. He still venerated Zapata, his old army buddy and his chief since 1911, but Palafox and Soto y Gama scared and repelled him. They had turned his chief against him, he lamented to other chiefs. 3 In early 1917, just as the local revolutionaries recovered the state, he fled south to the little town of Buenavista de Cuellar, on the Guerrero line, where a colony of outcast and self-exiled Zapatistas had gathered. In the following weeks he commiserated with another also ran, Otilio Montano. Like Vasquez, the portly, pompadoured schoolteacher had always been loyal to Zapata but had nevertheless lost out at headquarters. Although Zapata liked him, he had never greatly respected him. Montano talked too much, and rarely to the point. An anarchist, a positivist, a pastoralist, he often bored Zapata, or made him laugh. Besides, he could not write a simple sentence. His literary style couched philosophical musings best, it did not serve for plain correspondence. Worst, he had early proved politically unreliable. In 1912 he had advised Zapata that they should quit the struggle and flee. As disguise he could wear dark glasses and Zapata could shave his mustache. The Ayala chief did not take kindly to Montano's panicky counsel. He replied that since he was no fairy, bullfighter, or friar, he was not about to shave his mustache, much less desert his followers. 4 In 1913, at the time of Huerta's coup, Montano had almost recognized the government, as the chief he was then advising, Jesus Morales, actually did. In 1915-16 he had associated closely with Pacheco and Vasquez. By early 1917 he had become, as he had earlier described Madero, a social zero and a political zero. To get him out of Tlaltizapan, Soto y Gama appointed him the Guerrero agent for the consultation center. 5 Thus in disrepute Montano and Vasquez began to discuss whether they should leave the movement. In early May a revolt broke out in Buenavista de Cuellar. It was a confused affair. The rebels demanded recognition of Carranza, although the nearest national garrison was too far away to help, and yet they fought under the slogan, "Respect for the rights of others is peace," which was an old liberal motto and therefore a Felicista reference. Only two facts were manifest. The rebels rejected the authority of the Tlaltizapan headquarters, and their chief, reluctantly or not, was Lorenzo Vasquez. Zapata moved quickly to put down the mutiny, ordering an attack on Buenavista on May 5. The suppression went easily, and on May 7 headquarters announced that Vázquez had been hanged for treason. 6. But the sequel was even more painful. Prisoners from Buenavista charged that Montano had been their brains, that he had proposed the slogan and advised the uprising. It was almost certain that at least twice in the last 6 weeks he had been through Buenavista, and although he had not been precisely at the scene of the revolt, informants produced letters which they alleged he had written and which linked him with Vázquez. 7 Most incriminating was that Montano had not reported in Tlaltizapan during or after the revolt, but had headed toward the rebel town. Quite near there loyal Zapatistas had seized him. Montano protested that he was innocent. But Palafox and Soto y Gama took up the case, urging an indictment. Zapata delayed action, obviously not wanting to prosecute his old companion. Most other veteran chiefs could not believe Montano's guilt either, and anyway they were inclined to forgive him. 8 But after several days Zapata did what he had to do, call a court-martial to try Montano for complicity in treason. Presiding over the court was Palafox, and appointed to the other seats and offices were more of Montano's enemies and rivals. Personally Zapata could not take the inevitable verdict. He informed the headquarters Secretary of Justice that he would pardon Montano of any crime less than that charged. And then on May 15, the day the trial began, he left Tlaltizapan until it was over. 9 At 1 a.m. on May 18 the Revolutionary Tribunal found the little schoolteacher guilty. Later in the morning Montano delivered his last oration, proclaiming that the politicians who are now in the headquarters had framed him in an infamous intrigue, that never for a moment had he betrayed the Ayala plan, which he himself had written, and that Zapata had weakly let his enemies destroy him but that the people of Morelos would finally do him justice. At the end he asked for a priest. Refused, he flew into a rage of resignation, signed his sentence and a long formal protest, and said goodbye to his family. 1 At noon he was executed by a firing squad. Even the court felt obliged to justify the sentence and express regret. 2 Other chiefs collapsed in other ways. Of 30 national soldiers captured in a battle in March, Valentin Reyes himself shot every 1.3 around Coatla. Zapatista officers tore down the remains of the sugar mills at Casaseno, Calderon, Hospital, and Cuahuistla, against superior orders. Worse, they then smuggled the scrap metal into national zones in Puebla and the Federal District, where it sold at high, World War I prices. Among the crooked officers was Luciano Cabrera, the Ayalan who had defended an Aniquilco before the revolution and had joined Pablo Torres Burgos and Zapata in the first days of the Maderista revolt. 4 Eufemio Zapata tried to suppress this illegal traffic, but he too was on the verge of breaking. He had never been as strong a character as his brother, and the retreats after 1915 had left him completely at loose ends. Famous already for drowning his miseries in alcohol, loudly and violently, he began to berate his comrades. In May 1916 he had accused Mendoza of being crazy, because I know that you run around hiding and in disguise. 5 In January 1917 he wrote to another fellow revolutionary, whom he called an illiterate in every sense, demanding an apology for some slight and warning that unless he got it, you'll have to get wise to what my machete knows. 6 In March he even wrote insults to his brother, asking sarcastically if he should permit a local bully to steal as he pleased. 7 In mid-June he threw his last tantrum. He lost his temper with the father of one of his leading subordinates, Cedronio Camacho, and beat the old man. In revenge Camacho shot him down in the street on June 18, and he died that evening. Camacho then took his men northeast into national territory and accepted an amnesty from the government. 8 Thus by the summer of 1917 the Morelos Revolution was back in force, but also in the throes of a critical struggle simply to hold together. The Zapatistas' recovery and reorganization of the state did not change their hostile isolation from the powers in Mexico City. And precisely because they were sincere revolutionaries and not bandits or vandals, they could not derive from the dispute alone a motive to keep themselves going. Although 12 or 15 important chiefs were still alive and still professed loyalty to the cause, Although they still fought indomitably on the lines around their native state, and although they retained profound support in the villages, they were now at odds among themselves as they had never been before. Outlaw revolutionaries in a country where revolutionaries governed, they could no longer agree on the goals or tactics of their movement. Should there even be a movement? It was time for crucial decisions. The resistance reforms. Our unforgettable General Zapata fell, never to rise again. After the deaths of Montano and his brother, Zapata lost faith in the advice he got in Tlaltizapan. His normally taciturn character, a young headquarters guard later remembered, had become dark, crabbed, irascible, somewhat neurasthenic, to the point that even the men of his escort feared him when he called them one, but reaching him through his grief were words he soon listened to. They came from Tacumilco, from Gildardo Magana, the ranking secretary there. Magana was a peacemaking man. As a boy he had learned generosity, to resolve the tensions of the misfit life his family led. The place he was born in, Zamora, Michoacan, was a prosperous and modern town when he grew up there in the 1890s and 1900s. Lying in an astonishingly fertile valley, surrounded by rich and productive haciendas where tobacco, grains, sugar cane, fruits, and livestock flourished, the town had swelled to a population of over 26,000 in 1910. Special sources of pride were 3 grand hotels, an electric light system, and the streetcars running out to the train station and suburban villages. But Zamora was also, as a younger Magana brother later recalled, the most fanatic city in the most fanatic state in Mexico. The people there were not mere Catholics but clericalists, who cherished their cathedral and churches not as sanctuaries but as glorious monuments to their own superior unction. For them religion was less a way of worship than a way of putting on the dog. During the war against the intervention, Zamorans had cheered when the French occupied their town to save them from the liberals, who would have reduced them to plain republican equality. The incubator of these pretensions was the diocesan seminary, the only secondary school in the town. There since the 1830s Zamoran fathers had sent their sons, not so much to make them priests as to steep them in Latin, philosophy, and the theological sciences, to instill the pride of orthodoxy in them. To their many Maganas had studied, and their Gildardo and his brothers went like proper Catholic boys. But their father, Conrado, was a man of spirit rare in Zamora, and what he taught his sons at home and through example set going in them challenges to all they took in at school. Conrado Magana had himself attended the Zamora seminary, to become, as his parents hoped, a priest. But repudiating his forebears, scorning his clean-shaven, black-skirted teachers, he had gone into business when he graduated. By the 1890s he ranked among the leading merchants in town, the proprietor of strings of 800 mules that his agents worked in trade from Tabasco to Colima. Most shocking to his fellow Zamorans, he was a proudly self-proclaimed liberal. He warmed to the memory not of Maximilian and the French but of the old anti-clerical nationalists like Benito Juarez and Michoacan's own Melchor Ocampo. His first son he named Melchor. Like a good liberal, he delighted in supporting the persecuted opposition press in Mexico City and the provinces, buying up 25 or 30 subscriptions to radical newspapers and distributing them among his associates. On the centennial of Juarez's birthday in 1906, a gloomy day for most Zamorans, Conrado Magana collected all the local cowboys, rancheros, and mule drivers he knew and staged a parade into the town that climaxed in a protest against the Porfirista regime. Convinced of the power of education, he sent his sons to the seminary not because of but despite its religiosity. For the same reason, to give them the advantage of the little enlightenment available in Zamora, he sent other children from families who could not afford the school by themselves. 3. From these stresses Gildardo Magana somehow emerged strong and whole. What he had learned was to mediate, not to compromise, to surrender principle and to trade concessions, but to detect reason in all claims in conflict, to recognize the particular legitimacy of each, to sense where the grounds of concord were, and to bring contestants into harmony there. Instinctively he thrived on arguments, which he entered not to win but to conciliate. To his brothers, though he was the third youngest of 10 children, he always seemed the oldest by nature of the type, an American acquaintance later observed, we call conservative and prudent. His father also noticed his talents, which he took as managerial, and sent him to Philadelphia to study business. 4. Gildardo became a liberal like his father. In 1908 the Maganas moved to Mexico City, and there he and his brothers, abetted by their father, plunged into the opposition then mounting against Diaz. Joining metropolitan clubs tending toward anarcho-syndicalism, they wound up in the abortive Tacubaya conspiracy of March 1911. In flight from the law, they went south to join the closest uprising, that of Zapata in Morelos. Since then they had remained loyal to the revolution started in Ayala, Gildardo in the lead. But in revolution Gildardo still yearned for union. From the summer of 1911 on he had dedicated himself to settling differences he considered only misunderstandings. With the Maderos first, then with the Constitutionalist chiefs in the north in 1913-14, and then with Villa and Angeles and the Conventionists in 1914-15, he had worked to play down mistrust and reform coalitions. Each time he had failed, but the impulse to reconcile never ceased. In 1916 he had not stayed in Tlaltizapan, where the backbiting was so fierce, but had passed on to Tocamilco, where he could operate in cleaner air. Around there he helped to keep local chiefs in line and to protect the villages from excessive revolutionary demands. Tall, husky, baby-faced, too young and mannerly to seem to rival older chiefs, too big for those his own age to scare, he became a regular arbiter in the area. It was he who took charge of the efforts to win Domingo Arenas back to the Zapatista fold. 5 And the advice he gave his chief Zapata now, in the fullness of the wisdom of his barely 26 years, was utterly typical of him to seek allies within the government. The general idea of outside contacts hardly recommended itself to Zapata. On that pretext had occurred every major defection from the Morelos Revolution. Besides, for a year now he had had agents in the United States and Cuba, and they had accomplished nothing. In San Antonio, where Zapata had sent him to get money for arms and ammunition, Juan Espinoza Barreda had contracted only promises of aid and influence from a crackpot local lawyer, Henry Ben Klein. And Klein, also a Protestant preacher and a fervent prohibitionist who wanted Zapata to win so he could make Mexico dry, never delivered on the promises. 6 Following Espinoza Barreda to San Antonio was Octavio Paz, to spy on other Mexican exiles and report on American politics. Paz had returned detailed intelligence, but he had located no serious new champions or sympathizers. 7 And in Cuba Genaro Amezcua was a thorough disappointment so far. In April 1916 Zapata had commissioned him to go to the United States to propagandize and buy arms and ammunition. A month later he turned up in Havana instead, where he remained in mid-1917 practically unheard from. 8 Other agents whom Zapata had recruited for operations in Mexico, like Carlos M. Peralta, who as ATL managed Zapatista espionage in Mexico City, or Alfredo Miranda, who as Delta had spied in Puebla City, ran out of information whenever they ran out of funds. Miranda had even accepted amnesty from the government. 9 In Tlaltizapan the advice to make new contacts and among the constitutionalists sounded almost subversive. But coming as it did from Magana, Zapata soon approved the suggestion. He trusted Magana, who though neither a villager nor a native of Morelos had never betrayed local interests in earlier negotiations. Besides, Zapata had already recognized that in the end he would have to deal with men like Obregon, and that he could do so with a clear conscience. In July he had authorized the publication of a toast to Alvaro Obregon, in honor of the Sonoran chief's recent criticisms of the Carranza administration. Zapata's decision headed the Morelos Revolution into a distinctly new course. While he stayed in Tlaltizapan trying to hold the local movement together, his proxy Magana would try from Tocamilco to find friends in other camps. 1. One likely source of aid went untapped. This was the Morelos colony in Mexico City, which no longer comprised the planters but mainly old Levistas who had joined Carranza since 1914. Patricio Leyva, Antonio Sedano, Benito Tajonar, Domingo Diaz, Miguel Salinas' son Leon, Manuel Mazzari. These exiles wrangled among themselves and disapproved deeply of Zapata, but they still loved their native state and wanted to spare it misery, and they had connections in the government. If Zapata had directed Magana to ask them for help, they might well have given it. 2 But precisely because they were natives, and therefore his rivals, they were the last persons Zapata would invite to take part in local affairs. Besides, he did not want favors from Carranza, but to force Carranza from the presidency. For the time being Magana also shied away from the Felicistas, though financially and strategically they remained the government's most formidable opponents. The revolutionary opposition that Zapata expected Magana to organize had little in common with the reactionary opposition Felix Diaz and his cronies in New York had launched, and Magana was careful to avoid any sign of affiliation with them, much less subordination. He continued joint Zapatista-Felicista military operations in western and southern Puebla, but in propaganda he always announced them as purely Zapatista. In mid-August the overtures began to Villa and Emilio Vázquez. To the latter, whom Paz had watched in San Antonio and found more reliable than his brother, especially on the agrarian question, Zapata sent his greetings. Tentatively resuming the vague collaboration they had carried on in 1912, he only urged Vázquez to continue his work for our common ideals and to aid Paz. With Villa Zapata was more specific. Although Villa no longer threatened the government militarily, he remained a potential political danger at large in Chihuahua, and Zapata regarded his participation in the projected coalition as indispensable. To demonstrate revolutionary unity he asked Villa to sign a new manifesto to the nation for publication on September 1. He also asked Villa if he would name Emilio Vázquez his representative in Washington. 3. Meanwhile Magana prepared to communicate with the national commander in Puebla. This was General Cesario Castro, a chief Carranza trusted implicitly, a native of Carranza's own hometown in Coahuila, but also a chief of agrarian leanings, a revolutionary of principles whom Magana had met in Monterrey in 1914. The go-between Magana located was Colonel Eduardo Reyes, a native Pueblan, stationed in Atlixco. Off and on since mid-1911 Reyes had been in contact with his revolutionary neighbors in Morelos, and for what Magana convinced him was a patriotic cause he now took the grave risk of treating with them again. On August 20 he and Magana began corresponding on how to initiate dealings with General Castro. 4. The new venture almost ended in disaster before it got going. For the last 6 weeks Magana had been waiting for Domingo Arenas to declare himself a Zapatista again, as he had promised in a secret interview in early June. Persistent complaints from Magana and Ayacuica about the delay provoked various excuses from Arenas, and finally a note that he wanted another conference with them on the prospects for revolt. He invited them to meet him at noon on August 30 at San Pedro Coaco, a tiny hamlet just north of Tocamilco on the slopes of the volcano Popocatépetl. Near there they met at the time agreed, with their aides and escorts. Ayacuica was already very suspicious of Arenas, having heard that Arenas planned to take him and Magana dead or alive to Puebla City. And now he and Magana heard it outright, a proposal from Arenas that they accept amnesties like his. The discussion broke into furious yelling. The escorts maneuvered around for a good first shot. And then the shooting started. Arenas fired point blank at Magana, and missed. Magana punched Arenas, collapsed into a wrestling match with the spindly Tlaxcalan, who had only one arm, and finally stabbed him in the belly with a hunting knife. Still Arenas got loose. He was running to escape after his aides when the Zapatista escorts shot and killed him. Magana left immediately for Tlaltizapan to report the episode to Zapata. 5. But the manifesto to the nation duly appeared on September 1. It had 3 main propositions. Carranza was a bogus revolutionary, the Republic's true revolutionaries still fought for principles, whose most concrete expression is the Plan de Ayala, and the new regime would rest on the ruins of latifundistas like Luis Terrazas, Inigo Noriega, Enrique Creel, and Ignacio de la Torre y Meyer. 6. The last proposition mattered most. For not by accident the latifundistas mentioned, prominent figures in the old regime, were now prominent in exile in New York for the sums they contributed to the Felicista movement. 7 The manifesto served as a kind of plebiscite among revolutionaries. Those who signed it set themselves not only against Carranza's false revolutionary government but also against Felix Diaz's false opposition. Through the fall these efforts continued, with no striking success but with no egregious failure either. Zapata himself devoted unusual attention to the enterprise. Although Palafox embarked on a crusade against Carrancista spies infiltrating into Morelos, which might eventually have implicated Magana, Zapata kept him in check and encouraged Magana to try new contacts. In particular he recommended appeals to Vicente Segura, the Carrancista commander who had given land to villages around Axaquiapan the year before, and to Lucio Blanco, in exile in Laredo, Texas. 8 He also sent young Octavio Magana on a secret mission to San Antonio to check on Paz's work. And at last he had Southern propaganda sent to Amezcua in Havana, who had it published in the press there. 9 Slowly in response the War Department organized a new offensive in the South. It was difficult for Carranza and his advisers to tell whether the Zapatista attempts to negotiate in Puebla signified a more sophisticated strategy or an inclination to surrender. 1 Anyway the reaction was to force the issue in battle. As in 1916, national battalions were to surround Morelos and then pinch together, catching the Zapatistas in the middle, leaving them no escape, and then crushing them once and for all. Command of the operations first went to General Castro, but finishing Zapatismo was a juicy bit of patronage, and Gonzales soon took over again. After the reigns ended, fighting for his political life, he drove his generals into action. Even so, few budged. The advance into Morelos was only into the eastern zone, and there largely the feat of Cedronio Camacho, the ex-Zapatista who had joined the Nationals after killing Eufemio Zapata, and Cirilo Arenas, Domingo's avenging brother. The Zapatista chiefs around Coatla lacked the ammunition to make resistance effective, and firing only to harass the invaders, they pulled out. On November 19, after heavy artillery bombardments, Gonzales's regular generals marched into Coatla. Within 2 weeks they had also taken Jonacatepec and Zacualpan. 3 In Mexico City the Carrancistas waxed jubilant. At last, they imagined, Gonzales had really mounted the definitive campaign in Morelos and would soon have the state in order. The prospect of the fortunes they still dreamed they could get out of the old haciendas especially excited them. In the New Daily Excelsior appeared the lively hope that in a very short time, probably by the next harvest, important sugar productions will be obtained from the different mills. Gonzales too believed he was on the verge of a grand success. His plans, he announced, were to rebuild the plantations of cane. Although he omitted reference to land reform, he sparked no objection from the Department of Agriculture, where for 2 months the director of the Agrarian Bureau had been Patricio Leyva. 4 But no momentum carried the Nationals on. As the campaign bogged down, the metropolitan press lamely explained week after week that the definitive phase was not the previous but the next operation. Camacho retained control around Coatla, but moved no farther toward Yautepec or Tlaltizapan. Arenas headed back to more familiar territory. From Guerrero General Silvestre Mariscal advanced only up to the Morelos line, unable to take Puente de Istla and penetrate the state. Neither Castro in Puebla nor Salvador Gonzales in Mexico State began a coordinated push. 5 Cooley Magana went on with his diplomacy. His most promising negotiations were still with Eduardo Reyes, to arrange contacts with Castro. But he did not neglect dealings with other likely Confederates. In early December he drew Alfredo Robles Dominguez, by then a federal deputy and a major figure in national politics, into an exchange of letters. 6 In mid-month the rationale of his efforts suddenly came clear. A revolt broke out in Coahuila, because the defeated candidate for governor there would not accept his loss. Joining him in rebellion were other prominent but now disgusted local leaders, among them once trusted national commanders. Implicated also were exiles like Lucio Blanco, a native Coahuilan himself, who took the opportunity to sneak back into Mexico. In sympathy or in connivance, national troops also mutinied in Veracruz. 7 News of the uprisings threw the Zapatista headquarters in Tlaltizapan and Tocamilco into a flurry of correspondence. Magana wrote to rebels in San Luis Potosí, urging them to unite with other healthy elements, in common accord, and assuring them that such was the intention of the great majority of the revolutionaries of the country, with whom we are already in communication. Zapata himself wrote to encourage a Hidalgo malcontent in league with the Coahuila rebels. Following events closely, he exhorted Magana to try especially hard for contacts with the fugitive Lucio Blanco and the national commander in Tlaxcala, Pedro Morales. 82 Impressive manifestos promptly issued from Zapatista headquarters, to the revolutionaries and to the people. In both the call was for union. The Coahuila revolt proved, went the argument of the first, that Carranza alone kept the revolution from its final establishment as a popular government. The Ayala plan was now only the banner of the country people, not the complete code of solutions to the republic's woes. For provisional President Zapata wisely proposed no one, and antagonized no one. The president would receive his mandate, he promised, from a new junta of the nation's revolutionary chiefs. In the second document, the headquarters secretaries played nicely on politicians' impatience with official abuses in the recent congressional elections. They styled Carranza an old Porfirista who would never carry out the reforms he had promised, and again emphasized his personal responsibility for the recurring disorder. Everyone, read the manifesto, military or civilian, social reformers and simple liberal Democrats, socialist men of action and men platonically in love with the revolutionary ideal, all longed for a revolutionary coalition to bring peace. The only obstacle was Carranza. 9. The hopes inspiring this skillful propaganda were too high. In Coahuila the rebel generals could not make their troops follow them into revolt. In Veracruz the mutiny failed. Loyal officials nipped in the bud a dangerous conspiracy in Toluca to revolt in support of the Coahuilans. By early January 1918 the threat had collapsed. Scattered protests and outbursts of violent resistance to Carranza's rule continued among disgruntled politicians and commanders around the country. In Guerrero General Mariscal almost revolted. But no movement became serious. 1. Still Magana and Zapata proceeded in their effort. Thanks to excellent espionage, Magana found out the details of the bitter competition now raging within the government. The critical disaffection of the Sonoran generals Obregon and Hill, their retrenchment in the liberal constitutionalist party, and their accord with leading civilians like Robles Dominguez to form an oppositionist majority in Congress, Pablo Gonzalez's resignation from the liberal constitutionalists, his drift into partnership with other important rivals of Obregon, and their unconditional commitment to Carranza. This was the wrangling Magana knew best how to hear the theme and fugues in. And he explained it clearly to Zapata, who understood and asked for more. So while Magana and Zapata maintained connections with the rebel Coahuilans, to secure their help for future subversion, they hoped eventually to gain stronger allies. 2. At the same time Magana was busy at yet another maneuver, the presentation to Carranza himself of Zapatista terms for a truce. By February, working through Castro and the Undersecretary of War, he had his proposals before the president. As a preliminary base for any action toward peace, the Zapatistas wanted a ceasefire along the current front and a promise of civil guarantees to the villages and towns in the surrounding national zone. In return they would pledge not to attack national forces and to protect tradesmen and pacificos crossing their lines. On this understanding, they would negotiate in good faith to restore regular rule in the south. Implied throughout the memorandum to Carranza was that the Zapatista army would remain intact and in control of Morelos. In short, if Carranza would recognize the legitimacy of the state's native revolutionaries, they would recognize his government. 3 The deal Magana had proposed was practically what Carranza had earlier agreed to with Domingo Arenas. For the president, however, Arenas had been only a minor chief of local standing, easy to accommodate, whereas Zapata notoriously represented hopes and attitudes about Mexico's development that agitated the country and were, Carranza believed, perverse. For him to recognize Zapata was to grant the chance of reforms that could compromise the people. "I never was a revolutionary, nor am I, nor will I ever be," Carranza remarked a few weeks later. "I am a fervent constitutionalist, and I pride myself upon having re-established the constitutional order. Everything has been done." For he did not refuse Magana's proposals, evidently he did not even deign to answer them. Through February the Zapatista search for allies took on a new and grim urgency. Troubling Zapata and Magana now were reports from a curious visitor in their territory, an American Tican-turned theosophist archaeologist. He was William E. Gates, in Mexico formally to do research but really to hunt material about current Mexican politics. Gates knew Mexico well, in a weird way. After graduating from Johns Hopkins and ignominiously secluding himself in business in Cleveland, he had discovered Madame Blavatsky's secret doctrine which let him in on the mysteries of ancient America. Privately, while he amassed a fortune and an esoteric library, he delved into Mayan hieroglyphs and history. Toward 1910, in his late 40s and still unmarried, he had left Cleveland and moved to a bustling theosophical community outside San Diego, to pursue his studies full-time. There finally he bloomed as a true Hopkins man, becoming professor of American archaeology and linguistics at the Theosophist School of Antiquity, publishing an article on Mayans in the Bulletin of Harvard's Peabody Museum, producing a paper on concepts of language for an anthropological congress in Geneva, helping found the San Diego Museum, praying for peace, and voting for Wilson, a fellow Hopkinsian, in 1916. And in 1917 Gates too swam into international affairs. To a new friend up in Santa Monica, like himself an aging pilgrim in Southern California and an old Latin hand besides, H.L. Hall, formerly of the Liberating Army Cooperative Colony in Morelos, Gates confessed his itch to decipher the mysteries of modern Mexico. This, he assumed, would not be snooping but serving his country and its neighbor, not, as he later insisted, because of interests, for I have none, but because I care for my Indians, my bounden duty to put the facts about them at the disposal of the administration. In June 1917 he wrote to Secretary of War Newton D. Baker, whom he had known a decade before as a progressive city solicitor in Cleveland, and informed him about his trip. A month later, predisposed to Carranza, he arrived in Yucatan. 5 Seeing how the Carrancista governor ran the state, he saw red. The governor was practically a Bolshevist, the Theosophist concluded, the boss of a Mexican I.W.W. Gates began to hate Carranza, and to collect evidence against him. In Mexico City, where he became an honorary professor at the National Museum and for the first time in 32 years wrote a note on his career to his class secretary, he talked with the British minister, who recommended that he interview Zapata. 6 Thus, proud and presumptuous, Gates came to see Magana in Tocamilco in early February 1918. There he spoke with authority, in Spanish. And Magana took him at his inflated word for a strong Wilsonian, a close friend of the U.S. Secretary of War, and a university professor. Mainly Magana appreciated his offer to speak on the Zapatistas' behalf in Washington. He sent him on to Tlaltizapan. 7 and there Gates delivered to Zapata the painful news that when the Great War ended, as it soon would, and Carranza fell, as he surely then would, the United States would not tolerate more conflicts in Mexico. Although self-appointed and sincere, Gates was no mean diplomat. In a protocol he composed to state U.S. policy in Mexico, he granted Zapata and other revolutionaries an option, to work out a union by themselves before the war ended. But if they could not manage the union, he declared, then in the name of humanity Mexico must not be permitted to destroy herself. He grandly promised to help Wilson forestall the approach of a military operation. But he cautioned Zapata, see that Mexico does not make intervention necessary for her own salvation. Zapata believed Gates's report. And unlike the actual interventions of 1914 and 1916, this mere warning scared him. Earlier, right or wrong, he had considered the gringos' maneuvers so irrelevant or so directly in support of Carranza that they required no change in Southern strategy. but now, so cutting was the threat the American professor brought that he would not let him spell it out. When Gates tried to finish reading his protocol, repeating that Mexico must not go on in self-destruction, Zapata shut him up. "I don't even want to hear it," he said. 8 But he had caught the point of the lethal generosity the American expressed. He would have to redouble efforts at unification. Unless he and the other rebels and dissidents in the country organized soon, two gruesome dangers awaited them. Either they would lose their followings to Carranza, who would use the imminent American menace to unite all factions behind him, or, if he fell, they would in their confusion and disarray forfeit the nation's sovereignty to the United States, at least temporarily. To Zapata both alternatives were abhorrent, both in effect treason. Gates passed on south into Oaxaca to interview rebels there. Zapata remained in Morelos, sensitive now to yet another responsibility, national decorum. On February 8 the circular issued from Tlaltizapan to liberating army chiefs and officers. After the ritual preface that victory was near, it announced that since the unification of all revolutionary elements is the basis of peace and the necessary condition for the immediate and complete triumph of our ideals, any nationals who defected to help us from now on like good compañeros were entitled to full guarantees from the Zapatista forces. 2 days later, for the first time in 2 years, Zapata named a special envoy to deal with outlaws in other states. The envoy was to go to Guanajuato and Zacatecas to unify the criterion and action of revolutionaries there. On February 14 he started a regular correspondence with Amezcua in Havana. At the end of the month he gave Magana full authority to treat with all chiefs and officers who serve or served in constitutionalist ranks and who have asked or are asking to unite in the Revolution 9. New elaborations shortly appeared in the Zapatista appeal for union. An important manifesto in mid-March, to the revolutionaries of the Republic, did not even mention the Ayala Plan. The cry was simply to get together, no need seeming more imperious than union. In a new invitation, this time formal and definitive, Zapata asked revolutionaries in general to put aside small differences, to meet, to discuss matters, and to agree. On the same day headquarters issued another manifesto for distribution in factory and mining centers. In this invitation to brothers of the cities to join your brothers of the fields in the struggle against Carranza, there was a final, passing reference to the triumph of our principles, of those subscribed to in the Plan de Ayala, but no demand that workers accept the same principles. As if signing either manifesto was too public an act to ask of leaders who might otherwise sympathize, headquarters also sent out a form letter in which Zapata invited Señor Blanc to collaborate privately for the president's overthrow. Triumphant together, they would then institute land reform, emancipate the proletariat, etc. Again no reference to the Ayala Plan appeared. On March 24 Zapata signed a decree that the liberating army would admit defecting nationals at the ranks they presently held, whether they had joined Carranza recently or served him from the beginning. 1. The tendency of the new concern for instant allies was to appeal to the Felicistas too, who still carried on the richest and most broadly based rebellion. Actively if variously associated with Don Felix now were chiefs like Manuel Pelez, who controlled the Tampico oil field and extorted fortunes from American and British companies, Joaquim Jimenez Castro and the Cedillo brothers in San Luis Potosí, Juan Andrew Almazan in Nuevo León and Tamaulipas, José Inés Chávez García in Michoacán, Marcelo Caravio, Pedro Gabe, Roberto Seguido, Constantino Galán and Higinio Aguilar in Veracruz and Puebla, José Inés Davila and Guillermo Miguel in Oaxaca, Alberto Pineda in Chiapas. 2 But just because of its strength, Felicismo was hard to deal with. In treating with Felicistas, Zapatistas might seem to win them for the revolutionary opposition, but they might also seem to slide themselves into the reactionary opposition. Magana, who had to cooperate militarily with Felicistas in Puebla, warned Zapata against political agreements with them anywhere. To ally with them was to become their accomplices, and this, he judged, would ruin the Southern cause. But here Zapata was not so anxious. Although he wanted no formal affiliation with the Felicistas either, he valued the strategic possibilities that a tighter military connection with them could provide, and he appreciated now the international impact of a revolutionary union including the Felicistas. "Let our agents negotiate," he replied to Magana, "only limit their instructions and disavow them if they go too far. 3. The attractions of an understanding with the Felicistas became even more obvious in April. 4 jarring revolts broke out against the government that month. Rebelling were Cirillo Arenas in Puebla and Tlaxcala, Luis Caballero in Tamaulipas, the troops of Pedro Morales in Tlaxcala, and the troops of Silvestre Mariscal in Guerrero. Each revolt derived from its own peculiar origins, but all 4 became more or less Felicista. Magana studied them closely, sending his interpretations on to Zapata. 4 How to benefit from these uprisings. In Morales's and Arenas's zone the Zapatistas could exert immediate popular influence, and in the one Indian episode of the whole Zapatista revolution secretaries composed manifestos in Nahuatl for distribution through Tlaxcalan and Pueblan villages, to congratulate local chiefs on their defiance of Carranza and to coax them into a renewed allegiance to Zapata. 5 But to harness the rebellions in Tamaulipas and Guerrero for Zapatista purposes would require treating with the leaders there, who already leaned toward Don Felix. Despite misgivings, Zapata finally appointed an ambassador to visit the main Felicista camps. His choice was Reynaldo Lecaná, a friend of Soto y Gama's and a trusted junior secretary at headquarters since 1914. Bearing the March manifestos and decree, other propaganda and special invitations to a general junta in Morelos where delegates could work out a plan for union under one banner, Lecaná headed east in late April. In the same spurt Zapata signed a remarkable document in Tlaltizapan on April 25. It was a new manifesto to the Mexican people, and a masterpiece of popular frontsmanship. The author was Conrado Diaz Soto y Gama, who here refined all his wheeliness into the most sweetly politic phrases. "Where is the revolution going? What do the sons of the people arisen in arms propose for themselves?" he asked. The answer was a bland reiteration of commonly accepted revolutionary aims to redeem the indigenous race, giving it back its lands and by that its liberty, to have the laborer in the fields, the present slave of the haciendas, converted into a man free and in control of his destiny through small property, to improve the economic, intellectual, and moral condition of the worker in the cities, protecting him against the oppression of the capitalist, to abolish dictatorship and win ample and effective political liberties for the Mexican people. The means he suggested were even blander: to fix points of detail, to obtain the solution adequate to each problem, and not to forget the special conditions of certain regions or the peculiar necessities of specific groups of inhabitants. It is necessary to count on the accord of all the country's revolutionaries and to know the opinion of each of them. To prevent a new exclusivist faction or new absorbing personages from dominating the revolutionary movement. The gallant Conrado offered the following procedure, of easy and simple application: when the revolutionary forces occupy the capital of the Republic, a junta will take place which the revolutionary chiefs from the whole country will attend, without distinction of factions or flags. In that junta the national voice will let itself be heard. Once the provisional revolutionary government is established, Congress can, as the authentic and genuine organ of the general will, resolve conscientiously the national problems. Only in hints did Conrado reveal the Zapatistas' new political position. Noting initially the snares and intrigues of the reaction, but omitting condemnations of the new 1917 Constitution and glorifications of the old 1857 Charter, he separated the Zapatistas from the Felicistas but did not divorce them. Lambasting Carranza personally but granting the claims of all honorable revolutionaries, even paying tribute to those who now served Carranza although they resented him, he encouraged an affair between the Zapatistas and the loyal oppositionists without a mention of marriage. Again omitting reference to the Plan de Ayala, even to the south, referring always to the revolution as a single body, yet harping on the special necessities of certain regions and specific groups, and every time raising land reform as the prime revolutionary goal, he indicated that for recognition in Morelos Zapata and his chiefs would recognize the government. This was a far cry from the aggressive speeches of the Zapatista delegates in the convention in 1915, farther still from the demands Palafox had pressed upon the Carrancista emissaries in the summer of 1914. Indeed, it amounted in national terms to an abrogation of the Ayala Plan itself, in part a reversion to the stand of September 1911, when Zapata had not yet defined his action as a drive for social reform in the whole republic but still conceived of it as a local movement for justice in the courts. The only trace left now of the plan he had fought nearly 7 terrible years for was the slogan at the end of the manifesto: reform, liberty, justice, and law. To secure these benefits, and peace, for the people in the place he cared most about, and to help prepare the country against the foreign intervention he feared, Zapata had forsaken his independence and declared himself ready for a work of concord and fraternity. 6. In no subsequent national pronouncement did he refer to his old plan to Ayala. From Tlaltizapan the manifesto was sent on to Tocamilco. There Ayacuica and a visiting Felicista chief, Caravio, signed it. And from there Magana dispatched agents with copies into Mexico City and into Felicista territory to the east and northeast. The most serious effort since 1911 to reincorporate the Morelos Revolution into the national movement was now underway. Because the immediate control over its direction and pace was in Tocamilco, Zapata took an extraordinary interest in the organization of the headquarters there. Mildly annoyed, Magana assured his chief that he would keep his office functioning properly. 7 But Zapata's attention remained in focus on the diplomatic dealings, as intensely as it had been before on restoring the villages their lands. Local commotions still mattered in Tlaltizapan. Because of the poverty in which Gonzales had abandoned Morelos the year before, villagers had reaped very meager harvests in early 1918. The stark misery and destruction Gates had seen in the state reminded him of war-torn Belgium, Reims and Ypres and Saint Quentin in the Small Eight, and now as the rains began, the villagers jealously guarded the seed they were planting for the next harvest. Zapata tried to protect them from military exactions. 9 But thieves and bandits having sprung up in these hard times, villagers fought back on their own. From their experience in the associations for the defense of revolutionary ideals, they had become quite militant about their rights. And organized and armed for self-defense, they repelled intruders without much discrimination. Inevitably mistakes occurred. Although Morelos had its share of them, the worst was in late April in Puebla, south of Tocamilco, where there had recently been association elections. 1 Fed up with blackmail and bother during their planting, the vigilantes of the Pueblo Womack fired on a squad of Caravio's allied Felicistas. Stories later differed about exactly what happened. For their part, the Omecacans charged that when they refused to give the officer in command of the intruding troops the food and pasture he had requested, he had ordered his troops to seize stores from municipal buildings. The local authorities then defended themselves, they reported, shots were exchanged, men fell dead on both sides, and the Felicistas fled with the villagers in hot pursuit. The unlucky officer, on the other hand, alleged that when he and his men arrived peaceably at Womack, they overheard remarks like, "Now only a few have come, so let's do away with them." While he dined with the municipal assistant, he said, he heard shots and ran outside and saw the villagers massacring his men. He could not tell how many he had lost. 2. Whoever told the truth, the scandal embarrassed Zapata. Ayacuica, in whose zone Womack was, wanted its whole population consigned to Tlaltizapan for a tough investigation. The aggrieved troops, he admitted, were not local natives, coming originally like Caravio from Chihuahua, but if villagers now resisted outlanders, he warned, they will do the same tomorrow with our forces. Another angry chief wanted to disarm all villagers, because provided with the permit for carrying arms for the defense of their interests, they commit offenses. 3 Zapata tried moderation, appointing Caravio to a mission in Guerrero, summoning to headquarters only the most respectable citizens of suspect pueblos, urging Magana not to aggravate the case around Tocamilco. But it took days of palavering to repair relations with the aggrieved villagers, and over 3 weeks to induce Caravio to go to Guerrero without revenge. 4 2.5 months after the shooting, Zapata still had to rule on the dispute it had opened, confirming the villagers' right to bear arms but only with a license and to defend themselves or the Ayala plan. 6 weeks after that, in a patriotic appeal to fractious pueblos in his zone, he reconfirmed their right to arm for defense against bad men and bad revolutionaries. 5. In the Tlaltizapan headquarters itself there was also grave trouble. Crucially important was the dismissal of Manuel Palafox. As foreign policy had become Zapata's central concern through the past year, Palafox had lost influence with his chief. Worse, he lost his respect. Not only was Palafox of no use in conciliatory efforts, because of his arrogant temper and because he had personally insulted men in other camps with whom Zapata now wanted to deal, he also seemed in retrospect the individual responsible for the Zapatistas' present plight, the man they could blame for their disastrous involvement with Villa in 1914, their alienation of worthy chiefs in the Constitutionalist Party, and their abiding reputation as the most intransigent group in the revolutionary movement. In February, Gates had noticed Palafox's anomalous role in Tlaltizapan. When it was politics, and Mexican or international questions, he observed, Palafox was not there, off with other duties. When it was a matter of practical dispositions about titles, crops, irrigation, he was. On the Americans' inquiry about Palafox's demotion, Zapata confirmed his guess. Jilted, Palafox had plunged compulsively into administering local reforms. The day Gates arrived at headquarters he barely sat down to eat, he later recalled, before Palafox was explaining all the operations of irrigation, their agricultural loan bank, making advances to the farmers just as they went on stage by stage in the cultivation, seeing to it that the crop was marketed and the loan repaid, all well devised to educate the farmers to economic independence. The dinner got cold while he talked. Gates politely praised the reform for being in agreement with our most modern lines. In pathetic delight, Palafox then bragged to Soto y Gama, "The Señor says this is the best system in the world." By now he could not restrain himself from claiming that he had actually written the Plan de Ayala. Through the spring Palafox broke down. It seems that in doubt of his sex he behaved indiscreetly and became an object of contempt at headquarters. Zapata almost had him shot. Only on Magana's warning that another execution after Montano's would be too much, Zapata relented and sent the ruined little man to Magana in Tocamilco, to lend his services as you judge convenient. 6. Still no local imbroglio distracted Zapata from his concentration on winning new friends and forming a union. Through the Womack and Palafox crises he continued to consider with Magana which rebels to invite into their union, which exiles to ask back into the revolutionary movement, which federal deputies to encourage in opposition. 7 Responses to Lecana's mission among the Felichistas began to come in. And a note arrived from a friend of Gates's in Mexico City that the scholar had talked with high United States officials, who, he said, would now arrange a change in American policy toward Carranza. This was pure puffery. On his return to the United States in May, Gates had had a few minutes' talk in Washington with the harried Secretary of War Baker, who had promised no more than courtesies, but, knowing no better, Zapata and Magana took the note straight. 8. Through the summer, as congressional elections approached, Zapatista negotiations grew even more elaborate. Letters and appointments and pleas for signatures on manifestos went out to all manner of Carranza's opponents, to Villa and his agent in the United States, to major and minor Felichistas, to other independent rebels. 9 After Octavio Magana returned from San Antonio in mid-July to report that Paz had been in sad shape, alcoholic and out of the swim of exile politics, and that contrary to his intelligence the Vázquez Gómez of agrarian tendencies and standing with the Americans was not the lawyer Emilio but the Dr. Francisco, Zapata became prodigally tolerant about political associates. "What counts now to my way of thinking," he wrote to Gildardo Magana in early August, "is to put up several persons who'll do as much as possible, and then afterwards we'll see what slant to give the business." Although he granted that the doctor was bad, he remarked that he was also very sharp in politics and would do something. Without waiting for an answer, he repeated his opinion to Magana that to look for men perfectly wholesome in ideas and clean of antecedents, is almost in vain. As agents and allies he wanted men with connections already established, for they have the advantage of being practical, of knowing all the angles of politics, and of knowing how to measure circumstances. Within the next week he had signed letters to Felipe Angeles and to Emilio and Francisco Vázquez Gómez, urging them to cooperate, start a revolt in the north, and arrange for a recognition of belligerency from Washington. 2. In mid-August, after the elections cost the liberal constitutionalists their majority in Congress, Zapata at last addressed himself directly to the most important dissident of them all, Obregón. He sent 2 letters, probably the creations of Soto y Gama, to encourage Obregón to revolt. In the first he warned that the reaction threatens the conquests of the revolution like an avalanche and asked that Obregón climax his enterprise as a fighter, helping to liberate the nation. In the second he condemned Carranza as a dictator, insisted on unification as a simple act of patriotism, and asked again for the valuable cooperation of revolutionaries who up to here have maintained themselves at a distance from us. In the same week he also signed letters to Obregón's chief aide in Mexico City, Aaron Saenz, and to the liberal constitutionalist deputies of the past Congress, congratulating them and inviting them south if the government persecuted them. When Magana found in refuge in Tocamilco a former national officer who had served under Obregón in the great battles against Villa in 1915, he had him write his old commander to assure him the Zapatistas respected him. 3. Obregón did not revolt. Nor did he, who never received his letters, or his aides, who did receive theirs, reply on paper to the Zapatistas. Even if Obregón expected later to treat with Zapata, he could hardly afford to leave a written record of his plan for Carrancista spies to find and publish. But undaunted, Zapata resorted again to Francisco Vázquez Gómez, naming him in late August his confidential agent to the United States. If Gates's tale was true, then Vázquez Gómez could convince the American government to recognize the United Revolutionary Factions as belligerents. 4. Most probably Carranza was aware that Zapata communicated with his opponents and enemies. Certainly Pablo González knew, as the leading general among the Carrancista unconditionals and the chief in command in the zone where Magana still negotiated with Castro and Reyes. González despised Zapata as fiercely as ever. But he was in no position to stop the Zapatistas' dealings. Militarily he could not yet mobilize the forces to capture Tocamilco or Tlaltizapan without weakening garrisons and striking columns in action against the Felichistas. Anyway, these months were the rainy season, when artillery and cavalry attacks would have bogged down the afternoon of their initiation. Politically also González was in a bind. If he forbade Castro to receive propositions from Magana, he forewent the opportunity, which he wanted to retain, of enticing Magana and Ayacuica into accepting amnesties. In frustration he had sounded out a former aide of Zapata's, retired in Mexico City, about returning to Morelos to lure Zapata into an ambush. But the man refused and tried to send a warning south, and González had to jail him. 5. The upshot was that national troops hardly moved on the lines they held around and in Morelos. True, national officers reported constant combat, more battles, commented an ex-undersecretary of war acidly, than the Cid himself fought before and after his death. 6. But even though Zapata, Delao, Mendoza, and Ayacuica carried out operations into Puebla, Guerrero, Mexico State, and the Federal District, national commanders began no counter-offensive. 7. Through the fall they occupied no more territory than that they had taken a year before around Cuautla and Jonacatepec. And through the fall the Zapatista attempts to negotiate continued. To Felichistas, to Francisco Vázquez Gómez, to national officers right in Morelos, to already allied revolutionaries in other zones, and again to Obregón, couriers carried out letters from Tocamilco and Tlaltizapan. 8. Not all the replies in favor of union were attractive. One, for instance, came from an agent whom Manuel Pérez, now independent from the Felichistas, had stationed in Puebla, Federico Cordova. In mid-September Cordova passed on to Marcelo Caravio, also now loyal to Pérez rather than Don Felix, a report from anonymous metropolitan seigneurs, the White House was convinced no revolutionary presently in opposition can control the situation by himself. These same seigneurs could get military supplies and a $50 million American loan if the revolutionary factions would unite under Pelés. As a guarantee for the loan, Pelés would give the oil wells on his property around Tampico. In turn, Caravio passed the report on to Magana, noting that apparently the gringos and Pelés have arrived at a deal. Magana shortly sent back a frosty answer from Zapata. After acknowledging Pelés as a true and conscious revolutionary and repeating his wish for a solid and secure revolutionary union, Zapata replied that we must operate with the most necessary prudence and indispensable tact to crown the work duly, that is, without prejudice to the popular interests we defend and without any slight to national decorum, of which the people have always shown themselves so jealous. In sum, he refused Pelés' invitation and reiterated his own point 9, but other replies were encouraging. Reading between the lines of several, in late September Zapata appointed Alfredo Robles Dominguez his general representative in Mexico City, and in early October Magana dispatched the appointment along with the manifestos of March 15 and April 25, other propaganda, and a brief on Zapatista contacts in the British legation. Like Vázquez Gómez, only quietly on the home front, Robles Dominguez was to advocate foreign recognition of the outlaws as belligerents. Point 1. As winter came on, a new and profoundly anxious tone sounded in Zapata's correspondence. He had local worries galore now. The Spanish influenza, rampant throughout the world in these months, appeared in Mexico City in early October and spread immediately into the south. There were the perfect grounds for an epidemic: prolonged fatigue, starvation diets, bad water, continual moving. In the mountains where the poorest villagers were and where many chiefs had their camps, the biting winter cold broke the health of thousands. In the towns bodies accumulated faster than they could be buried. By December Cuautla sheltered only 150 to 200 civilians. Cuernavaca was a refuge of less than 5,000. As for the open countryside, a family might as well have tried to inhabit Gehenna. In makeshift huts men, women, and children lay in shivering chills for days, without food or care, until one by one they all died. Wise survivors deserted their dead and fled into Guerrero, to safer climes south of the Balsas River. National patrols discovered whole villages abandoned literally to the peace of the graveyard. In Mexico City, Carancistas found a grisly comfort in such news. Spanish flu, one headliner proclaimed, continues its pacification work in Morelos too. Through deaths and emigration the state lost a quarter of its population in 1918, numerically not so large a loss as Huerta had caused in 1914, but proportionally no doubt larger than any since those of the great plagues of the 16th century. Among the sick were many Zapatista soldiers and the whole staff at Tocamilco. Though no important secretary died, most were invalid for weeks. In addition, Zapata had recently lost several agents and gun runners, arrested in Mexico City and Toluca. Short of able-bodied men, his chiefs were now short of supplies and ammunition too. Moreover, Palafox and a fellow secretary, Enrique Bonilla, had run off from Tocamilco to Cirillo Arenas's camp. It looked likely that they would make their defection final. Point 3. And Gonzales had mounted a new campaign in the south. But pressing on Zapata through all these torments, taking on the force of their pain as it bore down, moving him to the verge of both relief and despair, was his preoccupation with the end of the World War. Whether the menace Gates had conjured up the past February would now prove real, whether the United States would intervene again in Mexico. In late November Zapata wrote to Felipe Angeles in Texas. Maybe France, where Angeles had gone to school, could help restrain the Americans. Could not Angeles use his intimate friendship with Field Marshal Foch, Zapata asked obliquely, to win Foch's powerful moral influence in support of the cause of the Mexican people? 2 weeks later he stated his fear directly to Magana. Modest as usual on topics he felt ignorant about, he asked Magana and Soto y Gama to consider, if you think it advantageous to our cause, how to approach the Allied powers, to propose something favorable to the interests of the Republic and those of the Revolution. This attempt he regarded as critically important, For it appears to me that once the European-American question is solved, the United States of America will throw itself on our nationality, for then would arise the impossible choice Gates had implied, to join Carranza in national defense or to acquiesce in foreign supervision. Meanwhile he had Magana resume serious dealings with Castro and Reyes. Increasingly in correspondence with them there appeared attacks on elements markedly reactionary, in rebellion like the Felicistas or in office like the Carrancista Unconditional. The theme of Zapatista appeals was now blatantly patriotic. If peace doesn't come in a very short time, Magana warned Castro, if we Mexicans don't deal with each other fraternally, since the end of the European war has left the hands of the American colossus free, we are threatened with the most humiliating of interventions, the result of which would be at least the definitive wiping out of our sovereignty as a nation. 5. This was no trick, to traffic in love of the fatherland, but an honest alarm. Gonzales, to whom Castro remained loyal, plainly saw his and his subordinates' patriotic duties in a different light. For him these duties reduced in Morelos to the re-establishment of Carrancista officials. And in early December, the rains having stopped, the Zapatistas having weakened drastically in numbers, health, and reserves of men and supplies, and the government having consolidated its power in the new Congress, Gonzales accelerated his military operations. With 11,000 troops, moving from Cuautla and Jonacatepec and from lines around the state, he quickly occupied the 4 other main towns Yautepec, Jojutla, Cuernavaca, and Tlaxcala. Scattered Zapatista forces tried to resist, but within days they had everywhere dispersed and retreated into the hills. This time Gonzales ran the constitutionalist revolution in Morelos more professionally. To secure the occupation, he put garrisons in 40 or 50 towns and villages and hastened repairs on the railroads. To satisfy metropolitan curiosity about his statesmanship, he appointed municipal authorities, confirming some he found in office, replacing others with trustier types. Speculation began over whom he would name provisional governor and district judges. To fix his general's interest in preserving local order, he seized various plantations, which he then arranged for them to rent from the government. And to assure prospective investors and entrepreneurs, he commenced a policy of repopulation, offering free fares to Morelos for laborers from anywhere in the republic. As he indicated, his intention was to reconstruct that rich state which before was so flourishing. 6. Among the places he took was Tlaltizapan. Now and then Zapata could fight or sneak back into the town. But from mid-December on he was a fugitive. So were Delao, Mendoza, and the others. In hiding, the Zapatistas had new temptations pulling at them. From Aranista territory Palafox had issued in November a manifesto to the Southerners, urging them to desert their chief and join a separatist agrarian movement that he had launched. In alliance with Everardo Gonzales, whom he claimed to have already won over, they would struggle on for the Ayala plan, whose slogan he had amended to Land and Liberty. Other allies he mentioned were Arenas and Caravio, both, he did not mention, now partisans of Peles. 7 Palafox as a person was still in disgrace among the Zapatistas, but at least through him any chief but Zapata could now gain entrance into a more promising, oil-rich rebellion. From the other side, Castro in mid-December offered amnesty to Magana and all those like you who work in good faith. Since Castro was in close touch with the president, the offer came practically from Carranza himself. If the Zapatistas were sincere patriots, Castro suggested, they would rejoin the national revolution to fortify the government against its enemies, and then try to change it from within. In form, he explained, he could not grant the amnesty except on the basis of unconditionally, but I remain pledged, he went on, that if is effected, it will be with absolute guarantee for your lives, families, and interests. 8 On these terms, surrendering not in Morelos to Gonzales, who might prosecute and shoot them no matter what he said, but in Puebla to Castro, who had always treated them honorably, individual Zapatistas could regain the privileges of service in power. Yet the Zapatista organization remained intact. No ranking veteran chief of the Morelos Revolution disowned Zapata for another leader in revolt. Although Palafox sent personal appeals to some southern chiefs, Even in their current straits they replied with irrevocable insults. "A poor devil of mistaken sex like you can't call himself a friend of men like we really are," retorted Morilio Mejia. Less arrogant but equally abrupt was the refusal from Emigdio Marmolejo. "All the lies you tell me, go tell them to people who don't know you, because here in Morelos, I'll be frank with you, you'll manage to surprise no one, least of all in the stupid form you proceed in. Knowing you as I do, as an intriguing and ungrateful man, I find it very natural that now, you speak badly of he who showered you with favors and considerations which, we now see more clearly, you did not deserve. 9. Nor did any major native chief surrender to the Nationals, or even provisionally move his operations into Puebla. In this disheartening crisis the chiefs who had been together from the start 8 years before Zapata, Delao, Mendoza, Ayacuica, Jesus Capistran, Francisco Alarcon, Timoteo Sanchez, Gabriel Mariaca, Pedro and Francisco Saavedra, Zeferino Ortega, Magana, Mejia and Marmolejo still stayed true to each other. During the winter they did lose some minor chiefs and many troops who accepted amnesties from Gonzales and Castro. Their bands became so small that they could not even carry on guerrillas. But they did not lose the basic loyalty of their people. With only one exception, the amnestied forces did not cooperate with the Nationals in betraying their former comrades, much less in helping to suppress them. Instead, officers and men quietly returned home to tend their puny, patchy crops, as they had been doing before the occupation. Like their leaders' retreat, their surrender was strategic. In the fields and the villages they waited for a chance to rise again. Meanwhile they went on serving their old chiefs when and how they could. Food they gave them, and shelter and intelligence. Literally they nourished the local revolution and kept it alive. Zapata remained nevertheless in regular contact with Magana, and their negotiations continued without a pause. News from agents in Mexico and Puebla City having heightened his fears of American intervention, Zapata insisted that Magana harp on the patriotic theme in dealings with Castro. 1. He approved Magana's statement of support for an alliance of proletarians in Mexico City and kept up correspondence with neighboring rebels. But his overriding concern now was for connections among Carranza's still loyal opponents, to persuade them to oust Carranza before the United States acted against him. To Amezcua in Havana Zapata had long reports and propaganda sent, to broadcast from there to his latest, residual claim that to reconstruct the National Revolutionary Party, it is indispensable to set Carranza aside, and to repeat his promise that the Zapatistas would then collaborate with the liberal constitutionalists and other men of advanced principles too. At once encouraging and foreboding for this tack were the increasingly reproachful diplomatic notes that the United States sent to Carranza about Mexican oil decrees. The notes, copies of which Magana received and forwarded to Zapata, were welcome evidence that Carranza as president jeopardized the nation and that patriots had to hurry to discharge him, and yet they were also a grotesque, insinuated warning that to increase attacks against him was to bring the American action on. 3. But Zapata did not waver. At his urging Magana prepared a bold New Year's Day manifesto to the Mexican people that featured Carranza as the single source of all the republic's tribulations, foreign and domestic. Lambasting Carranza again for abuses in state and congressional elections, and praising the liberal constitutionalists again, Zapata now charged publicly that Carranza's neutrality during the war had been false, that he had protected the interests of Kaiserism, taken the part of imperialism against democracy, offended French and British capital, and worst, in the matter of oil, had dictated laws worked out in accord with the German minister. For resulting conflicts, Zapata declared, no one but Carranza will be the great culprit. Only if revolutionaries dumped him, he concluded, will we again be the masters of our destiny. Through January the Zapatista tack shifted again. Deciding that Castro had never intended to forsake Carranza, only to convince Zapatistas to take amnesties, Magana broke off negotiations with him and Reyes. Immediately his interest in Francisco Vázquez Gómez revived. To Havana he wrote to ask Amezcua to write to Vázquez Gómez in San Antonio, to coordinate their propaganda and declarations. 5 And to Zapata, Back in Tlaltizapan in late January, he sent mail and a revolutionary program from Vázquez Gómez along with a report from San Antonio that many exiles there, including Angeles, Villa, and Villarreal, backed Vázquez Gómez, and that the prestigious doctor was in constant communication with President Wilson, who gives him complete confidence and support. Magana's own advice was to unify all the outlaw revolutionaries under the direction of this man of much talent, to proclaim him supreme chief of the revolution. In Vázquez Gómez's program he saw only two flaws. They were glaring: a failure to mention the restitution of lands, timber, and water to the pueblos, and a failure to explain that the revolutionaries would not reimpose the 1857 constitution where it nullified the revolutionary principles. But Magana had amended the program appropriately and believed Vázquez Gómez would agree to the changes in his own interest to stay in office. Without waiting for Zapata's reply, he sent off to Vázquez Gómez a provisional approval of the amended program. Point 6. On February 4 Zapata answered Magana, obviously relieved. The guilty strain of claiming national authority was over now. In the end he could resume his pride in his local role. He was happy to accept Vázquez Gómez's supreme chieftainship, he wrote, especially when, as you well know, I have never had more aspirations than those of seeing my people happy and absolute owner of the fruits of their labors. The next day he signed a long letter of accommodation to Vázquez Gómez. It probably came from Magana's typewriter. Patently for an American audience, containing not a whiff of Palafox's rabid socialistic ideas of 1915, it was a remarkable statement on behalf of the spirit of enterprise in industry, commerce, mining, the oil business, finance, and agriculture. Implied only once was a demand for an agrarian reform, to satisfy the need the Mexican people experience for lands for the formation of small property, but explicit was the assurance that we do not encourage in any way senseless radicalisms, tending to suppress in agricultural matters the all-powerful spring of private initiative. The only restrictions Zapata here declared legitimate were on monopolies which threatened to destroy the free play of social forces. 7. To Villa and Pérez he shortly dispatched letters informing them of his decision and urging them to recognize Vázquez Gómez too. The doctor was an old revolutionary, cultured and upright, he reminded them, with deep-rooted and firm convictions and amply acquainted in diplomatic circles. On February 10 he signed a manifesto Magana had composed, to the Mexican people and revolutionaries. To carry to a happy end and leave totally consummated the unifying labor whose bases were presented in the manifestos of March 15 and April 25 of last year, the manifesto announced formally the nomination of Vázquez Gómez as the Zapatista candidate for the supreme chieftainship of the revolution. Like the current eulogies of presidential candidates for 1920, it ran on and on in praise of El Doctor, who for a Mexican audience became more reformist and emerged, in a word, a link of union for Mexicans. An extra bulletin from headquarters soon followed to the same effect. Point 8. Pablo González meanwhile strived to make his rule in Morelos effective. The lessons of his earlier debacle having sunk in, he maneuvered more cautiously than before. Already a dark horse candidate for the presidency in 1920, he could not afford another fiasco now. Thus, though in steady control of every important town but Tlaltizapan, he steered clear of areas where De Lao's terrorism might put him to shame. Coatla he used as his base. The railroad between there and Mexico City was safer than the Cuernavaca line, and the surrounding farmland was easier to patrol. There González kept his army headquarters and set up the state capital. There he installed a new governor, an aide from his staff, Colonel José G. Aguilar. There he employed prisoners of war in rebuilding the town at 55 centavos a day, plus food. And from there he returned to the capital in late February to declare to the press that most of the state's haciendas are already in action and give jobs to many people. He had provided well for his generals. In tracts of some consideration, he boasted, work goes on at the plantations of Santa Ynez, Cuahuistla, San Carlos, Atlahuayan, Calderón, Tenochtipango, Zacatepec, Treinta, San Jose Vista Hermosa, El Puente, Hospital, and several others. Very good harvests are expected from them all. So far he had not reinstituted an agrarian commission in the state, nor indicated officially or unofficially whether he planned to. In 1919, as in 1911, the farmers who prepared the fields to receive the summer's rain were in law mostly sharecroppers and day laborers. But to Gonzales their individual fates were only trivia in the oddly familiar progress he nobly predicted, an era of prosperity for the state. As his friends on Excelsior headlined, in a style reminiscent of Cientifico editors, Morelos returns to the life of Order 9. Even in Gonzales's absence national control prevailed. Around Cuernavaca General Gustavo Elizondo arranged an informal truce with De La O elsewhere Zapatista chiefs lay low. The only skirmishes worthy of record were those in which nationals momentarily pinned down a Zapatista party on the move. Zapatista troop surrenders went on in driblets. And in peace the local economic recovery continued. Along the newly opened railroads and wagon roads trade resumed with the Federal District and Puebla. Market towns bustled again. Booming at the fastest clip was Coatla, which quickly regained some 4,000 inhabitants, not quite two-thirds its population in 1910 but plenty in the present circumstances. There in early March, marking the town's renaissance, the national commander promoted the big second Friday of Lent fair where 8 years before Zapata, Pablo Torres Burgos, and Rafael Merino had laid their final plans for joining the Maderista Revolution. 1. But politically the occupation had stalled again. 3 months had passed, and despite vigorous efforts the Nationals had not managed the surrender or capture of a single major Zapatista. Even more frustrating was that some chiefs actually lived at times in the towns, and now and then appeared in public. Do you want to enter your horse in the races at the Coatla Fair? Mejillaro to Mendoza in Jonacatepec. There'll also be cockfights, and we need good cocks. Could you get us any? 2 And still at Tocamilco, moving when threatened to the nearby hamlet of Tocamizalco, remained the central Zapatista headquarters. To Gonzales's deepest chagrin Zapata himself stayed notoriously at large. In late February an energetic national force had driven him out of his base southeast of Hajutla and chased him toward Jonacatepec, and then along the state line toward Tocamilco. But he maintained authority over his chiefs, directing their movements in the area and keeping them respectful of the villagers they depended on. When asking for food, he instructed them in early March, "You will do so with good words, and whatever you want, ask for it in a good manner, and always showing your gratitude. The better we behave," he concluded, "the sooner will we triumph and have all the pueblos on our side." The popular protection he had earned was apparently inviolable. No one would turn him in, despite gossip of gigantic rewards. Instead, from every town his spies informed him about national operations. The bartenders and whores in Coatla served him especially well because of their contacts with the personnel of the national headquarters there. 3. From mountain retreats Zapata and Magana continued their subversive diplomacy. Magana had an agent warn Peles not to listen to the apostate Palafox, who had gone to his headquarters near Tampico. In reply he received an offer from Peles of 50,000 pesos and ammunition. On March 10 he commissioned his brother Octavio to go to Mexico City, to hold conferences with the elements who work for the candidacy of General Alvaro Obregón for president. And on March 17 Zapata signed a defiant open letter to citizen Carranza. In phrases probably Soto y Gama's, Zapata addressed himself for the first and last time not to the President of the Republic, whom I do not recognize, nor to the politician, whom I distrust, but to the Mexican, the man of feeling and reason, who I believe must be moved sometime by the anguish of mothers, the suffering of orphans, the worries and anxieties of the fatherland. Simple in language, specific in reference, contemptuous yet sober in tone, aggressive yet responsible in advocation, the letter was an impressive indictment of the Carrancista regime. After a late, passing notice that Vázquez Gómez could arrange peace and revolutionary union, it ended in a plea to Carranza as a patriot and a man to resign for the sake of the country. In the next few days Magana had copies sent to Allied outlaws and distributed in the capital and other big cities. 4. Zapata's perseverance increasingly chafed the Carancistas. Already the presidential campaigns for 1920 were on, although Carranza had tried to squelch them as premature, and continued resistance to the president's authority impaired his political reputation and hampered his efforts to control the succession. With Pérez and Diaz and their cohorts still in arms against him, with Villa still on the loose in Chihuahua, with Angeles now back in the country to help Villa, with another violent dispute over a governorship exploding in Tabasco, Carranza took particular offense at Zapata. The others he could plausibly dismiss as reactionaries or mere rivals for power, dangerous but not essentially relevant to the new order and progress in Mexico. But symbolically in Zapata, a popular outlaw who famously stood for the rights of country folk, he faced an undeniable moral challenge in the coming elections. Abroad too the Zapatista survival embarrassed the government. Confused with the survival of the other rebels, it seemed proof either that Carranza was not popular or that he was not strong enough to merit foreign recognition. That in fact he was neither was a notion already current in the United States, thanks largely to William Gates. In January Gates had published in the influential North American Review an article on his recent tour. The lowdown, as Gates gave it, was that Carranza was not a legitimate president, that we find at his side the German minister and the I.W.W., that national forces in the country were as Germans in Belgium, or Bolsheviki in Russia, that in contrast the only happy people he had seen were in zones that Zapata, Felix Diaz, and other rebels controlled, and that these chiefs formed a unified political revolution to restore constitutional government, wipe out the socialistic legislation, and come back to a position of respect internationally. To the Zapatistas Gates paid special tribute. The Mexican Revolution will never end until the mountain peasants of Morelos come into their own, he declared. You might as well fight the Swiss. Though far-fetched in its images and misleading in its account, the article was vividly detailed, freshly informed, and persuasively argued, and it attracted the attention Gates wanted. In February he began a 5-part series in the monthly World's Work. There, under the suggestive title The Four Governments of Mexico, he elaborated his argument that Carranza was both tyrannical and weak and that his opponents represented the true yearnings of the Mexican people. In late February the editors of the Literary Digest summarized Gates's initial article, noting that only Zapata had the honest intention of returning land to the Indians. And in delight or alarm Mexican editors gleaned the story from there and publicized it in their own papers. They also gave headlines to the news Palafox sent them that the Zapatistas had nominated Vázquez Gómez as supreme chief. For Carranza, Zapata had become a heavy liability. By mid-March the president was in a mood to approve the editorial his journalist friends quoted from the New York Times, order, the resumption of sugar planting, the sugar industry and agricultural work generally, the revival of communications, education, and peaceful life depend in Morelos upon the utter downfall, the permanent absence, or the extinction of Zapata. He is beyond amnesty. 5. So the Zapatistas had reason for a measured optimism. With Gates's advertisement, they remained even in defeat a significant faction in revolutionary politics. And if they held together and held out, according to their old strategy, they might soon witness Carranza's collapse and then after nearly a decade of struggle bring their local revolution into a triumph the new national leaders would recognize. In a spasm of last-minute precaution Magana and the other secretaries and aides in Tocamilco wanted to suspend military operations, to avoid capture or death on the eve of success. They would go on dealing in words, as in the letter they wrote for Zapata to send to Gates thanking him for the justice done to the revolution of the South and asking him to communicate with Vázquez Gómez for more publicity. 6 But they considered dealing in bullets too risky now. They urged Zapata simply to hide and wait until the crisis broke. Zapata had other ideas. Having led his men in the field from the beginning, he could not understand why he should retire toward the end. The proposal went against his grain personally, and politically it involved its own risks. Would not his disappearance provoke divisions among the other chiefs just when solidarity counted most? How could he keep the respect of Mendoza or Ayacuica or Saavedra, much less that of Delao, if they did not know for sure that he was still alive, if they could not see him or hear of him in combat? Besides, as he learned from his spies in Cuautla, an opportunity had recently come open for a sensational military coup in Morelos. The reports were of bitter discord between Pablo Gonzalez and the best cavalry officer in the south, Colonel Jesus Guajardo, commander of the 50th Regiment. In mid-March Gonzalez had ordered Guajardo to operate against the Zapatistas in the mountains around Huautla. Hours later he had caught the handsome young officer carousing in a local cantina. Guajardo tried to duck out the back door, but Gonzalez had him tracked and arrested. Although Guajardo was devoutly loyal to Gonzalez, although as a native Coahuilan he relished crushing the Zapatista trash, although he was locally famous for his avowed longing to test himself man-to-man with Zapata, Gonzalez had him jailed. The incident became a scandal. And at the news on March 21 Zapata had written a note for a courier to smuggle to Guajardo, inviting him to join our troops, among which you will be received with due considerations. 7 Guajardo was back in the field now, punished, the spies said, but harboring a hot grudge against his general. The stakes in negotiating further with him were irresistible. If he and his regiment defected, the Zapatistas might again seize control in Morelos's main towns just when, as in 1911, the national crisis opened. The arguments in Tocamilco for caution did not move Zapata. He would not treat with Guajardo at a distance or from a hiding place. Others at the headquarters could do as they pleased, but in late March he bid goodbye to the diplomats and secretaries there and in high hopes came back home into action in Morelos. I remember him as if it had been yesterday, a young aide wrote nearly a decade later. He was going with greater energy into the struggle, with new enthusiasm, like someone who knows he is going to finish a good job. In early April Zapata was killed. It happened in an ambush, plans for which were in train even as he returned to the state. The note he had sent to Guajardo had not reached him, but wound up instead on Gonzalez's desk, and suggested to Gonzalez a counter-plan. He would have Guajardo play along with Zapata until he could catch him dead or alive. If the latter, Gonzalez would arrange a court-martial and public execution. Gonzalez knew that by now Zapata presented a challenge to the government that death would not liquidate, however cleverly it came. But to let him roam brazenly around the countryside was to invite a worse challenge. The notices about Zapata in the American press, the news of the Zapatista commitment to Vázquez Gómez, the taunts in Zapata's open letter, this had incensed the president, and in recent conferences with him Gonzalez had gathered how deeply Carranza would appreciate the elimination of his southern foe. Trapping and killing Zapata might discredit a regime already out of popular favor, but Carranza could also claim that the stroke proved his power and the futility of opposition. In Cuautla in late March, with Zapata's letter to Guajardo, Gonzalez set his scheme going. First he double-checked with Carranza. Then, officially authorized, he ordered Guajardo released and remanded to the Cuautla headquarters. There, in a humiliating scene in the officers' dining room, he primed him for his instructions. After having him wait outside all through supper one evening, he ordered him in as he took coffee, asked the other officers and guests to leave, and then calmly accused his young colleague of being not only a drunken lout but also a traitor. Zapata's letter he produced as proof. Guajardo, Gonzalez merrily recalled 20-odd years later, was stunned. He must have seen his whole career, not to say his life, about to end unjustly. He had taken a fine pride in his military talents, being jailed had genuinely hurt him, and the disgrace and doom he now groaned in was raw grief. Gonzalez finally drove him to tears before he took pity and explained the plan to him. Helpless, Guajardo agreed and answered Zapata's letter. If Zapata promised him guarantees, he would bring over his men and supplies when the time was right. 9. Now the feeling out began. On April 1 Zapata wrote again, agreeably surprised at Guajardo's ready compliance. The esteem he voiced for Guajardo's convictions and firm ideas was more than ritual flattery. There was a dashing, tough dandy streak in the national officer that Zapata took a liking to. Tentatively he asked Guajardo to stage his mutiny the following Friday, April 4. For his first action he wanted him to arrest and hold for a revolutionary court-martial the only amnestied Zapatistas who had helped the Nationals suppress their former comrades, Victoriano Barcenas and his band, then in Jonacatepe. Guajardo replied immediately, promising deeds to match his reputation but giving a reasonable excuse for waiting a few days. A shipment of 20,000 rounds of ammunition was due in Cuautla between April 6 and 10, he said, and he needed it before revolting. But escorting the shipment, as he did not say, would be Gonzales, then in conference with Carranza in the capital. Most probably Guajardo feared to act without his chief around point 1. Zapata graciously but insistently wrote back not to wait so long. He sent an aide, Feliciano Palacios, to Guajardo's base camp at Chinameca to report on the deal's progress. Palacios detected nothing suspicious, and assured Zapata that Guajardo was very spirited and determined. Over 500 men were at his orders, the aide disclosed, and properly munitioned and supported. They ought to take Jonacatepe easily. Point 2. Zapata remained impatient, but accepted Guajardo's postponements. By Monday, April 7, all was ready. The ammunition had arrived. Gonzales was back. And Zapata had received promises of other national defections and specified his battle orders against Jonacatepe, Tlaltizapan, and Jujutla. To divert attention from Morelos, Zapatistas attacked Cholula, Puebla, that day. That night in Cuautla Guajardo made his last preparations and the next morning finally declared himself in rebellion against the government. As he left Cuautla, a captive Zapatista free on bond there, Eusebio Lloraqui, sent Zapata another recommendation in his favor. Point 3. Guajardo marched directly to Jonacatepe, as Zapata had ordered. Their other national officers joined his bogus mutiny, and together on the morning of April 9 they occupied the town in Zapata's name. Keeping his agreement with Zapata, Guajardo arrested Barcenas and his turncoats. But then he had them shot. Point 4. Zapata had come with his escort to Pasteur Station, a little train stop on the interoceanic line south of Jonacatepe, to await Guajardo. His spies had picked up rumors of a trick, but Zapata restrained his suspicions. At the news from Jonacatepe he instructed Guajardo to come on. Their escorts were to be 30 men apiece. About 4:30 that afternoon the two met at Pasteur. Zapata with 30 men, Guajardo with a column of 600 and a machine gun. Zapata was nevertheless cordial, giving Guajardo an abrazo, congratulating him, and accepting the present of his prize horse, a sorrel known as the Golden Ace. Together they went on south a couple miles to Tepalcingo. Privately Zapata still had misgivings, and he tried several times through the evening to get Guajardo to join him at his quarters for supper with other Morelos chiefs to press him and test him. The invitations were in vain. Guajardo begged off with a stomachache, and finally asked to return that night to Chinameca, to make sure, he said, that Gonzales did not capture his stores of ammunition there. Zapata agreed. They would meet at Chinameca early the next morning and discuss their next move. Guajardo left, and Zapata spent the night at a camp in the hills on the way there. Reinforcements now accompanied him, 150 men in all, too many for Guajardo to try to capture him from Point 5. Shortly after dawn on April 10 Zapata and his escort were up and riding. This was Zapata's home ground. Chinameca Hacienda lay along the Cuautla River barely 35 miles below Villa de Ayala. It was one of the first places he had seized after joining Madero in 1911. And as he recalled later in the day he had almost been trapped and killed there in that summer's crisis. Many times he had ridden these same country trails as a young man, headed for markets or stock auctions, then for the last 8 years as a rebel, revolutionary, and outlaw, hiding and hunting. He knew every path, creek, and fence. The countryside was cool and fresh in the early April morning. The rains and planting had already begun. In August he would be 40. Of his children he knew only the eldest, Nicholas, now 13, and he had hardly reared him. There was no omen about the day, a plain Thursday. Dealing with Guajardo heightened the tension, but the basic strain of trust, fear, and hope was old and familiar. At about 8:30 in the morning he and his men came down out of the hills to Chinameca. Outside the hacienda and backed against its front walls stood various shops, and in one Zapata and Guajardo conferred. Inside the walls Zapata's escort rested. But the talk of ammunition and attacks was soon interrupted by reports that nationals were in the area. Zapata quickly directed Guajardo to guard the hacienda, and then organized patrols from his own men and sent them out on reconnaissance. He himself led one patrol. Although there was no sign of the enemy, Zapata posted sentries and returned to the hacienda environs. It was 1:30 in the afternoon. Only Guajardo's troops were inside the walls now, except for the aide Palacios, who was in conference with Guajardo about collecting 12,000 rounds from his cache of ammunition. Zapata waited. Invited in to join Guajardo for dinner and close the deal, Zapata chose to keep waiting. But as Guajardo's officers went on repeating the invitation, tacos and beer sounded better. The day had started early, and there had been a lot of rough riding. By 2 o'clock Zapata was growing impatient. Finally at 2:10 he accepted. Mounting the sorrel Guajardo had given him the day before, he ordered 10 men to come with him inside the hacienda gate. 10 of us followed him just as he ordered, a young aide at the scene reported to Magana that evening. The rest of the people stayed under the trees, confidently resting in the shade with their carbines stacked. Having formed ranks, guard looked ready to do him the honors. 3 times the bugle sounded the honor call, and as the last note died away, as the general-in-chief reached the threshold of the door, at point blank, without giving him time even to draw his pistols, the soldiers who were presenting arms fired 2 volleys, and our unforgettable General Zapata fell never to rise again. The surprise was terrible, continued the aide in his report. The soldiers of the traitor Guajardo, stationed, everywhere, nearly 1,000 men, were firing on us. Soon resistance was useless. On one side we were a fistful of men thrown into consternation by the loss of the chief, and on the other side 1,000 of the enemy, were taking advantage of our natural confusion to attack us furiously. This was how the tragedy was. Killed also in the trap were Palacios when the volleys cracked at the gate, his hosts inside shot him and 2 others who rode in Zapata's last escort. The survivors fled for their lives down to Sauces, a camp a few miles south. 6. They had had no chance to retrieve Zapata's body. Hardly had it hit the ground when Guajardo's troops, on orders, ran out and pulled it inside the hacienda. 2 hours later Guajardo had the body loaded on a mule and was nervously leading his column back toward Cuautla. About 7:30, as the evening of the murder began to darken the hills around, the column passed through Villa de Ayala, and someone telephoned the news ahead. At headquarters Gonzales found it almost too good to be true. Who could tell if Zapata had not reversed the trick, and was not now bringing in Guajardo's body, about to spring an attack on his would-be assassins? What if Guajardo had actually defected? Gonzales prepared his troops. But shortly after 9 o'clock Guajardo's column arrived in Cuautla without incident. Out of the night from the south it filed into town, clopping and jingling past the cemetery and the Señor del Pueblo church, the front ranks pulling to a halt on Galeana Street before a store facing the main plaza. Gonzales and his officers came out to see, and Guajardo had the body dumped onto the pavements. Gonzales aimed a flashlight at the face. It really was Zapata. Immediately Gonzales returned to his office and with the highest satisfaction wired Carranza that Guajardo had carried out el movimiento preparado. And he recommended that Guajardo be promoted to brigadier general for his service. Amid noisy, shoving crowds, meanwhile, Zapata's body was carried to the local police station. There it was identified conclusively. Eusebio Yoregi was a witness and photographs were taken as proof. 7. The next day giant red headlines broadcast the news in Mexico City. Minding their connections, Carrancista editors rejoiced at the finish of the famous Atala. For Gonzales, this prestigious military man to whom the triumph frankly corresponds, they advocated enthusiastic congratulations. Hopefully they saw the Republic purged of a harmful element. Deliberately they repeated the official argument that the death of the bloodthirsty ringleader was the death of Zapatismo and an important advance toward the effective pacification of an important region of the country. Journalists speaking for Obregon ran stories more spare and restrained, however. And in comments on the legend and the man, the editors of El Democrata were notably subdued in their congratulations to Guajardo, Gonzales, and the president. They referred only to a stratagem ably plotted and bravely carried out. Toward Zapata himself they were notably charitable. Although they denied him great excellencies of genius and character, they did not condemn him as a bandit or bad man. They granted that he had taken in the consciousness of the natives the proportions of a myth. The pueblos had followed him, they explained, because he had given them a formula of vindication against old offenses, which already existed latently, and his cry of insurrection did no more than condense in tempestuous storm clouds. To destroy the myth of Zapata, they concluded, would require reforms to destroy the injustices that had generated him. 8. In private the affair irked many established revolutionaries. Army officers especially resented the promotions coming to Guajardo and his partners in the plot. Some even complained to the president, and leaked their gripes to the press. 9 Other more generous revolutionaries plunged into the gloom of divided loyalties. A young aide in the government's General Supply Office, Jesus Romero Flores, later remembered the morning he read the reports. He and his superior, General Francisco Mujica, considered themselves on the extreme left. As delegates to the 1916-17 Constitutional Convention, both had advocated radical articles on land, labor, and education. In swinging the votes to drive the reforms into the charter, Mujica had been the key figure in the key committee. Although in the early days in 1911 Mujica had once volunteered to fight Zapata, he had come through the years to admire his long and constant struggle. Besides, he could not deny his childhood friendship with the Magana brothers, whose father had helped him through the Zamora Seminary and later as an oppositionist newspaperman. Romero Flores also sympathized with the Southern Agroristas, and he too, another Michoacano, knew the Maganas. On learning of the assassination, he thought the times were black. He and Mujica spent that Friday morning at their office deeply moved, almost without speaking. This new death reminded him of the past winter's terrible flu epidemic, when a feeling of sadness and fear seemed to envelop everything. When he read the government's boast of treachery, his depression burst into indignation against the mob of wheeler dealers in power. 1. In Cuautla, Gonzales spent Friday and Saturday arranging local publicity for the corpse. He even had movie cameras record the burial at the Cuautla cemetery Saturday evening. The spectacle, he reasoned, would dispel all doubts about whether it had been Zapata who had died, which would sap the surviving Zapatistas' resistance and discourage villagers from protecting them. Thousands, including Zapata's 2 sisters, came in from the surrounding pueblos to view the body. As these humble people filed up to the coffin and then for an instant paused and looked into it, they would, wrote an Excelsior reporter, tremble from head to toe. What shivered them was probably not, as the eager reporter believed, fear of the ringleader, but the horrifying surprise of their own guilt. Years before they had located a man whom they asked to stand up for them, and he had stood up for them, and now they saw him dead. Beyond Cuautla the word spread around the state, and with it the shock of the loss. It hurt me as much, a Tepoztecan remembered later, as if my own father had died too. On April 16 Gonzales published a manifesto to stop the mourning. Zapata having disappeared, Zapatismo has died, he insisted. Zapata was simply a gangster, he proclaimed in answer to the recent Obregonista editorial, and those who now tried to glorify him as a martyr were unscrupulous politicians. Their inference that the death of the man does not matter because ideas remain immortal, this Gonzales pronounced an enormous profanation. And to prove that no precise and high idea can subsist with memory, he went on to ridicule the Plan de Ayala. It was hardly more than a cry which Emiliano's followers were taught to repeat mechanically, to disguise with something their ignorance and naivete, a gibberish of empty phrases and curses against scientificos and political bosses which only reveals the vanity of thought of its authors. At the end was a menacing invitation to pueblos that had been Zapatista to return to a peaceful life and no longer support the bandits. The motto which from today forth will guide the acts of the government, without any vacillation whatever, Gonzales concluded, is for men of order and work, protection and guarantees, for troublemakers and rebels, inflexible and exemplary punishment. 3. To Gonzales's dismay, the shock of the assassination did not break the local spirit. As one anonymous vandal carved into a post in Cuernavaca's Borda Gardens the day after the murder, "Rebels of the South, it is better to die on your feet than to live on your knees." For nor did the spectacular burial and the threats finally depress people. Like Romero Flores, the country folk of Morelos found themselves outraged. Many would not believe Zapata was dead. Odd stories began to circulate. One went that Zapata was too smart for the trap, and had dispatched a subordinate who resembled him to the fatal meeting. Anyway, it went on, the corpse on display was not Zapata's. Zapata had a mole on his right cheek, or a birthmark on his chest, or the end of the little finger on his roping hand missing, or something, anything, that Gonzales's exhibit did not have. In a few days the chief would reappear as always. Then stranger reports were passed on. The horse he rode the day he died, the sorrel Guajardo had given him, it had been seen galloping riderless through the hills. People who saw it said it was white now, white as a star. And someone thought he had even glimpsed Zapata himself on it, alone, heading hard into the Guerrero Mountains to the south. The belief that he had not died was a consolation, both for shame at not fighting any more and for anguish at having charged him with an impossible responsibility, having trusted him to death. But it was not a healing consolation. Among the rural families now laboring to hold on in the new order, the ache of sorrow persisted. After all, a doubtful, painful belief in the incredible was a way of staying loyal to the chief even after he had gone. Still, might making right, Gonzales's plan seemed to have worked well enough. His official control of Morelos remained steady. In the main towns the returning merchants and shop owners were too happy about peace to complain out loud, and the poor people there and in the villages around were under too close a guard to protest publicly, much less to riot. The general assumption was that the Zapatista organization would now go to pieces. As if to seal the episode, Carranza agreed to promote the officers and troops who had trapped Zapata. Guajardo not only ascended to brigadier general but also collected a 50,000 peso reward, part of which he honorably distributed among the men who had done the killing. Orders went out to federal authorities in Puebla to arrest Colonel Reyes, the mediator privy to many secrets, and now disposable. 5. The Zapatistas inherit Morelos. Its family business. The Great Revolution Madero started in 1910 took a full decade to end. At first a moderate movement, it might have subsided early in parliamentary wheeling and ministerial dealing. But the cientificos feared the issue of compromise and let Huerta force the movement out of regular politics. In protest and rebellion the revolutionaries became legion, and militant. And in victory in 1914 only they stood in command, at odds only among themselves. But so tremendous were the popular energies aroused in the struggle that even the radical Constitution of 1917 provided no more than a tentative settlement. True, by then the revolution was over in substance. Except for Carranza the leading public figures were men unheard of or inconsequential 7 years before. The army was new, as was almost all the bureaucracy. So were the schools, newspapers, and pride in the fatherland. Agriculture, the country's base, was in new hands. But having led the movement this far, Carranza could not establish it as a regime. No bewhiskered landlord, no ex-Porfirian senator, no president who seemed at 60 as 80ish as Diaz, could bring the revolution into focus and fasten its spirit in an engaging cause. Throughout Carranza's administration the characteristic mood among the new national leaders was impatience verging on despair, disgust, and cynicism. Even those who kept the official peace did so grudgingly. Not until a popular hero became president, not until ordinary men could trace the pattern of their own lives grandly magnified in the life of the chief, could the new leaders revive the people's hope in the revolution and re-enlist their commitment to it. If he did not emerge, the whole revolutionary enterprise might well fail. It was time for him in 1920. In a quick revolt in the spring of that year, Mexico's new leaders consolidated their holdings and overthrew Carranza. And there the popular hero was, tough, cunning, fleshier than in his days at war but still as alert as ever, dapper now in a three-piece suit and watch chain, his retreating forelock slicked down smooth, a right arm missing, and a habitual look on his face of pain and tension, yet always cracking jokes. Alvaro Obregón. Like the crisis of 1910, the 1920 crisis was about succession and therefore involved only the highest politicians. The street singers described it nicely. The people are very calm. As they watch this fuss and mess, they say very calmly, "It's family business one." But unlike the earlier crisis, it did not trigger a national collapse. And although the shift of control was slight, it was nevertheless momentous. When Obregón achieved the presidency, the Mexican Revolution resumed its true direction. In Obregón's drive, revolutionaries in Morelos played parts decisively important for the state. On the choices they made as officials or fugitives to resist, ignore, tolerate, or join him depended the choice he would make of whom to favor and whom to thwart thereafterward. And on this choice depended the kind of party that would then work as the local wing of the national revolutionary movement. Through 1919 and into early 1920, no authority in Morelos was Obregonista, within or outside the law. But as they all maneuvered for positions in the 1920 showdown, they prepared unawares for a crucial rendezvous. The orders prevailing in Morelos through 1919 remained constitutionalist, coming ultimately from Carranza or González. Although on June 20 González moved his headquarters from Cuautla to Puebla City, the commanders he left in the state were his firmest partisans, generals like Francisco Cosío Robelo, Estanislao Mendoza, Fortunato Ziuazua, and Salvador González, northerners mostly, and devout Pablistas. In a new wrinkle of constitutionalist reform, their direct political agents were no longer northern staff officers but natives of Morelos, natives not seen there since 1913 but at least natives originally. These were the old Lavistas, returning from oblivion to perform in office again. On June 17 in Cuautla, Benito Tajonar had moved provisionally back into the governor's chair he had lost 6 years before. And moving into humbler posts around the state were his moldier counterparts, some recently returned from Mexico City, Puebla, or Guerrero, and others resurrected from a once healthy but now unnecessary local seclusion. Point 2 But their native roots were no base of independence. To the federal government, Morelos was legally still in the suspended status it had been in since 1913. The present civil officials all served on appointments, even elective authorities like the municipal presidents, which Carranza himself named in the old district seats and which Tajonar named in the other towns and villages. Supervising their bureaucratic operations was González's aide, the former governor and new lieutenant governor, Colonel Aguilar. No plans were announced for the election of a legislature or a regular governor. The revolution that ensued was thus no local growth but a transplant, another happy collaboration of patrons and protégés. A week after his inauguration, Tajonar proclaimed his intentions in a manifesto to the inhabitants of Morelos. His mission, he said, was to try for the resurgence of this our state to the prosperous life, to the greatness it always had, its reconstruction in general. The attempt would be difficult, he admitted, because bad sons of the state had led it astray, duping its good faith, fooling its longing for liberty, and exploiting that faith of true believers, but by the constitutionalist ideal he promised harmonization and reorganization. His particular interest, he emphasized, was social improvement. And to manage it he offered not a program but 4 measures. In fiscal affairs he proposed a policy of conciliation tending to the perfect harmonization between capital and tax. In juridical matters he proposed to end every prejudice, and every personal influence and to fulfill to satisfaction this desire of the people, who have been hungry for justice. In politics he took his inspiration from the proceedings initiated by General Pablo González, will tend to prepare properly the town councils in the state to enter into the exercise of their autonomous liberty. But all my attention he proposed to dedicate to public schools, the enlightenment of the people being my principal desire. He declared, I will spare no effort or sacrifice whatever to fight illiteracy, the origin of our material and collective backwardness and the single cause of the formation of tyrannical and despotic governments. And he vowed to prevent astute clericalism from infiltrating into the schools, though by this, he assured his subjects, he meant no red radical liberalism. Finally he made a formal call to all Morelenses without any distinction to help him raise this our unfortunate state, like the phoenix bird, from its ashes to be again what it always has been, great, strong, and respected. To irredentist Morelenses. To those who perdure in the unhealthy labor of irreducibles, he made a special call to stop their rebel attitude and cooperate in the reconstructive work. The reason González had appointed him came out in his concluding cry for allegiance as a son of the state, a brother of yours. Garbled, obscure, repetitive, and contradictory, Tagenar's manifesto proved a reliable guide to his administration. He took his first action 3 days after he took office. To restore the state treasury, the touchstone and fundamental base of his government, he decreed a general fiscal law which was, only slightly amended, the general fiscal law that Iskandan's legislature had passed in May 1910. This, he declared, fulfills to satisfaction the end which is pursued. 3. But meanwhile, in contempt of Tagenar, González, and Carranza, the Zapatista chiefs remained in the field. Steeped in the experience of Zapata's chieftainship, in the memory of his down-to-earth constancy through the years, they had borne the shock of his death and commenced a remarkable effort to carry on as before. 5 days after the assassination another manifesto had issued from a Zapatista camp in Morelos to the Mexican people. It was a profession of a triple task, to consummate the work of the reformer, to avenge the blood of the martyr, to follow the example of the hero. Recalling how the struggle for independence had gone on after the deaths of Father Hidalgo and General Morelos, it was also a declaration that the oppressed multitudes of the Republic had already accepted the saving principle of the division of lands and that when they triumphed, which was only a question of time, they would transform all Mexicans, from slaves into rebels and from pariahs deformed by worldly servitudes into free men, worthy of the respect of history. And in the concluding dedication it was a renewal before the Mexican nation our oaths of fidelity to the cause. The last words came almost in chokes, in which 9 years of fatigue, grief, frustration, and despair gushed out in defiance. In a rancid warning that we will fight to the end against Carranza's outrageous dictatorship, immoral and corrupt, more shameless than that of Porfirio Diaz, more lying and Machiavellian than that of Francisco de la Vera, more imbecilic and hypocritical than that of Huerta, the assassin. Signing in an impressive display of solidarity were 34 major and minor chiefs and secretaries: Magana first, then Mendoza, Jesus Capistran, Pedro Saavedra, Ayacuica, Delao, and other veterans. 4. The Zapatistas' defiance was more than verbal. Because of the popular disgust and guilt over Zapata's death, they went on receiving protection, supplies, and information from country folk. And in the weeks after the assassination, with local clandestine help, they even mounted terrorist reprisals against civil and military authorities. Army officers especially felt tracked and hunted like animals in these mysterious aggressions. In Jajutla one night Zapatista terrorists shot and almost killed the municipal president, who prudently retired to Mexico City for treatment. 5. Far from ceasing resistance, the Zapatista chiefs were most interested in who would lead it. During the summer they went through a succession crisis of their own. For them the stakes were immense: the mantle of Zapata himself, the right to determine Zapatista strategy in the coming uproar over the presidency, the command of southern defense in an American intervention, the rewards of final victory. And out of responsibility and ambition the chiefs rubbed each other's feelings raw. But they never broke up, much less fell to fighting among themselves. From start to finish their crisis remained family business to how to bring the brood home right. The main contenders for the leadership were Magana and Mendoza, representing deeply different strategies. At 48, Mendoza was the oldest of the surviving Zapatista generals. A true warrior, he had served actively at the head of his forces since April 1911. The hardest southern campaigns had been his heydays. Peace, for other chiefs a time to return to civil concerns, was for him a time to expand and strengthen his battalions. Although he had acquired aides and secretaries for his correspondence, and although they gave him political advice, he had no serious political contact with other revolutionary or reactionary camps. What he cared about now as before was combat, and what he always stood ready for was a battle or a getaway. For Mendoza to take charge of the movement was ultimately to preserve its integrity and its isolation. His secretaries might manage negotiations and maybe even a deal, but they could not guarantee that he would long honor it or use it to good advantage, and the movement would continue out of whack. That Zapatista authority should devolve upon the now 28-year-old Magana, however, would be a change of powerful consequence. For not only would the diplomatic dealings he and Zapata had started certainly continue, but as a politician of rare talent and many intimate connections in Mexico's new ruling class, he was also much more likely than Zapata or any other Zapatista chief to sense the balance of the deals he made, to keep them in effect, and to get maximum benefits from them for his constituents. Of all the Zapatistas, Magana was the man to bind the native revolution in Morelos into a new national regime. The contest began in confusion immediately on Zapata's death. That very evening, when the aide who had seen the assassination sent his official report to Magana in Tacamilco, he had implicitly recognized Magana's claim. The next day, however, the aide sent an official report to Mendoza as well. Observing that the troops of the state of Morelos remain, without a chief, he explicitly recommended that Mendoza take provisional command of them at once and call a junta for the election of a new chief. Given that you are the senior general and of merits well recognized, he wrote to Mendoza, I expect that all the compañeros will accept this ruling. 6. Another complication was a note from Mejia to Mendoza to assemble the Morelos chiefs in Tacamizalco so that reunited we might agree on something. Magana moved quickly to secure his claim. On April 14, in a meeting at Tacamilco, he and Ayacuica and their underlings agreed that as soon as possible a general junta should take place for a definitive accord on a new commander-in-chief, and that until then local chiefs should operate in their usual zones and the Tacamilco headquarters would go on functioning, as when Zapata was alive. The next day Magana dispatched circulars to the various chiefs asking them to join him as quickly as you can, or to send a duly authorized subordinate. On April 17 Mejia wrote again to Mendoza, stressing the highest urgency of the junta and begging him and his chiefs to come to Tacamizalco at the latest on the 21st. Mendoza would not acquiesce. Although he indicated he would attend the junta, he kept postponing the trip. Entrenched in his camp at San Miguel Islilco, a tiny hamlet on the Morelos-Puebla border south of Tepalcingo, he did not even send apologies. At first he may have dallied from fear of going into the zone of Ayacuica, his oldest and most jealous rival, or from trouble in assembling the Morelos chiefs, or from simple boredom with the formalities of succession. 8 But the delay worked conveniently in his favor to dissipate Magana's institutional authority. And by early May it was clearly a deliberate balk, practically a mutiny. On May 5 Magana saw fit to remind Mendoza that until the election of a new chief the Tacamilco headquarters remained the superior office of the liberating army, as before Zapata's death. And on May 7 he issued another circular publicizing that Vázquez Gómez had just accepted the appointment as Chief Supremo of the Revolutionary Union, asking for new pledges of allegiance to him, and repeating the request for nominations of candidates for Zapatista Commander-in-Chief. 9 But Mendoza went on independently. Chiefs close to him corresponded directly with Vázquez Gómez, notifying him of Zapata's death and asking him for orders on succession. 1 Mendoza himself would not answer the May 7 circular, which would have implied recognizing Magana at least as a mediating agent with Vázquez Gómez. Nor would he nominate a candidate for the chieftainship or name a delegate to the general junta. And joining him now was Mejia, who 3 weeks before had urged him to stay in line. Among other Morelos chiefs, Magana still had strong support. On May 17, Jesus Capistran replied to the circular, recognizing Vázquez Gómez and nominating Magana for commander-in-chief. 5 other chiefs close to Capistran shortly did the same. And on May 23 Magana deftly promoted his own candidacy in yet another circular, insisting that now more than ever we must stay united and that Zapata had always regarded internal disputes as treason to the cause. If the Zapatistas could not hold together, he hinted darkly, they would drift into camps where agrarianism counted for little. The appeal again was for a speedy junta. Point 2. But as Magana moved toward taking control, he galvanized the opposition. Mejia was blatantly against him now. Never steady or reticent, dubbed El Mulatto for his passion, Mejia had become even more erratic since his uncle's death. Through mid-May he excited hesitant chiefs to dissent and dissident chiefs to protest. And on May 25 from his camp in Axaquiapan they sent a formal declaration to Magana that in our humble opinion this call is premature and impracticable. Their reason was feeble. Too many fugitive chiefs were busy in military operations for a majority to attend Magana's junta, and a vote from less than a majority would be invalid and divisive. But a poor excuse was better than none, enough anyway to introduce a demand that Magana resign most of his secretarial prerogatives. Although the Tocamilco headquarters would remain as before in organization and personnel, the oppositionists now wanted Magana to consult with the principal chiefs of our army on all affairs of vital importance. Specifically, they wanted notification of all the correspondence received in those offices, both from the Jefe Supremo, and from the compañeros who had other armies in different regions of the country, as well as a copy of the answer which is given to each. The first signatures were Mejia's and Mendoza's. But even Capistran signed, probably in fear of an open split in the movement if he did not help postpone a decision. Point 3. Magana relented, as few other secretaries would have. Rather than force the issue, he resolved to wait, especially in view of the national conflicts that developed after Obregón announced his presidential candidacy on June 1. In a manifesto proclaimed from Sonora, Obregón did not merely deny Carranza's claim to pick his successor, but also radically and ingeniously redefined the terms of the national political struggle. The gist was that only 2 parties had ever existed in Mexico, the liberal and the conservative, of tendencies diametrically opposed. At present only one party was active, the liberal. Its tendencies are advanced, but it is divided into an infinity of groups which vary among themselves only in details, but the conservatives were angling to recover power, in the persons of revolutionaries who had betrayed their principles. The current political contest was therefore no trivial tilt between rival aspirants for the presidency, but a climactic test in which all true revolutionaries had to pull together to save their common triumph and finally secure its establishment. Strongly implied in this argument was an appeal for support from those revolutionaries who among an infinity of groups happened still to languish outside the law. The Zapatistas obviously figured in the liberal movement Obregón proposed to rally. For in condemning conservatives who paid off Hachetman and increased the number of martyrs, always the best fuel for inflaming the bonfire of popular wrath, he pointed straight at Carranza and Gonzales and honored the memory of the victim of Guajardo. Magana took real hope from the manifesto, which he urged Amezcua to publicize in Cuba. Point 4. If he could avoid an intramural feud in Morelos, convince observers elsewhere that the Zapatistas were still in business, and keep his own political fences mended, he would at least maintain the possibility of a national deal in the difficult months to come. Without a challenge on his own ground, Mendoza now acted as Zapatista commander-in-chief. Encouraging him in his presumption was his secretary, Arturo Deloy, an obscure young man who evidently came from Puebla City and had once been an aide to Palafox. Through June, Deloy started independent correspondence with neighboring chiefs to report the maneuvers of one to another, as if he were now to coordinate Zapatista operations. On June 13 Mendoza took it upon himself to attack a refractory hamlet near his camp, killing all the inhabitants and burning all the houses. On June 30, To strengthen villages loyal to him against incursions from other chiefs, he confirmed their right to arm for self-defense. And when Pablo González published a manifesto to the pueblos in his zone warning them not to hide fugitive Zapatistas, the counter-manifesto issued not from Tocamilco but from San Miguel Islilco. In mid-July, Mendoza accused Ayacuica of trying to suborn his chiefs and of abusing pueblos in his own zone, and almost attacked him. Only the most amenable responses from Ayacuica and Magana staved off ruinous hostilities. 5. In this confusion and suspense, national leaders of opposition saw an alluring opportunity. For them, the Zapatista movement was now fair game. Although its military value was scant, for its name alone it was a political prize, the winning of which would enhance the eminence and credit of any presidential hopeful immediately for those outside the law, in 1920 for those still inside. And over the summer complicated intrigues evolved to subsume the movement, or at least a tractable rump. Few overtures evidently went to Magana, the shrewdest negotiator. But for the other Zapatistas the temptations to accept alien direction grew. From early July on, Delgado received Obregonista notes at his camp at Tepat in the mountains north of Cuernavaca. The sender, Colonel Aurelio Calvo, was an escapee from the Mexico City penitentiary hiding out on Mount Ajusco. Whether he operated initially on orders or on his own is still the Obregonista secret, but it was wise for them to have an understanding with the chief who remained capable of cutting the Mexico City-Cuernavaca Railroad. Although Calvo was very tentative in his approach, he patently had not come as a fugitive himself to persuade Delgado to recognize Carranza. Although Delgado was suspicious, he did not discourage the contact. 6. The most formidable bid for the movement came from Manuel Pérez, still the rebel boss around Tampico. To compete on a national scale with his main rival in rebellion, Félix Díaz, Pérez needed allies and adherents in the south, and since the previous September he had bargained for Zapatista support. Although Zapata had then refused him, Pérez had not fouled his chances for a deal later. When Palafox had come to his camp around the turn of the year, the greeting Pérez gave that Iscariot was completely disrespectful. 7. By mid-1919, having reassigned Caravio to Chihuahua, leaving Higinio Aguilar as his lone partisan in southern Puebla, Pérez needed support in the south even more badly than before, and he looked again to the Zapatistas. As agents to advance his proposition, among them he had Aguilar and his agents in Puebla City and Izúcar de Matamoros. And as a sponsor to recommend him he had the notorious, at least erstwhile Zapatista, who now after Zapata's death was useful and welcome in his camp, Manuel Palafox. Since mid-April Palafox had been writing to Zapatistas on the fringe, urging them not to give up or go Felicista. 8. And in June he had sent out a circular to the chiefs in Morelos and Puebla, declaring that he was in the Oaxaca mountains on a mission for the dead Zapata and asking for his old comrades' aid. Magana had alertly tried to check this subversion. In a long circular of his own he repeated the unsavory story of Palafox's severance from headquarters and blasted his claim to Zapata's confidence. 9. But the squelch was not definitive. As Palafox no doubt explained when he returned to Pérez's camp about this time, the reluctance of the Morelos chiefs to recognize Magana as commander allowed a strange bedfellowship between Magana's old and new rivals. And in Palafox Pérez had the best man to play on the chief's weaknesses. Through him ran the best odds for Pérez to garner not only individual Zapatistas' declarations of allegiance but also the national Zapatista title of Chief Supremo, still reserved for the exiled Vázquez Gómez. The Pilecista intrigue began in late July with a frosty letter from Pérez to Magana. Politely but firmly Pérez disapproved of the Zapatista commitment to Vázquez Gómez, argued that revolutionaries should not make nominations for Chief Supremo until they had achieved a material unification of operations in the field, and lastly, delaying that union, postponed financial and military aid to the Zapatistas. 1. He might as well have asked Magana how much Zapatista recognition cost. A thinly veiled ultimatum, the letter paralyzed Magana diplomatically. On July 25 Aguilar's agent in Izúcar extended a Pilecista feeler directly to Mendoza's camp. To Deloy the agent passed on Palafox's regards and a notice that Pélez had ordered Palafox into the south to see the chiefs and to organize forces and give them supplies for war, and also to let people know that he is about to start giving them salaries. From Pélez the agent relayed a promise to give you everything you need. Deloy was to reply to Palafox arranging a conference where they could settle the details. Point 2. From San Miguel Islilco the response was a cautious encouragement. On July 29 the newly promoted General Deloy answered Palafox, asking what he proposed. And on August 4 Mendoza wrote to Pélez's personal agent in the south, Federico Cordova, to learn when and where Pélez would send the promised supplies. Neither Deloy nor Mendoza evidently informed Magana of their dealings. Nor evidently were other chiefs involved. The Paleocistas promptly pressed the courtship, each trying his special line. On August 10 Palafox disclosed in a long letter to Deloy that he wanted to unify the southern elements to carry on the agrarian struggle. In a crackling tirade he told why the movement had foundered, revealing as he wrote the still fresh pain of his own jealousies, disappointments, and grudges. Zapata had liked good horses, fighting cocks, flashy women, card games, and intoxicating liquors too dearly, he snapped, to lead the movement as he should have. After 1914, he charged, Zapata lapsed into a lethargy of inactivity. The dead leader's energies and aptitudes disappeared because of the excess of vice which he sustained with 22 women, for if he had no time to attend to that many skirts, less time still he had to attend to the revolutionary affairs of the South. And in the following machinations, he ranted, Magana had seized power at headquarters, caused divisions and disunion, and almost had him assassinated, which was why he had fled. Vázquez Gómez came in for some of Palafox's vitriol too, as a figure whom no revolutionary of prestige considered important, a has-been whom Magana alone supported. Palafox's conclusion was an appeal to shift Zapatista loyalty to his version of the Ayala plan and presumably his choice for Jefe Supremo. In a postscript he urged Deloy to remind Mendoza of the offenses Zapata had given him. Less invidiously Federico Cordova suggested only more effort at togetherness and the election of a good chief, either Felipe Angeles or Manuel Pélez. In September, he wrote to Mendoza, Pélez himself would arrive in the south with elements sufficient for the development of operations in these regions. Meanwhile Aguilar's local agents went on reporting to Deloy. Point 3. But through August the intrigue failed. In the end neither Deloy nor Cordova nor Aguilar nor Palafox could entice Mendoza to break with the local movement he had soldiered for so long. If he would not truckle to Magana, by now one of the clan, much less would he front for Pélez, a perfect outlander. In reply to Palafox on August 20 Deloy demurred at pledging Mendoza to collaborate with him. He granted that the old Ayala plan needed reform and that Palafox's version might satisfy some revolutionary agraristas, but he insisted on the dangers of dissension in the movement which, he hinted, Palafox would aggravate. All my work with General Francisco Mendoza, he wrote, taking his cue from his chief, is for union. Although Aguilar's spies continued their reports to Deloy, the Paleocista correspondence stopped. Point 4. Magana now moved to resolve the crisis, calling in late August for a general junta on September 2. To reassure the Morelos chiefs, he specified the place of meeting as Capistran's camp at Huautla. And this time agreement came astonishingly easy. At Huautla the junta opened on the day announced. Despite national patrols, over 30 chiefs attended with their escorts and staffs. Among them were de Lao's delegation from Tipat and the contingent from Tacumilco, including Magana, Ayacuica, and Soto y Gama in person. Mejia and Mendoza did not attend, but their lieutenants did. The debates went quickly. And on September 4, exactly 21 trying weeks after Zapata's death, the assembled veterans voted to elect a new commander-in-chief. Representing the various factions, tendencies, and zones in the movement were 5 candidates: Timoteo Sanchez, Mejia, de Lao, Capistran, and Magana. In the balloting the first 3 collected 1 vote each, Capistran got 11, and Magana won with a majority of 18. So free was the election that 4 of Ayacuica's group voted for Capistran and 3 for Magana. All of Mejia's and Mendoza's chiefs voted for Magana. The electors then swore to respect the majority's decision. Formally Magana was now Zapata's successor. 5. He arranged immediately for publicity, to convince absent dissenters to accept him and to proclaim the Zapatistas' re-entrance into national politics. The official manifesto was issued on September 5, composed by Soto y Gama and a young aide, Carlos Reyes Aviles. The revolution of the South has just taken a great step, they declared, exuding relief. It has just obtained a beautiful result, more important than 100 victories on the fields of battle, by coming to agreement on the election of a general-in-chief, of a military as well as a political director. This accord, the happy secretaries wrote, was proof that Zapata's death had not left the cause disorganized, like a body without a head. On the contrary, they raved, the South goes on as before the death of its leader, an organized movement, which, guided by high ideals, strong through union and conscious of its goals, marches without hesitation toward its noble object, the emancipation of the country folk through the conquest of the land. Of course, they tactfully admitted for the sake of Mendoza and the other old chiefs, Magana was no Zapata. But by craft of policy, they suggested, he could do what the dead chief had done by force of personality. Anyhow, they insisted, recognition of the Huautla vote would be the best expression of the principles Zapata had taught. This is the greatest desire of the undersigned, Soto y Gama and his aide concluded in memoriam, that on congratulating their brothers on the triumph achieved, they exhort them to follow in every detail the example, the lessons of honor, seriousness, and firmness, and the glorious road which our already immortal Emiliano Zapata left marked for us. 6. In particular Magana addressed conciliatory appeals to Mendoza. Still sore, the old man replied to headquarters on September 10 that various chiefs had informed him of their dissatisfaction with the Huautla junta and that he would not endorse its decision until the other dissenters agreed to. 7 Magana persisted, however, in requesting his support. And he assumed authority over former guerrilleros, mainly from Mendoza's forces, accusing them of abusing pacificos in the pueblos they had retired to, and ordering them to report to headquarters for licenses to bear arms. 8 Capistran also worked to placate the old man. And on September 24 Mendoza gave in. Convinced, he said, of Magana's noble principles and fine qualities, forswearing ambition and perfidy, and consoling himself in the thought that history will give to each man the prize which belongs to him, he formally recognized Magana as General-in-Chief. 9. Yet dissension continued, for Mendoza still protected Mejia and Mejia still intrigued. Although no evidence has clarified whether Mejia communicated with Peles, Palafox, or Cordova, he suspiciously kept maligning Vázquez Gómez as Chief Supremo and claimed connections with Aguilar and Cirillo Arenas. Decrying the vote of the Huautla junta, he went on stressing the differences among Zapatista chiefs after most were ready for renewed solidarity. He even tried once, on entering Huautla and finding Capistran and his lieutenant gone, to raise the pueblo in revolt against its chief. Only a delay by the local citizens foiled Mejia. Capistran returned in time to scare him off and prevent a scandal that would have been gravely embarrassing. 1 So provocative had Mejia become that another veteran, Adrian Castrejón, implied to Magana that he should have him shot. It is very opportune to treat this affair seriously, he declared in the only lucid sentence in a barely literate letter, and once and for all take the measures most convenient to avoid greater disturbances in the future too. But the trouble was too complex for Magana to settle violently. The assassination of Mejia would parallel the assassination of his uncle, would corroborate the government's propaganda about Zapatista disintegration, and might drive Mendoza back into open independence. Finally the squabbling came to a close, in the peaceful and personal way Magana liked. The key was a letter Capistran sent to Mendoza in late September, a long, hand-written plea, riddled with misspellings but eloquent in its earnest, deliberate style, for Mendoza to accept for good the Huautla vote. He had heard news, Capistran declared, that Mendoza had balked again at Magana's succession, which if true will carry us to ruin, nullifying us as revolutionaries and making the sacrifice of 9 years sterile for our suffering and beloved people. Capistran comfortingly reported to his distinguished friend and companion how the delegates at the junta considered him one of the old chiefs who are left to us, one whom we love and respect, and how they had taken his views into account in their decision. On the election, Capistran was most persuasive. As an honorable man and as a sincere co-religionary, I assure you, he said, that was carried out in absolutely legal form. There were no threats, no carbines aimed to force a signature. Do you believe it possible that we might admit an imposition of that nature? The entire world is watching us, he insisted, to see if we are worthy to continue the grandiose work begun by the most honorable and greatest patriot which Mexico has produced since the venerable Father Miguel Hidalgo y Castilla launched the cry of liberty for our beloved fatherland. He wanted an interview to talk out misunderstandings. Frankly, he asked Mendoza to pay no attention to those who for their own ambitions try to fool you to the prejudice of all. Bluntly, he blamed Mejia for the current contention. The next day, complaining to Magana about Mejia's shenanigans in his zone, he suggested the orders he wanted if Mendoza would not rein Mejia in. He had his people mobilized, he said, and ready for an expedition. 3 But on Capistran's appeal, Mendoza came around. A week later, having discussed the local trouble at length, the two chiefs wrote to headquarters expressly condemning Mejia's intrigues. Their note was a clear and definitive recognition of Magana's leadership, and Mejia shut up. In reply, Ayacuica and Magana indicated to Mendoza that they would stifle intrigues in their camp against him. 4. Now in fact the Zapatista succession crisis was over, 6 months after it had begun. And thanks to Magana, their organization had survived intact. With the authority of experience, he called for national integration and concord in a triumphant mid-October manifesto to the revolutionaries of the Republic. For provisional president, he again proposed the Zapatistas' chief supremo, Francisco Vázquez Gómez, a man calm and unruffled, a civilian and not a belligerent, neutral in the midst of regional or factional differences, a man who would harmonize discrepancies. 5 As he described Vázquez Gómez's virtues, Magana described his own. The local reunion he had managed was no betrothal, but neither was it a deal in bad faith and only for the moment. In touching each nervous chief so as to move him, in bringing them all to agree, in coaxing a consensus, he had proved that even without Zapata they could trust each other. And together, since Gonzales still could not catch them, they remained a considerable factor in local and national revolutionary politics. 6. Through the fall, this trust became immediately vital to the Zapatistas. For maturing then was the international crisis dreaded in Mexico since the war ended in Europe, a direct challenge from the United States. Precipitating it was the disappearance on October 19 of the U.S. consular agent in Puebla, Cty, William O. Jenkins. 7 2 days later, Federico Cordova informed the American embassy that he had kidnapped Jenkins on orders from Peles, to demonstrate the Carrancistas' inability to police even major cities. On October 26 Jenkins reappeared safe and sound. The case might have closed there, despite raging from Jenkins and his friends in the U.S. Congress. The formal U.S. reaction from Secretary of State Lansing was eminently mild. But Carranza, who had just introduced his candidate into the presidential campaign, chose to represent the case to inflate his prestige. Under his auspices, Puebla officials soon charged that the American agent has connived in his own abduction to discredit Carranza, which implied that Carranza was so strong he annoyed the United States, that opposition to him was now tantamount to treason, that the Carrancistas were the only firm guarantors of national sovereignty. On November 15 Jenkins was arrested and held briefly for questioning. The United States was greatly surprised and deeply concerned, said Lansing. 4 days later Jenkins was rearrested and imprisoned for trial. And by November 21 the crisis was in full bloom, in big red headlines in the Mexico City newspapers. 8 To Mexicans the thrust of events seemed clear. For the last 6 months most of the important American journals had expressed bellicose sentiments toward the Mexican government. In July and August witnesses at hearings of the U.S. House Rules Committee, among them William Gates, had lambasted Carranza and urged a benevolent intervention into Mexico. Since September, the aggressive Republican Senator Albert B. Fall had conducted hearings on Mexico before his subcommittee on foreign relations. The most impressive witnesses advocated force to protect American investments. Several Republican governors had just been re-elected, another symptom of gringo fury. 9 And now Secretary Lansing warned of a very serious effect on Mexican-American relations, for which Mexico would be solely responsible. Rigged or not, the Jenkins case was a perfect pretext for a new American intervention. In the crisis, Mexican leaders had various roles to play: official, outlaw, and exile. In Morelos, the politicos and generals in command were automatic patriots, merely loyal to the government on which they depended. But for the Zapatista chiefs it was grievous to admit a distinction between national and partisan interests, then to choose, then to face each other. Only in trust could they survive the ordeal. Magana took the initiative for the Zapatistas and quietly prepared to offer the government their support. To mediate with Carranza he turned to Lucio Blanco, whom the Zapatistas remembered fondly for his agrarista reputation and his generosity toward the South in 1914–15, and whom Carranza had recently called back to counter Obregon's popularity in the army. Through early November, Blanco negotiated for a passport for Magana and arranged the channels of communication with Carranza. And once the international conflict became critical, Magana sent his word to the presidential office. Practically, in view of the Jenkins case and the generally difficult situation the Republic is in, he offered to surrender. "I wish," he wrote, "to enter into a deal with authorities to arrive at an agreement on the form in which we can end our rebellion and collaborate in quick and complete pacification of the country." 1. This was an extraordinary maneuver. Despite the impending danger of intervention, most other outlaw chiefs remained in opposition. From Chihuahua, Villa evidently made no gesture, conciliatory or defiant. Neither evidently did Peles, whom a witness in Senator Fall's hearings was soon to declare a splendid type of Mexican, friendly towards Americans too. As for the Felicistas, who knew best what continued subversion might mean, they gave no sign of sympathy for a unified anti-American resistance. They even increased their military operations, especially around Veracruz. 3 The strategy of these intransigent chiefs was familiar, deriving from a political tradition as old as social strife in their part of the world, that the paramount, intolerable enemy was the enemy at home, that help from outside was a godsend. But Magana's sense of his country was new. It was a conception current in Mexico for no more than the last 75 years and prevalent only now in his generation of leaders, that the primary enemy was always foreign, that formal and real cooperation with domestic rivals in a national emergency was the only responsible course, that the unforgivable sin was to taint the sanctity of the native contest. And so Magana's strategy was new. If he helped Carranza, he might help forestall an American intervention and publicize the legitimacy of his party as well. Had Zapata lived, Zapatista's strategy could not have been so flexible. In his head Zapata had finally learned that the defense of the villages of Morelos was not equivalent to the defense of the nation, that in great crises the local cause was subsidiary. But in his heart it seems that the two struggles had been won to the end. Probably he would never have acted on the Jenkins issue, maybe letting Magana assure the government he would fight the gringos, but hardly agreeing to end our rebellion. Besides, it took Magana to certify that the Zapatistas had come to a conscious recognition of themselves as fundamentally Mexicans. On November 27 Blanco notified Carranza that Magana had arrived incognito in Mexico City in virtue of the rather strained international situation and that he wanted a personal interview. Carranza agreed to see him the next morning. And at 9 a.m. on November 28 Blanco, an aide, and Magana arrived at Carranza's home. There, while Blanco and the aide waited in the antechamber, Zapata's successor conferred privately with Carranza and his chief of staff, the young Brigadier General Juan Barragan. Magana declared, wrote Barragan in a memo 3 weeks later, that in view of the information he had from newspapers reaching his camp about the difficulty of the international situation, and being a Mexican before a rebel, he was disposed to reunite the groups of armed people who were at his orders and to study the most appropriate form of suspending hostilities. For Mexicans to go on fighting among themselves if war broke out, this he believed anti-patriotic. Carranza then asked him, "And what do you want?" "Only guarantees," Magana answered, "only respect for his and his chiefs' persons, properties, and civil and political rights, only the recognition of their allegiance." Carranza heard a simple selfish cadging and he gladly waxed charitable, promising Magana every class of guarantees, and, the president went on, "If you get to needing the support of the forces of the army to terminate your work, count on that too." Magana declined the offer, noting that his return to Morelos in the company of the National Army would perhaps give results contrary to those which I propose. To clarify his position, he reminded the old man that before anything else I would need to exchange impressions with the main chiefs of the group and in accord with them to give a solution fitting and worthy of the situation. As he made no insulting proposal to Carranza, which would rightfully, he said, raise doubts about his sincerity, so he expected no insulting proposal from Carranza. The president would not quibble and told his guest to proceed as he thought best. "If anything unforeseen comes up," he suggested, "you can communicate with General Barragan, who's already in on this affair." The interview ended with mutual statements of esteem for its purpose, a success. 4. Meanwhile in Puebla City, Ayacuica had appeared publicly to turn himself in. With another local chief, a Pilecista he cooperated with, Ayacuica announced to reporters that he had information to cast light on the Jenkins case. Having read about the case and the international crisis it had provoked, and being a Mexican more than anything, he could not, he said, keep silence to the prejudice of the national integrity. The information which the Pilecista chief sent at once to the American embassy, was a denial that Jenkins had conspired in the kidnapping, evidence that the government should release him. Ayacuica and the Pilecista then returned to the mountains, but left delegates to arrange a surrender, and on November 29 Pablo Gonzalez himself came to Puebla to confer with them. 5. By now the conflict with the United States was on the verge of violence. On November 28 Secretary Lansing had read the riot act to the Mexican ambassador in Washington. Because Jenkins was still in jail, Lansing declared that the patience of this country was nearly exhausted and had almost reached the breaking point, that the tide of indignation among the American people might overwhelm and prevent further diplomatic discussion and force a break in our relations, and that a break would almost certainly mean war, would be carried to an end with all the power of this nation. The next day he dispatched an insolent note to Mexico City, accusing the Mexican government of willful indifference to the feelings of the American people and practically demanding Jenkins's immediate release. The American press intensified the crisis in lead stories and on the editorial page. And on December 3 it came to a climax. That day in the Senate Fall offered a resolution that he and a State Department representative had just devised. It was a request that the Senate approve beforehand the State Department's action in the pending controversy with Mexico, and that moreover the Senate ask President Wilson to withdraw recognition from Carranza and to sever all diplomatic relations now existing between this government and the pretended government of Carranza. 6. On approval the resolution was referred to the Foreign Relations Committee. Imminent, it seemed, was another American intervention into Mexico, much more determined, free-swinging, and dangerous than those of 1914 and 1916. The headlines in Mexico City blared out the news of American airplanes and ships ready to strike. 7. On December 4, the talks with Gonzalez having gone well, Ayacuica came into Atlixco to surrender. With him were several other Zapatista chiefs and secretaries and 250 armed men. And the next day, after they turned in their arms, Gonzalez granted them all amnesties, 20 pesos each, and safe conduct passes. Ayacuica then went back to Tocamilco and became the municipal president. The rumors were that other Zapatista chiefs would soon surrender too, following Magana's and Ayacuica's example. 8. Precisely at this time the international conflict began to abate. On December 4 Lansing asked the Foreign Relations Committee not to act on the section of Fall's resolution about severing Mexican-American relations. On December 5 Puebla officials let Jenkins go free on bail. And on December 8, having read a memo from Fall on the need for a tough resolution, the invalid President Wilson declared that he would be gravely concerned to see any such resolution pass the Congress 9. But in Mexico, where Jenkins's case remained before the court and where the persistent salvos from American congressmen and editors resounded ominously, the trend toward peace did not become obvious for several weeks. And as the crisis seemed to continue, scattered rebel chiefs continued to accept amnesties in support of the government. In Morelos, small Zapatista bands turned themselves in almost every day through early December. And chiefs who remained nervously in hiding sent emissaries to indicate their interest in recognizing the government. By mid-month, officials at Gonzalez's headquarters claimed that more than 20 Zapatista chiefs of first rank had surrendered in Morelos and Puebla, among them veterans like Delago, Mendoza, Jesus and Proculo Capistran, Adrian Castrejón, Timoteo Sanchez, and Gabriel Mariaca. Most, like Delago and Mendoza, had not actually come down out of the hills, but those who did received a cordial welcome. There was even a local effort to name Jesus Capistran municipal president of Jajutla or Janacatepec. By December 21, so many chiefs had apparently laid down their arms that Gonzalez considered the pacification of the South complete and announced the closure of the southern headquarters in Puebla as of January 1.1. The help Zapatistas had given in securing official order in Morelos and Puebla was dramatic testimony that Magana spoke truly for them, that they cared most about the fatherland. But as it became clear that the crisis was over, the Zapatistas found their movement in an awkward position. Some chiefs like Delago, Mendoza, and Mariaca remained outside the law, still in arms and still in hiding, and now with no reason to accept amnesties. Others like Magana, Ayacuica, and Capistran appeared as declared champions of constitutional authority, even as officials, unexpected but nevertheless renowned converts. And in the new, calmer context, their patriotic recognition of the government looked like a political recognition of Carranza. Thus Gonzalez described it in his final report on Southern operations. Rebels had surrendered, he implied, not for the sake of their country but simply because in the regular progress of his campaign he had forced or persuaded them to stop fighting. The incident of the American consul Jenkins has no importance whatever from the point of view of pacification, he wrote. Point 2 And now that leading Zapatistas were stuck among the Carrancistas, they could not easily get out. Although Capistran and Ayacuica were fairly free in their own bailiwicks, Magana in Mexico City was practically under house arrest. Point 3. This Zapatista association with the government, however qualified, carried a heavy meaning. The drift was not that amnestied chiefs might go down when Carranza fell, since in the chaos of the last days they could escape and join the new party coming to power. Nor, since personal bonds restrained them, would they turn against their comrades still in arms and disable their movement forever. Rather, in their theatrical surrenders they had implicated themselves not only in Carrancista politics but also in Carrancista policies which jeopardized the reputation of their movement in the towns and villages. For politically, despite the restoration of order, the Carrancistas would permit no autonomy in Morelos. On December 4 Governor Tajonar decreed that in 1920 as in 1919 municipal presidents and councilors would serve on executive appointment. And despite subsequent petitions for elections of municipal and state governments, and reports of official promises of elections, no elections took place. Point 4 The only vote the Carrancistas prepared for was the presidential election. But to fix the state for the Carrancista candidate, they tightened their administrative control. As lieutenant governor they discharged Colonel Aguilar and installed a more savvy and more reliable Coahuilan, José María Rodríguez, who set about welding the municipal presidents into an efficient electoral bureaucracy. In economics the Carrancistas granted an agrarian reform, but of peculiar impact and only for their peculiar revolutionary purpose. Observing that no public record existed of the transactions in local real estate since 1914, Tajonar decreed a new registration of deeds. For those who had bought, sold, or inherited real property in the state in the last 5 years, or contracted to pay or collect rent or service on land there, or only wanted a local title confirmed, the governor designated the period from October 15 to December 31 as the time when they could pay taxes and have claims ratified. 5 The result was not the protection of the pueblos but their destitution, and the resurgence of the planters. In early November, Luis Garcia Pimentel, the de la Torre y Meyer and Arraez heirs, and other former nabobs started pressing the federal government to dispossess the generals to whom it rented plantations in Morelos, as well as third parties who sublet from them, and to repossess the planters who had held the land in 1914. Because they impugned the honor and threatened the fortunes of Gonzales's generals, they gained prompt backing from the Obregonistas on El Democrata. Their reproachful editorial appeared on the sugar industry, militarized. It was wrong, the writer declared, for the government to have seized the haciendas, and wrong again for it then to have rented them to the military, who ran the mills like barracks, treated workers like conscripts, and did not safeguard the machinery. It was better, he urged, to restore the haciendas to the old owners, who for their interest and special experience were those called to operate them with success and to give lucrative employment to the greatest number possible of mechanics and laborers. 6 The Carrancistas also detected the political energy of the demand. And to win the planters' sympathy, or at least to allay their enmity, Carranza acceded to their reinstatement. During December and January the landed exiles returned to Morelos. If, like Garcia Pimentel's son Joaquim, they actually returned from exile abroad, they arranged permits for repatriation through the President's secretary, who gave the order to Section 3 of the Ministry of the Interior. 7. The practice of Carrancista policy in Morelos became brazen. On January 19, to seal central direction of local politics, Rodriguez replaced Tajonar as governor. 8 Meanwhile the planters busily revamped their haciendas. Although few were so bold as Luis Garcia Pimentel, Jr., who returned to these blessed lands in person, they all had agents in the field pushing operations eagerly. The problems were knotty. How, without huge funds, which they no longer had, could planters buy seed before the rains began, or repair their demolished buildings, milling machines and irrigation canals, or hire hands for the current short harvest, the cultivation over the summer, and next year's big harvest and stay financially independent? How would they even recruit hands in a local population only 55% of 1910s, or tempt experts into a devastated zone? But in Mexico there were no minds more inventive nor souls more enterprising than theirs. Hectically foreclosing on their own debtors and selling cheap the corn from their sharecroppers' rent, they raised quick cash. Going in as partners, they pooled money for the emergency. Buying a lot of bad and a little good seed, they accumulated enough to make a planting. Recouping stolen equipment and repairing only essential machines and canals, they left the rest to repair as they went along. Renting out fields for a year at piddling rates, they got them farmed and their titles recognized. Next year they could increase the rents. Driving their managers as hard as Luis, Jr., drove himself and his foreman, 12 hours a day, like a black, they toiled in a labor of love. After all, they had the land to depend on again, and as young Luis reminded his parents, the truth is that these lands are very good. And improvising and straining, they made impressive headway as the weeks went by. The combination of prehistoric methods with the railroad, declared Luis, is one of the most curious things. But out of it are coming some green stalks of cane. Most important, the planters recovered largely on their own account, not slipping into the trusts that had formed to take over estates in Puebla, not incurring other, foreign obligations. Happily promising to send back melons and fruit to the Garcia Pimentel children in Mexico City, Luis, like the other planters, assumed a good future for sugar haciendas in Morelos. In the villages the revived planters' progress rankled. It was even more offensive than the progress the Carrancista generals had accomplished. Whereas the generals' control of the plantations, though onerous, had been a military occupation, therefore not definitive, indeed inevitably subject to civil and possibly popular revision, the planters' resumption of title seemed an official reconsignment of the state to their charge for keeps, and the planters could feel the popular resentment against them. The people around Jonacatepec, young Luis lamented to his parents, were really very bad and very ungrateful. Many have come to beg, to greet me and to ask me about you. There had come only one woman. He reckoned that a fear of Zapatista reprisals had inhibited locals from showing affection toward him, the generous old landlord's son, but he revealed his own fear of the locals themselves when he requested and took along a military escort just to go out to Tenango and back. Worse, the villagers overwhelmed him with questions, Luis complained, some of the old vintage, and others modernist, about their rights to land, timber, and water. Beyond doubt, he assured his parents, today militant Zapatismo is entirely dead, and the bands that remain are few and without importance. And yet, sensing the tension in the Morelos air, grouching that villagers would soon start to ask for ejidos, he observed, the Zapatismo that has not died nor will die is Pacific Zapatismo, for these people have thievery in their blood and nothing nor nobody will be able to take it out of them. 9. The longer the Zapatista chiefs remained inactive while the planters recovered, the more moral authority they forfeited in the pueblos. And this rot jeopardized not only their movement but the whole revolution in Morelos. For if they finally lost their popular reputation, then the only local party with roots in the villages would have disappeared, which meant that a new order in the countryside, like the old, could only be imposed. For Morelos, the Zapatistas' fate in 1920 was crucial, the last phase of the most significant revolutionary issue opening in 1910 and unresolved since. At stake still was whether there could be a local revolution, or even local influence in the national revolution. In the confusion, oppositionists from outside the state resumed their intrigues. Again the Pilasista venture was the most serious, this time featuring new agents and a new, more tactful diplomacy. It began in early January when a Pilasista chief, Rafael Pimienta, arrived at Gabriel Mariaca's hideout near Titacalita and offered him a steady supply of arms and ammunition from Mexico City. Unlike Palafox the previous summer, he asked no political commitment in return, he only declared that Pelé sought to restore the 1857 constitution with agrarian reforms, which was now all the Zapatistas proposed to. Mariaca was not sure how to answer. Dutifully he wrote to Magana for instructions, but received none. Then, finding myself isolated and with the firm interest of fighting for our cause, as he later explained, he accepted the offer. He even provided Pimienta a guide to Everardo Gonzalez's camp in the mountains of southeastern Mexico State, where Pimienta planned to bring the supplies for distribution. 1 In other Zapatista camps the appeal of Felicismo was more attractive, and during January more than 20 rattled minor chiefs requested and received commissions as Felicista officers from Felicista headquarters in Veracruz. On January 18 4 Zapatista generals from Morelos arrived in person at the Veracruz camp and put themselves under Don Felix's orders. 2 From his camp at Tipat de Lao remained in contact with the Obregonista Colonel Calvo. But Magana had not abdicated. Already against Palafox and against Mendoza, he had proved that he was no man to quit a fight simply to avoid trouble. Precisely because he knew the feeling of a genuine peace, he was restless in the compromising immobility the Carrancistas confined him in. And when he got news in early January that Carrancista and oppositionist propaganda about him had disconcerted various chiefs, who wanted instructions, to define our situation, he began preparations to escape from the dead peace of Mexico City, to return to the struggle in the field and secure the basis of a true settlement. 3 On January 11, citing recent reports of reactionaries trying to suborn the serious and well-intentioned element in the South, he notified Lucio Blanco that he was leaving to stop that work of intrigue which prejudices us so much. Always politic, he did not break contact with Blanco but named an agent, a Puebla lawyer long helpful to the Zapatistas, to continue dealings with him and General Barragan. Besides, he promised to correspond with Blanco, and sent him the key to the code they would use. 4 By late January he was back in the Puebla Mountains, an outlaw again. As before, he slighted the military to concentrate on the diplomatic effort, cooperating with the amnestied Ayacuica but naming Genaro Amezcua and Vázquez Gómez as Zapatista delegates to an exile junta about to take place in the United States. 5. Magana's return heartened the movement in Morelos. The rash of Zapatista defections to the government and the Felicistas now ceased. The Pilasista chief Pimienta, however, Magana wisely made no objection to, and through the following weeks Pimienta smuggled the military supplies he had promised into Mariaca's camp. Meanwhile the secretaries strove to recoordinate the Zapatista organization. And in early March, having quietly arranged it with the municipal president, Soto y Gama reinstituted a clandestine Central Zapatista office in Tlaltizapan. There he planned monthly meetings for the secretaries and aides from all Zapatista camps, to unify totally the revolutionary criterion on the various national problems. Accord was urgent. Soto y Gama advised Mendoza in inviting his staff, now that the triumph of the cause we fight for is so near. 6. Officially the chief supremo of the Zapatista organization was still Vázquez Gómez, whose agent in Mexico City beseeched Magana to stay loyal to him and not stray into allegiance to Peles. And on Vázquez Gómez's behalf, more than 20 local chiefs were ready for action by mid-March, including the veterans Delago, Mendoza, Mariaca, Francisco Alarcón, Pedro Saavedra, Valentín Reyes, Zeferino Ortega, Vicente Aranda, Everardo González, and Sabino Burgos. Among them they mustered some 2,500 guerrilleros and another 1,500 reserves. In a military junta Mariaca and Delago supervised the distribution of the supplies Pimienta had brought. As Mariaca reported to Magana, they awaited only his orders to begin operations. 7. After 4 months of Zion and misgivings, the Zapatistas were again a force in local and national politics, thanks again mainly to Magana. It was a most opportune rally. For in mid-March, when the Carrancista candidate for president began his speaking campaign for the June election, the national crisis of succession began to open publicly. Obregón, Pablo González, and the Carrancistas moved into contention that was daily more legalistic and portentous. Lurking nervously in the wings were the exiles, rebels, and outlaws. Magana, with decisiveness wondrous for his 28 years, now changed the allegiance of his movement. With insight even more wondrous, he guessed right about where to pledge it to Obregón, as soon as Obregón's personal agent in the south, Brigadier General Juan C. Zerdhush, asked him for it. And after sending word to chiefs in Morelos, Guerrero, Mexico, Puebla, even in Michoacán, he himself went on an Obregónista mission into the most strategic zone in the south, the Mixtec Valle passes, where Puebla, Oaxaca, and Veracruz meet. This was Diaz's country, Don Porfirio's base 50 years before and his nephew Don Felix's base now. Until late March the only Zapatistas around operated as Felicistas. But then Magana arrived, reclaimed local chiefs, and began organizing them to declare for Obregón and hold the region for him when the crisis broke. 8. Back in Morelos the new alliance set quickly. On March 27, 6 days after police had jailed more than 70 prominent Obregonistas in Mexico City, among them 5 federal deputies, Calvo came in person and on orders to Tepic and reported to Delago that in the capital it seemed he had surrendered. "Tomorrow," Delago replied, "I'll prove to them that I haven't sold out." And the next day at Tres Marias he blew up a passenger train bound for Cuernavaca. Among the survivors was the assistant military attaché at the U.S. Embassy, whom Delago held for ransom. A day later he had raiders attack into the federal district and ransack Milpa Alta for supplies. "General Obregón wants to be your friend," Calvo then assured Delago. "And what proofs do you bring me of what you tell me?" the gruff little chief asked, pressing for material. Calvo caught the hint and offered to stock you with arms and ammunition. In a few days the deliveries began. 9 Snubbed, the Pilasista Pimienta shrank to a tag-along in the New Deal and settled for service as Delago's chief of staff. In early April the break in the national crisis began. In a last, clumsy stab at controlling the opposition, Carranza insisted on appointing a devout Carrancista general as commander-in-chief of Sonora, the home base of the Obregonista party. On April 2 the Undersecretary of War ordered Obregon to return from a campaign tour to testify before a court-martial in Mexico City about allegedly subversive connections with the recently amnestied Felicista chief. On April 6 Obregon appeared before the court and found himself no longer a mere witness but a likely defendant. On April 10 the Obregonista governor and legislators of Sonora declared their state practically independent of the federal government. In Mexico City the police moved to the brink of arresting Obregon and his closest lieutenant, Benjamin Hill. On April 11 at a private dinner in the modish Chapultepec restaurant Obregon wormed Pablo Gonzalez into an understanding that amounted to a benevolent Pablista neutrality. And early on April 13, the day he was to hear the charges against him, Obregon fled the capital. 1 The showdown was on. From the first the Zapatistas figured intimately in Obregon's cause. For both Obregon and Hill escaped south, and though Obregon, disguised as a railroad worker and riding a train through Morelos into Guerrero, could postpone an appeal to the local outlaws, Hill, who reached only the southern suburbs of the capital, needed them at once. On the day of the escape, a Tuesday, he wrote to de la O proposing a time and place for his rescue. The Zapatistas were too far away to meet him when he asked, and he had to hide out in a sand quarry outside Mixcosi. But on Thursday de la O answered, congratulating him and promising to send what he later described as a suicide expedition after him the next day. The chiefs already carry orders to lend every aid and to keep due consideration for comrades, de la O assured Hill, and I for my part will arrange to have everything ready here. Calvo got Hill to a place where the Zapatistas could find him, and over the weekend Valentin Reyes led 500 raiders into the federal district near Contreras and picked the Obregonistas up. Returning on Sunday, the expedition ran into a column of 200 nationals, whose fire killed Calvo and 8 others. But the next day Reyes safely deposited Hill with de la O in a camp at La Cima. 2 And on Tuesday, April 20, a week after Obregon's flight, Magana published an official welcome to the new rebels. Probably penned by Soto y Gama, it gloomed through a brief dirge about Diaz, Huerta, and Carranza, and then lifted into a regular rhapsody in praise of the honorable men of constitutionalism, the Obregons, who go off again today to the field of battle. Welcome be you, brothers. Receive the fraternal embrace of your brothers, who on the heroic mountain, among the eyries of eagles who die facing into the sun, have known how to keep burning the fire of liberty, the infinite longing to be free Mexicans. United thus we will have won. In an invigorating warm-up for his debut in the Chamber of Deputies, the author closed to the tune of the Bugles of Triumph. One last image he could not stifle, the white flag of peace unfurling to show the motto of France of '93, liberty, equality, fraternity. 3. Already Magana had involved amnestied Zapatistas as well. To Ayacuica in Tocamilco he had sent reports which, Ayacuica replied, have cheered me greatly because now I do believe we'll work out our affairs. Ayacuica assured Magana he had arranged a deal with a local national commander to mobilize myself at the right time. And as Magana's friend and companero he sent back to him a courier to report verbally on many other things which you should know for. Meanwhile in a single week the Obregonista revolt had developed into a major national rising. From northern Guerrero, where local officials gave him refuge the day he escaped, Obregon had immediately dispatched coded telegrams to his partisans and likely allies around the republic. Promptly there issued from the Sonora government a formal repudiation of Carranza's authority. On April 15 the national military commanders in Sonora declared themselves exempt from his orders as well. Seconding them in the next few days were civil and military authorities in Sinaloa, Michoacán, and Zacatecas, and lesser officials in other states. In the northeast Manuel Pelez merged his forces into the new movement. And on April 20 the governor, legislators, and commander-in-chief of Guerrero also formally repudiated federal authority. So the same day did the heads of the Mexican Labor Party, now in refuge with Obregon in Guerrero. 5. By now officials in Morelos were itching to go Obregonista too. Although Governor Rodriguez remained firmly loyal to Carranza, the municipal presidents had slipped out of his control and had almost all voiced sympathy for the new rebels. And the military commanders in the state, General Francisco Cosio Rabello in Cuernavaca and General Salvador Gonzales in Cuautla, both neutral Pablistas, acted as if to encourage a revolt in their zone. After hearing from Obregon on April 14, Cosio Rabello had not budged since. Neither had Gonzales. Even when orders had come for Cosio Rabello to pursue Dalao and Hill, he had not moved, and the rebels had continued freely through the southern Federal District and northern Morelos, recruiting villagers to fight on the promise of arms, a peso a day, and free hands to loot. To attack them, the War Department finally had to call in General Gustavo Elizondo from Mexico State. On April 21 Gonzales evacuated Cuautla, leaving the town to its own defenses. The same day the Undersecretary of War visited Cuernavaca personally to check on its garrison and discovered that Cosio Rabello had already withdrawn the bulk of his troops down to Puente de Isla, where they might as easily join Obregon as resist him. Although the Undersecretary returned to Mexico City the next day with Cosio Rabello's profession of loyalty, the Nationals in Morelos remained inactive, and security there deteriorated further. 6. The climax of the Obregonista revolt began on April 23, when the rebel authorities of Sonora published a plan of Agua Prieta. This was a formal political program for the nation, to throw out the Carrancistas, install Sonora Governor Adolfo de la Huerta as provisional president, and reconstitute the government in new elections. There now being two supreme executives, Carranza in Mexico City and de la Huerta in Sonora, loyalists and rebels had to define who was legitimate. And on the issue the rebels multiplied in swarms, especially in the army. As Luis Cabrera, Carranza's Minister of Finance, observed, more than a rebellion, it's a real military strike. 7 Through the following week the uprising developed into a mighty national boom. The repercussions swept Morelos into the mainstream. When the news of the Agua Prieta plan reached Cuernavaca, Governor Rodriguez hurriedly convened a junta of municipal presidents to declare for Carranza. But instead of Carranza the assembled officials declared for Obregon and the Sonorans. And Cosio Rabello, at last on the go, congratulated them, discharged Rodriguez, and ordered the distribution of arms to municipal militia around the state. 8 Villages uncertain about accepting the Obregonista Commission, for fear of antagonizing the Zapatistas, sent couriers to Magana's headquarters in Puebla, but Magana advised their full commitment to the revolt, and Zapatista veterans now returned to action as partisans of Obregon. As they took up positions in their villages or rejoined their old chiefs in the field, the liberating army of the South took shape again. The local rites of rebellion proceeded frenetically. On April 25 the Undersecretary of War stripped Cosio Rabello of his rank for lack of military spirit, but in vain. That same day, a Sunday, Pablo Gonzales fled the capital, giving Pablistas everywhere their cue. On Monday Obregon came up briefly from Iguala and Cosio Rabello came down from Cuernavaca, and in a festive reunion in Puente de Isla they clinched their deal. In absentia Salvador Gonzales announced his affiliation with them. And on Tuesday Cosio Rabello formally declared for the Sonorans, placing his 5,000 well-armed and munitioned troops under Obregon's orders. On Wednesday General Elizondo, the Pablista whom the War Department had ordered to Cuernavaca to crush the rebels, joined them. That day also a loyalist general occupied Cuautla, but hopelessly evacuated it and retreated back to the capital. By the end of April every organized group in the state was Obregonista, all the National Army Corps, all 26 municipal governments and militia units, and all the Zapatista bands. And the planters were in flight again. 9 For still uncertain villagers Magana confirmed his earlier advice in a circular to the pueblos of the southern region on May 1. In a special way he recommended that all sympathizers of our cause impart their moral and material help to all honorable revolutionaries, including among these the new companeros who, disillusioned now with the lies of Carrancismo, are returning to the field of struggle, to contribute with their effort to the triumph of the revolution. His final warning was that of an exhausted man about to gain power, Today as yesterday we will be friends of pueblos who are with us. But we will know how to punish those who fail in the gratitude they owe to the sacred memory of our immortal Emiliano Zapata. 1. At 7:15 a.m. on May 2, Obregon and his aides left Iguala on a jubilant train trip back north toward the capital. Passing into Morelos, they stopped at Zacatepec, where Hill, Salvador Gonzalez, Delao, Pimienta, Reyes, Mariaca, and other chiefs were waiting. To nearby Hajutla they all retired to cool off in a junta in the Mazari family's house and to arrange commands and contingent strategies for the coming drive into Mexico City. Giddy at this late, sweetest success, Delao could hardly contain himself. "I've got half a republic in my pocket," he told Obregon. That afternoon the party went on to Cuernavaca. Their Cosio Rabello and Elizondo had prepared a welcome, and Obregon spoke to a large attentive crowd from the balcony of Mrs. King's old Bella Vista Hotel. 2 With the rebellion thriving elsewhere in the country, no doubt could remain that the Obregonistas would shortly advance into the federal district without outlaw Zapatistas high in their ranks. Threats to the new Southern Union persisted. From Mexico City the Carrancistas still tried to mount a resistance, sending an airplane or two to bomb rebel positions at La Cima, Tres Marias, and the Cuernavaca train station, but to no avail, as the rebel forces continued to concentrate for their offensive. 3 From distant San Antonio too came a desperate plea from the abandoned Vázquez Gómez to Magana not to accept Obregon, which was, he groaned, only to accept Carrancismo without Carranza. But this was an exile's wail into the wind, as wistful and as futile as the songs of the Aztec poet king whose name Vázquez Gómez had taken for a pseudonym. 4 Like Carranza, only a year his senior, the doctor was already a political corpse. And Magana did not even answer him. In Obregon Magana could see a man with all the political talents he admired in Vázquez Gómez, but young, intensely vital, and actually about to become president. And to Obregon he cleaved. So did the other Zapatistas. And fused into one, their ranks swelling as they advanced, the allied rebel armies passed through the evergreen forests and mountain parks of the southern federal district and came down into the open Central Valley. Finally on May 7 Carranza and the last loyalists fled the capital, trying to reach Veracruz. By then Obregon was in Xochimilco, waiting, escorted by the troops of Delao. The next day they all moved up to Tacubaya, still waiting while Obregon's agents prepared the city to receive him. There a reporter asked Obregon, "Do you believe the alliance with the South will be lasting?" The reply was a little jewel of statesmanship, a straight public answer veiling and confirming a private offer. "I believe it is definitive," Obregon said. "And it will have as a consequence a multitude of benefits for that region." 5 On May 9, as Obregon re-entered Mexico City a conquering hero, Delao rode with him in close company. 4 days later Magana and Soto y Gama arrived in the capital too, in dark suits and hats now like proper dignitaries, to be photographed showered in their friends' confetti, dumbly gripping ceremonial bouquets. 6 For these Zapatistas the ordeal was over. Swiftly and skillfully Obregon and his Sonoran partners organized their government. They suffered one ugly episode to escape from rebel pursuers in Puebla, among them local Zapatistas. Carranza deserted his train, retreated into the rough mountains in the state's northern districts, and was there assassinated on May 21 by traitors who had joined his guard. 7 But the Obregonista leaders stayed inculpably steady, evincing a phlegmatic disgust at the treachery, arresting the assassin, and going on with their deals. The day of Carranza's funeral in Mexico City, on May 24, they arranged for Congress to elect Adolfo de la Huerta provisional president, by 224 votes to Pablo González's 28. On May 26 the general who had been the rebel commander-in-chief in Sonora, Plutarco Elias Calles, took charge of the War Department. 4 days later de la Huerta arrived in the capital. And on June 1 he was sworn into office for an interim term of 6 months. 8 The smoothness of the transition impressed even the street singers, by now skeptical to the bone about politicians. As one observed, "It's all one single party now. There's nobody left to brawl. Buddies, there's no more war now. So let's get on with the haul. He even let loose a prediction, an indulgence balladeers had grown extremely chary of, that the people will give their vote to General Obregon, because he's the only chief who bridles ambition. 9. Zapatistas were prominent in this rapidly consolidating new regime. On June 2, 20,000 Agua Prieta partisans marched in review through the Zocalo, among them the forces from Morelos. And watching with the honored new leaders from a balcony of the Palacio Nacional, beside the faintly smiling Pablo Gonzalez, stood the swarthy Delao, frowning into the sun. From an angle he looked almost like Zapata, dead now for over a year. After the parade, official photographs were taken in the Palacio's ornate salons. Delao endured one, with his Lieutenant Valentin Reyes on his right and Pablo Gonzalez and other generals to his left. Everyone else set himself and posed. Only Delao stared with crude suspicion straight into the camera, exactly as Zapata had always done. Morelos's best men did not know what a pose was. But there a native chief sat anyway, a peer of the nation's highest commanders. At gala banquets that summer it was no planter's attorney who represented the people in the little state south over the mountains, but the chief of a village where most folk peddled charcoal for a living. 1. The Zapatistas came in for power as well as exhibition. On June 2, Secretary of War Calles formally incorporated the Zapatista Liberating Army, until then an irregular force under Obregon's orders, into the National Army as the Division of the South, and Delao and Magana became divisional generals. 2. In politics, Magana was exceptionally handy because of his long connection with chiefs in many camps, both those now in office and those not yet accommodated. Among his own chiefs still in the field, he clarified the nature of the new regime and convinced the last reluctants, like Mendoza, to accept it for good. 4 chiefs once Zapatista but now Felicista and still outlaws, he could arrange amnesties. With returning exiles like Antonio Villarreal, he and Soto y Gama resumed familiar contact immediately. Most helpful was Magana's dealing with Villa's agent in San Antonio in support of the president's negotiation for Villa's surrender and retirement. The government was in a magnificent disposition, Magana wired to San Antonio, and with every pleasure General Villarreal and Southern elements will mediate. 3 Swayed by this and other appeals, Villa finally signed a peace treaty on July 28 and secured the Obregonistas' reputation as the only revolutionaries who could unify the country. Second only to Magana as a Zapatista operator was Soto y Gama, because of his old connections with radical intellectuals and professionals who were now key factors in politics inside and outside the government. Under Obregon's auspices, Soto y Gama reunited his cronies from the convention of 1914-15, talked in new recruits, and on June 13 founded the National Agrarista Party. Local friends organized clubs in Morelos, Guerrero, Puebla, Tlaxcala, Mexico, Hidalgo, San Luis Potosí, Durango, Guanajuato, Jalisco, and Chihuahua. In the congressional elections in August, only 7 Agraristas won seats as deputies, but through Soto y Gama's contact with Obregon they exercised authority in the chamber 10 times what their numbers warranted. During October, Soto y Gama served as the chamber's second vice president, and during December 2 other Agraristas were its first and second vice presidents. Agraristas also sat on prime committees: credentials, constitutional questions, foreign relations, and agrarian affairs. 4. For Morelos, the most precious influence Magana and Soto y Gama had was in the Department of Agriculture. There the secretary was Villarreal, provisionally during the interim term, and then, when Obregon became president on December 1, on a regular appointment. After their early statement of faith in his sense of revolutionary duty, Magana and Soto y Gama had kept the pressure hard on him. And in office he obliged them. As director of his department's agrarian bureau he dismissed Patricio Leyva and named Valentin Gama, a relative of Soto y Gama's and 5 years before a minister of commerce in the convention. And Gama promptly named Gennaro Amezcua, now back from Havana, his official agent in Morelos. 5 Publicly exhorted and supported by Soto y Gama's Agraristas, Villarreal managed through 1920 the first serious efforts at general agrarian reform, the Uncultivated Lands Law of June 23, the National Agrarian Commission Circular of October 6, and the Ejido Law of December 28.6. Thus, for the pueblos of Morelos, Soto y Gama and Magana were advocates superior, for cases at the top. Local access to central authority did not remain so direct as in mid-May 1920, when an obscure Zapatista colonel in Jonacatepec wired a complaint to Obregon that the Garcia Pimentels were abusing farmers around the town, and only 2 days later Obregon wired back his support, with every pleasure. But however convoluted, the channels of protest and petition still ran open into the executive offices of the government. As Soto y Gama reported to Mendoza, the highest Obregonistas hear us and pay attention to us. 7 If not exactly a multitude of benefits, the villagers had gained the chance of defense from powerful men and the prospect of relief, a revolutionary change from 1910. At home in 1920 the Zapatistas had emerged in almost absolute control. Chief was General de Lao, the state military commander, a patriarch, as one journalist viewed him, with an attitude reminiscent of the Bishop of Jerusalem. 8 Next was the newly appointed governor sworn in on July 10, Dr. José G. Pars, a native of Hidalgo but the Zapatistas' leading medical attendant in Morelos at least since 1918. The lieutenant governor was Carlos M. Peralta, formerly ATL, the head of Zapatista espionage in Mexico City in 1917. Next came the state's 3 federal deputies, first among them Soto y Gama's local agent, a native of Tlaltizapan and a militant Zapatista since April 1911, Leopoldo Reynoso Diaz, and then his chosen adjuncts, Mariano Montero Villar and Francisco de la Torre, both products of the Zapatista headquarters. Only the senator, Benito Tajonar, was a fluke. 9 On about equal rank stood Amezcua, seeing to the business of the agriculture department in the state. Then came the chiefs of the local defenses sociales, the civilian militias still armed and on call. Through June and July, egged on by Pimienta and other intriguers, de Lao acted as if to disarm the defenses and station detachments of his own regular force in the towns. There were several ominous confrontations between the rival units. In reaction the militia chiefs appealed for help to Magana, who had originally organized many of the defenses from Zapatista headquarters in 1918-19. One chief even proposed to Magana that he run for governor, presumably to counter de Lao. 1 In early August Magana forwarded the complaints and his recommendation to the president. Militiamen who wanted to retire should receive 6 months discharge pay, he advised, and the rest should remain in arms as a rural police, although they would draw no wage from the federal government. Pars having asked him to direct the state's agrarian commission, Magana asked further that an escort of 100 militiamen remain available to him for special duty at the government's expense. 2 The upshot was about as he projected. To avoid offense to de Lao he stayed out of Morelos, but the militia retained their arms, and the chiefs went on as the neighborhood lions. Only at the bottom and in the Zapatistas' shadow were there revolutionaries of another breed in office. These were the district judges and municipal presidents, councillors, and assistants, some newly appointed in the recent revolt, most the characters Tajonar had installed the year before. But they were now subject to local election, and they invented past careers of service from which they came out salty campaigners, intimates of Emiliano. Soon they even believed their inventions. The Zapatista officials quickly carried their revolution into practice again. On August 18 in his second decree Pars started pensions for the families of local men killed in the revolution. And on September 4 in Decree No. 5 he initiated a new agrarian reform in the state. Considering, he said, that the Southern Revolution led by General Emiliano Zapata was for the vindication of the proletariat of the field, that the Plan de Ayala had as a watchword principles among which, the most important is the restitution and grant of ejidos to the pueblos and the emancipation of the eternally exploited field hand, that the historic moments in which Morelos' lives are the result of, the effort of all those citizens who sustained cruel struggle in the southern mountains, that our brothers' blood shed, the crying of the orphans, and the pleading of the widows the revolution has left, demand that the survivors, fulfill their promises. he formally organized the agency to crown the offer made in Villa de Ayala by the martyr of Chinameca. This was the State Agrarian Commission he had wanted Magana to direct. It was to operate as prescribed in Carranza's decree of January 6, 1915, sanctioned in Article 27 of the new constitution the Zapatistas had recognized in declaring for the Agua Prieta Plan. 3. By the new law Morelos became a place where villagers could remain villagers, decently and by right endowed, economically enfranchised. Any cluster of farmers in the state who qualified legally as a pueblo, rancheria, congregation, or comunidad could together now apply to the governor to reclaim old or to gain new land around their settlement. Within 24 hours after receiving the petition, Pars declared, he would consult his agrarian commission to determine the validity of the case and the extent of the territory due, and issue his decision. If he approved, as he seemed to say he always would, the commissioners would then have local agents transfer provisional title to the village and remit the relevant documents to the National Agrarian Commission, which Villarreal presided over, for study and a recommendation to President Obregon. If the president approved, as he had vowed to, the title became definitive. To include as many farmers as possible in the reform, Pars emphasized that refugee camps populated in the turmoil of the war and legally still without status as civil corporations had the right to petition him for it. Obviously he intended to grant it. Compared with Palafox's reforms, the new law would cramp the villagers it gave ground to. Before, a village's definitive title to land had been complete and in perpetuity. Now it was only in usufruct, to revert to the nation if abused. And by fiat the Secretary of Agriculture might well meddle deep in village business. Certainly Congress and the President could make strange changes in local relations. 4 For as it took formal custody of rural communities, the federal government also took a formal role in them. But compared with the measures the Levistas had tried in 1912 and those Pablo González had executed in 1918-19, the new law was a generous mandate for the preservation of the pueblo in the state. So ended the year 1920, in peace, with populist agrarian reform instituted as a national policy, and with the Zapatista movement established in Morelos politics. In the future through thick and thin these achievements would last. This was the claim Zapata, his chiefs, and their volunteers had forced, and Magana had won and secured. New attitudes, new policies, new laws, new agencies, new authorities, and of the plain country people of 1910, about 3/5 remained. They had won a victory too, simply in holding on as villagers, not in refuge in the state cities or huddled into the haciendas but out where they felt they belonged, in the little towns and pueblos and ranchos, still reeking at least of Pacific Zapatismo. 5 In 1910 the bases of the only life they wanted to live had been breaking down. Although they wore themselves out, dutifully tilling their scattered patches of corn and beans, now and then trading a horse or a cow, for a few pesos marketing eggs, tomatoes, onions, chilies, or charcoal, tending their scrubby orchards, desperately sharecropping on the planters' worst land, they had nevertheless lost the struggle to keep their communities going. In store for them then there had been only a long torment of grief and shame, to labor for a wage in steaming cane fields and rice paddies, to take orders from a boss, eventually to move into huts the boss's boss owned, to watch from a distance while old friends and neighbors and kinfolk moved away too, never to rest, and at the end to die in debt anyway. Now a decade later, 2 souls having disappeared for every 3 that stayed, they were still in their bases and back in the struggle. After all, the endurance in the pueblos counted more than the new government, the new champions, the new reforms. Those small communities, burdened and threatened for centuries, had just survived the most vigorous, ruthless, and ingenious siege ever mounted against them, spoiling the best if not the last chance that usurpers would have to eradicate them. Although the villagers of Morelos emerged mangled and in mourning in 1920, they had proved their abiding commitment to the local traditions of their forebears. The faith they had inherited was a source not of ambitions but of obligations, an inspiration not to acquire but to repair, not a stimulant but a strength. This they would try to bequeath. Several times during the war federal and national troops had demolished Ananequilco. Weeds had grown up in its ruins and in its sloping, cobbled streets. But now its families drifted back. Soon there was a community at work again. On September 26, 3 weeks and a day after Pars announced his decree about the Agrarian Commission, the Ananequilcans filed yet another application to recover the local fields. They were the first villagers to try the new law. On September 28 Pars returned them a provisional title to land on the old hospital and Kiwawistla plantations. 6. Epilogue. A people keeps faith. The life of an Ananequilco is exemplary. Jesus Sotelo Inclan. The land titles Zapata's uncle passed on to him in September 1909 were documents almost sacred. It was no mere bundle of legal claims that Zapata took charge of, but the collected testimony to the honor of all Ananequilco chiefs before him, the accumulated trust of all past generations in the pueblo. This was his responsibility. And when a year and a half later he decided to commit the village to revolution, he buried the titles in a strongbox under the floor of its church. Once when federal troops were ravaging Cuautla district, Zapata feared they might accidentally unearth the strongbox. He sent José Robles, a close aide and fellow Ananequilcan, to dig it up and bring it to him. When Robles could not enter the area because of the soldiers, Zapata sent another Ananequilcan, his secretary on the village council, Francisco Franco. Franco did retrieve the titles, which Zapata turned over to Robles for safekeeping. "If you lose them, compadre," he told him, "you'll dry out hanging from a slick oak." In early 1914 some emissaries from a Michoacan rebel came to his camp at Pozo, Colorado, to see whether he was sincere. What was he really fighting for? How could he prove it? He had Robles bring the Ananequilco documents, and he showed them to his visitors. "Por esto peleo," he said. "This not these titles, but this record of constancy and uprightness I am fighting for." As the struggle wore on, Zapata took extra precautions with the documents. He entrusted them to Franco, instructing him to stay out of dangerous zones, to consider it henceforth his sole duty to save them. Afterward Zapata often referred to the titles, but he seems to have felt more comfortable knowing they could not be lost with him. "I'm bound to die someday," he would say, "but my pueblo's papers stand to get guaranteed." In January 1919 Zapata met Franco near Villa de Ayala and repeated his commission. He even authorized Franco, in case he turned up missing, to present the documents before Carranza's agrarian authorities. 3 months later Zapata was dead. Franco returned to Ananequilco, but as governors Tajonar and Rodriguez promoted no reforms, he kept the strongbox hidden. A year passed. Then came the Agua Prieta revolt, and through mid-1920 a new regime in Mexico City and Cuernavaca. Franco now produced the documents Zapata had left, and the villagers elected him their new chief. And that fall he filed their request for the definitive and rightful restitution of their fields. To keep peace with their neighbors the Ananequilcans did not press their full claim, which included part of Villa de Ayala's and Moyotepec's land. 1. The governor's response was a fast shuffle, a favor instead of justice. Since the agronomists in the National Agrarian Commission and the Department of Agriculture had decided that reform deriving from the old, often faulty titles would only confuse the issue, the land Pars provided the Ananequilcans was not a restitution but a grant over 1,200 acres, about what they had asked him to recognize as their own. The Ananequilcans had little choice but to accept. And on October 20 they took provisional possession of the grant, still subject to challenge and eviction. 2 The villagers' original titles were now practically worthless, but Franco kept them with the new documents. Through the early 1920s Zapatistas remained powerful in Mexico City. In 1921 Soto y Gama's agraristas threw the Chamber of Deputies into an extraordinary session and for months debated agrarianism, reading petitions from villages in every region of the Republic, citing treatises on land legislation, haranguing the galleries, all to prove publicly that the woes of Mexico's rural population were not mere phases of time or place but a disgrace basic and national. At least they convinced President Obregon, who came to an Agrarista Party meeting and promised to push for stronger reform. The result was the Agrarian Regulatory Law of April 10, 1922, until the mid-1930s the most drastic use of the new constitution to provide official protection for the country poor. Elsewhere in the government, the Secretary General of the National Agrarian Commission was a Zapatista headquarters secretary of 1914-16, Miguel Mendoza El Schwerdtfeger. In the army, Magana was less important but still influential, as head of a Federal Bureau of Military Colonies and then head of a National Agrarian Confederation. 3 And from these connections an Aniquilco benefited greatly. In November 1922 the President expanded its provisional grant to nearly 1,700 acres, with over 900 acres taken from Manuel Arraez's Cuahuistla Hacienda and over 750 from the Alonso Ayres Hospital. In February 1923 the Alonso attorneys requested an injunction from the Cuautla District Court against the ruling, but Franco had the Pueblo's papers in order, and the court refused to act. Finally, on April 11, 1923, the village received its title of definitive possession. 75 heads of families became full-fledged ejidatarios. 4. Other communities also benefited from the new regime. Over 40 irregular camps, settlements, suburbs, and old hacienda quarters gained recognition from PARs as civil corporations. And to nearly half of these and to most of the already established villages the governor dispensed grants of ejidos. By late 1923, HE had provided land to 115 of the state's then 150 pueblos. On official encouragement, many farmers organized unions, like the Bolsheviki at Tepoztlan, and affiliated with the National Workers' Confederation, the Crom. 5 touring the state in 1923, an American journalist found men laboring in the fields not dissatisfied. True, there was no more sugar cane. But villagers did not regret the ruin of the old industry. What was called prosperity for the state, they recalled, was misery for us. As ejidatarios told the American, we are growing what we want to grow and for our own use. 6. In return the local people were staunchly loyal to the federal government. When in December 1923 a revolt to make de la Huerta president broke out in several states, the country folk of Morelos kept their state quiet. The only suspicious maneuvers came from old Zapatista chiefs like Jesus Capistran, who resented the political machine PARs had built in Cuernavaca and who suspected him of rebel sympathies. And when the Patriarch de Lago removed PARs and his aides and appointed a new loyalist governor on December 15, the disaffected chiefs resumed their support of the government. Later, rebels from Guerrero tried to drive up into Morelos, but de Lago mobilized forces to hold them at Puente de Istla. He also distributed arms to villagers around the state. And never wavering, they guarded strategic points until the crisis passed. 7 Probably not since the War of Intervention 60 years before had the allegiance of the Pueblos to the national authorities been so immediate and so firm. By 1927 statistics indicated that Morelos had changed more from agrarian programs than any other state. Only 4 or 5 haciendas still functioned there, the others standing idle or transformed into civil communities. Toiling around them were over 120 villages established in their ejidos. While planters had lost over half their territory in the last 7 years, some 16,800 ejidatarios had taken definitive possession of over 307,000 acres in grants and restitutions. Provisionally at least 80% of the state's farming families now held fields of their own, which altogether amounted to around 75% of the arable land. 8 In rich, wet, warm country like Morelos, where the only pause between harvests was for the crop to ripen, the emerging pattern of tenure was the outline of the old populist utopia. A kindly but shrewd American anthropologist researching in Tepoztlan saw rustic harmony, easiness, and contentment as the essence of life there. The same vision transfixed a usually acerbic American reporter. Tepoztlan. Will you be as self-sufficient, as heroically beautiful 100 years from now? He cried. If I read the godlike palm of your destiny aright, you will forever cherish your traditions. 9. Nevertheless, despite the statistics and the rhetoric, new worries had set in. The most galling were political, the local repercussions of the conflict and disruption President Calles caused in the National Agrarista Party after he succeeded Obregon in 1924. In August 1924 the Senate deposed the governor whom de Lao had installed and appointed instead Ismael Velasco, a chief politico in Jonacatepec and Tezcala before the revolution but later a Zapatista. In September the War Department reassigned de Lao himself to Tlaxcala and named a Sonoran commander-in-chief in Morelos. In October Velasco left and Joaquim Rojas Hidalgo became governor. 16 months later, in February 1926, he conducted the first state elections since 1912. They featured 7 parties backing 4 candidates, and they concluded in the rival claims to victory of 3 of the candidates and their respective legislatures, 1 in business in the Cortes Palace, 1 in a private house in Cuernavaca, and 1 in Jojutla. Congress promptly dismissed Rojas Hidalgo and appointed Valentin del Llano, a federal deputy from Morelos in 1912-13. In March del Llano nullified the recent elections. In May he resigned. His lieutenant governor replaced him until December, when Congress made a new appointment, which it revoked the following February to make another, which it revoked a month later to make yet another. 1. For the villagers the proliferation of politicians was about as welcome as a visitation of locusts. As the citizens of Santa Maria Alpueca wrote in a typical complaint to the Department of the Interior, our pueblo, like the rest of the state, has been suffering a long series of injustices and ailments of all kinds, due to the confusion and complete disorder which have reigned, since the time of Sr. Rojas Hidalgo, who came to impose authorities in the municipalities, these authorities being precisely the mortal enemies of the pueblo. Sr. Rojas Hidalgo went, and we raised our hands to heaven thinking that we should now rest, but our disappointment was very painful when we learned that the contrary took place, for Sr. Valentin del Llano, who came afterward, and who, they say, has Gachapan blood, immediately let himself be deceived by the reactionaries and left things in that state. This gentleman left, and for 3 months we have not known who is at the head of the government. All we know is that every day things go from bad to worse and who knows where we shall end, too. Another trouble was the parvenu agrarians, some returning natives and some immigrants from states where land was harder to get. Attracted to Morelos by the generosity of policy and nature, they came in the thousands. Mostly they settled in the villages. And as they reclaimed old rights or competed for new grants, they cramped their hosts. The more that came, the more they advertised the state to others. Less clear but even more deeply disturbing was a problem about money. As the national economy recovered through the mid-1920s, villagers had to pay higher prices for an increasing variety of goods. But entrenched in their corn patches, tending a few livestock, they had little chance to earn enough cash. Retouring the state in 1925, the American journalist found ejidatarios who wanted the fields in sugar cane again. But the mills were still in ruins. Experts calculated that their reconstruction would require $25 million, not a likely investment. Some villagers tried growing rice for the metropolitan market, but they had to deal with brokers, who absorbed the profits before the crop was in. In one case squabbles over water for the paddies degenerated into pitched battle between 2 armed pueblos. Increasingly often farmers who wanted more than a modest subsistence had to rent from their neighbors or do jobs for wages. 3. Veteran natives stayed in the state. Their mood was not desperate, much less subversive. During 1926-8 3 small outlaw bands operated in northern and eastern Morelos in support of the Catholic Cristero rebellion then raging in Jalisco, but they aroused no serious sympathy among the pueblos. They hid out in the hills, to avoid the armed and dutiful villagers. Even so, one band fell victim to the pursuing forces of Adrian Castrejón, a Zapatista chief now a stalwart national general. When a military revolt flared in Veracruz in late 1927, President Calles felt so sure of Morelos that he did not bother to reinforce troops there or to mobilize the militia. and he crushed the eastern rebels without the slightest complication in the south. 2 years later, during another abortive mutiny in the north, the same peace prevailed in Morelos. 4. But however firm, local loyalty was no longer automatic but a strain. After 1928 it lasted mainly on the strength of gratitude and faith. For that year Morelos lost its best champion in Mexico City, Obregon, to a religious fanatic's bullet, and Calles, who owed the state nothing, became the nation's supreme political boss. In the National Revolutionary Party Calles then organized, Soto y Gama refused to accept a place. The Agraristas split, and Morelos lost even its advocates in the capital. After a provisional president decreed a record flurry of grants in the state in 1929, villages went begging. 5. Ananequilco meanwhile struggled on. The old kind of direct challenge was too obvious to hurt the village now. In June 1927 Manuel Arreaz's attorneys appealed the expropriation of Cuahuistla lands in the Cuautla District Court, to no avail. But more devious tactics had evolved that required the villagers' special vigilance. The Alonso attorneys tried to sell 2 of the fields already expropriated from hospital to the Federal Loan Bank for irrigation and agriculture. Francisco Franco quickly exposed the maneuver in court, however, and Ananequilcans were able to farm a few more seasons in peace. 6. By 1929 the village was in yet another bind. As the young men married and formed new households, they pressed for local plots of their own rather than emigrate. But there was not enough land in the ejido to give them a decent stake. And official restrictions on enlarging the grant made the pinch worse. Legally Ananequilco had no right even to request new holdings until 10 years after the original grant, that is, until October 1930. Instinctively Franco sought a way out by resorting to the old titles. On May 9, 1929, Ananequilcans applied again for restitution of their lost lands. The request became urgent in July, when the National Agrarian Commission ruled that in September it would end agrarian reform in Morelos, dissolving the State Agrarian Commission and accepting no more pleas for restitution, new grants, or enlargements. When the National Commission failed to carry out the ruling, however, Franco went on in late October to file an application for enlarging Ananequilco's ejido. 7. Neither action brought results. The request for restitution was dismissed as out of order. And the application for enlargement soon ran afoul of new legislation further restricting Pueblo's rights. According to an executive decree of December 26, 1930, villagers could not even ask for more ejido plots unless they proved that they had made efficient use of previous grants, and they had to pay for new expropriated fields before putting them under cultivation. 8. To Ananequilco these were formidable barriers, and they grew more imposing. As the federal government developed its own security, as it grew more conservative, more careful about investors' nerves, it raised the premium on political connections and discounted simply popular needs. Although a new state constitution took effect in Morelos in 1930 and elected governors and legislatures henceforth made the local rules, the real direction still came from Mexico City. And the options of plain people dwindled. In practice the Ananequilcans could only go on supporting Francisco Franco's efforts. In December 1932 their request to enlarge the ejido finally reached the National Agrarian Commission, but prompted no action. The Pueblo's struggle became frantic over the winter of 1934-5. There had just been elections for a new president, and in the familiar manner the departing chief executive showered last-minute favors on his similarly departing colleagues. One favor, a mere token for him, was the concession of 2 fields south of Cuautla to a clique of generals organized as the José María Leiva Cooperative. It so happened that these fields were among the richest in Ananequilco's ejido. They were fields Ananequilco had always held title to, as one of the cooperative's leading generals, Morilio Mejia, must have known. Besides, the village had won the fields definitively from Hospital Hacienda in 1923, and successfully defended its possession in court in 1927. But the land was valuable, and lower court rulings often failed to inhibit a magnanimous president. Soon the generals sent out crews to fence in the land. Francisco Franco now proved himself a worthy heir of Zapata's legacy, a true descendant in Ananíquilco's honorable line. He notified Mejia and his cronies that he would resist their maneuvers by again presenting Ananíquilco's titles in court. And on November 29, 1934, he did file again for restitution. Then when the generals accused him of rebellion against local officials and initiated a private hunt for him, he fled with the documents into the hills. He spent several months a jump ahead of death, writing when he could to various authorities. Once again that bundle of legal papers had inspired the total devotion of Ananíquilco's trustiest man. Eventually Franco's pleas came to the attention of the new president, Lázaro Cárdenas, who had revived radical agrarianism as a national policy. And on June 29, 1935, astoundingly, the president arrived in Ananíquilco. In public proceedings he declared the generals expropriated, the pueblo entitled to the fields in question, as well as the cooperative's farm machinery, and Francisco Franco guaranteed against political abuse. Ananíquilco's trials now seemed over. For although professional Zapatista politicians remained in eclipse, President Cárdenas actually proceeded to grant new ejidos and to carry out other reforms in Morelos that surely forecast the village's relief. After 10 years of revolution and then 15 years more of petition, Zapata's native pueblo was at last about to come into its own. Had Zapata lived, he would have been a grandfather. There remained only the formalities, the application for an enlargement of the ejido. This Franco filed, and this President Cárdenas duly granted on May 13, 1936. For 93 ejidatarios Ananíquilco now disposed of 10,139 acres, as much as a small, pre-revolutionary hacienda. Nearly 1,200 acres were in the lush Ayala River bottoms, over 600 of them irrigated, the rest were in the dry hills to the west of the village. 9. But Ananíquilco's success was a new bone of contention. It encouraged Villa de Ayalans to request an enlargement too, and when they received their grant, they found it included lands already allotted to Ananíquilco, lands Cárdenas had verbally promised Ananíquilco a year before. Unfortunately for Ananíquilco, no one had kept an official record during the president's surprise visit, and the village could not defend itself against Villa de Ayala's challenge. Although old friends of Morelos were again influential in Mexico City, Magana having gained the confidence of the president, himself a Michoacano, and Pars having become Undersecretary of Agriculture, they did not waste themselves in pacifying two little villages. In 1937 Nicolas Zapata became municipal president in Cuautla, but he offered no help to his father's native pueblo. Unlike his father, he had learned the rudiments of politics which rotted his sense of obligation. For almost 2 years the dispute dragged on between Ananíquilco and Villa de Ayala, the larger, richer, municipal seat. Then in May 1938 came an executive ruling in Villa de Ayala's favor. Stunned, the Ananíquilcans refused to recognize the decision. Nor would they accept lands elsewhere in compensation, especially when they learned they would have to pay half the market price for them. Still, the dispossessed would not leave their pueblo. Renting local plots or taking jobs as field hands for their neighbors, they held on. Without knowing how or why, not in delight but in distress, the villagers could see that the basic terms of their life had changed all ironically in the past few years of official interest in their welfare. Thus, because Cárdenas wanted to give the ejidatarios of Morelos a chance to produce a cash crop, he had ordered the construction of a giant cooperative sugar mill in Zacatepec, which he had opened in February 1938, and the fields were again in cane. But inevitably the value of the land soared. And entrepreneurs inside and outside the ejidos distorted local contracts and pressed for their own advantage. Besides, from Guerrero, Mexico, and Puebla newcomers swarmed into the state hunting for places in the pueblos growing cane for Zacatepec. By 1940, mainly from immigration, Ananíquilco had over twice as many people as in 1930. Some were renters, others part or full-time field hands, for very high wages, but they all craved a plot in the ejido. In the fierce competition for the soil, the average holding shrank to less than 10 acres, around a third the size it had been 7 years before. 1. There was little room for the ejido to expand in, even if the Secretary of Agriculture, now Pars, favored it. Finally, the Ananequilcans accepted land adjoining the grant they already held, and agreed to pay the expropriated owners 1/5 the market value. But when the fields came open, Nicholas appeared and tried to take over the best sections. And then the federal official in charge refused to release any land. The tax bills still went to Ananequilco, but use of the land soon fell to a local kulak reputedly Spanish. In 1940 the odds shifted even more heavily against the village. Because Magana, the closest Zapatista contact with Cardenas, had died the year before, surviving Zapatista notables formed an official club, the Zapatista Front, including Pars, Delao, Ayacuica, and Castrejón among the directors, and to encourage Nicolas Zapata to behave more responsibly, they gave him an honorary seat in the governing council and arranged his election to the Morelos legislature. Unreformed but now a deputy of the regime, Nicolas quickly acquired over 100 acres in Ananequilco's ejido. When Ananequilcans resisted, he had them ordered off other plots, which he then conceded to his partners in the Villa de Ayala ejido. 2. Yet the Ananequilcans remained, as many lessees and laborers now as proper ejidatarios. Although they heard of the new jobs World War II had opened in the north, in the federal district, and right in Morelos, they preferred a dim local hope to a bright distant risk. At home at least they would not have to steal to eat. By 1943 Ananequilco was in desperate straits. The villagers' misery shocked a young historian who, after hearing lectures on Zapata at the National University, had come to Morelos to discover for himself the truth about the southern chief. Determined still to hold their ground, but crowded, in debt, helpless, having just lost the fields they expected their next harvest from, the Ananequilcans had lost faith in every defense but their titles. These the now 60-year-old Francisco Franco finally showed the young visitor. These alone, he argued, because they proved the history of the pueblo, could prove its right to exist, which for him was not merely its political right to autonomy but also the social right of its natives to live out decent lives where they were born. To Franco and other Ananequilcans, their heritage was the only conceivable source of their salvation. It was a depressing conviction. In seeing them suffer, the young man thought, "It seems to me I am present at the anguish of all the past generations." Back in Mexico City, corresponding with his friends from the village, he began to fear they would take up arms again in a tragic adventure. In the book he soon published he beseeched the new president, Manuel Avila Camacho, to enforce Ananequilco's titles. "Will it be possible," he asked, "that the first pueblo that went to fight for its lands will be the last to receive them, or never receive them at all?" 3. Meanwhile Franco reorganized resistance to Nicolas. If Miliano was alive, he reasoned, he would settle for his 10 acres like everybody else. The other villagers agreed, both the natives and the immigrants, and through the mid-1940s they at least kept control over the fields they had. And since fewer outsiders moved into the pueblo now and some exasperated young men even moved away, those who stayed were able to break the fragmentation of plots and the general indebtment. In 1946 Nicolas became federal deputy for Cuautla district, and the local struggle grew vicious again, but still the Ananequilcans carried on. 4 days before Christmas 1947, the Cuautla police came down to Ananequilco and assaulted Franco's house. Breaking in, they demanded the village documents and tried to kill the old man. He and his family fought back, and the police fled. That night national troops arrived and opened fire. They killed Franco's 2 sons, Julian, 22, and Virulo, 17. Wounded, the old man tried to escape, but the soldiers caught him and finished him off in a nearby ravine. They never found the documents. 4. During the next 20 years massive changes went on in Mexico. The population almost doubled. The number of workers in factories and construction tripled. Acreage under cultivation doubled. Production in agriculture and industry more than tripled. Over 20,000 miles of new roads opened, and the number of cars, trucks, and buses racing along them more than quintupled. The number of radios increased at least 10 times. And switched onto beam, incessantly it seemed, were over 1 million TVs. New tricks in salesmanship became routine, like brand names, advertising, standard packaging. Through an export-import agency, the federal government began buying goods directly from domestic producers and selling them directly to consumers. The annual cargo shipped on trains alone tripled. Pulled into this boom and driving it faster, the population shifted around the republic out of the poor, densely settled rural areas of the center and south and into the most blatantly thriving states of the Northwest and the Gulf Coast, or into the large cities, especially into the now huge metropolis of Mexico City. Although most country people stayed where they were, often because of the residual security of their ejidal plots, those who moved probably numbered over 2 million. By the mid-1960s, barely half the working population was still in farming. The obvious prospect was a mainly urban society. Already over a third of Mexicans lived in cities of at least 20,000 inhabitants. And overall, guiding, coaxing, compelling, there appeared a new generation of national leaders, trained in the offices of the regime and intent both on preserving the order and accelerating the progress they now called the institutional revolution. 5. Morelos was full in the middle of the rush and swell. There indeed the changes were extraordinarily drastic, the population doubling, the output of cash crops more than doubling, the number of industrial enterprises probably quadrupling, and the number of industrial workers probably quintupling. Typical of the local boom was the expanding operation at the Zacatepec sugar mill. Despite decrepit machinery, a labyrinthine organization, and obsolete plans, the managers of the cooperative raised production 37% between 1953 and 1962. Connecting roads reached out from the big mill to all the 50-odd ejidos producing for it. So did medical, technical, and educational services. 6. So did credit, which a national ejidal bank channeled through the cooperative to individual ejidos. And so did directions from the government's export-import agency, concerning what to plant, how much, when to sow, when to reap. Although the state remained obviously agricultural, life there increasingly resembled life in a factory. Morelos became a hive of newcomers. For restless and destitute immigrants it was both a frontier, where they could start again for free, and a transit camp, where they could prepare for the leap into Mexico City. For the widening class of successful metropolitans it was a retreat where they could pay down on weekend homes and hope to retire. For real estate promoters it was a paradise to subdivide and mark skeleton streets through. For entrepreneurs in general it was a bustling market. Already by 1950 nearly 1/4 of Morelos residents were not natives. In municipalities like Zacatepec, Jojutla, and Cuautla the proportion ranged from a third to nearly a half, and in Cuernavaca the natives were the minority. By 1960 the proportion of immigrants in the state was 36%. 6 or 7 years later it approached 50%. By then, as the planters had fondly dreamed half a century before, even the Japanese had arrived not as peons, however, but as technicians for a new automobile factory outside Cuernavaca. Through the deluge the legal pattern of land tenure remained intact, over 32,000 ejidatarios in over 200 ejidos holding some 740,000 acres in fields, timber, and pasture, which was over 80% of the useful soil, and around 10,000 private proprietors holding the rest, mainly in minute plots, but the development of local communities was bewilderingly different from what had gone before. Cuernavaca, Cuautla, and Jojutla grew of course into major centers. But so did Zacatepec, a pueblo of only 1,900 souls in 1940, a town of 7,000 in 1950, and a city of 13,500 by 1960, the state's second largest. And while some old villages like Huitzalac and Jonacatepec remained smaller than before the revolution, and others like Yantitelco and Cotlan del Rio barely grew, a new colonia like Emiliano Zapata, founded only in 1940, burgeoned into a town of over 7,000 by 1960.7. Politically too the state reformed. Almost all the Zapatista old-timers passed on, like De Lao in 1952, into tombs their kinfolk invoked the Virgin of Guadalupe to hallow. The few survivors were mostly too aged for more than a quiet sit in the morning sun. Only here and there was a veteran of the great ordeal still active, working a little through the week and then on Sunday taking buses around to see old comrades and gather signatures for a local petition. The new officials were young men, often graduates of the National University. Increasingly they were earnest, aware, energetic, anxious at once to keep the system functioning smoothly and to carry out the mission which is entrusted to the modern state, to offer the maximum in public and social services to the governed. By neat constitutional schedule the governors and legislatures assumed authority and then surrendered it. Between 1946 and 1958 only 3 strikes formally occurred in Morelos, involving only 94 workers. 9 True, corruption persisted at many levels of state and municipal government. So did the habit of official violence which led in 1962 to the assassination of a popular Ejidatario chief from Tlaquiltenango, Ruben Jaramillo, his wife, and 3 stepsons. 1 But the ensuing scandal seemed more significant than the murder, as evidence that even those urbanites who had frowned on Jaramillo believed brutality belonged to the past and now expected more subtlety from their rulers. At his inauguration in 1964 the new governor sharply condemned his predecessor's ways and promised a new stage in the institutional life of the state too. Still an unequivocal languished. After Franco's death it grew more slowly than before, accumulating only 15 or 20 new inhabitants each year, to remain in the 1960s a minor village of some 1,250. Even they were too many for the ejido to support. So pressing was the demand of the pueblo on the supply of land that the average ejidal holding shrank to around 5 acres, on which plot alone no family could make a living. The scourge of the village was no longer Nicolas Zapata, removed, according to rumor, to a rich hacienda in Veracruz, the gift of the government to keep him out of trouble in Morelos. The scourge was now the ejidal bank, the only bank most ejidatarios had access to. Ruling from Zacatepec, its officials would not advance credit to farmers to raise livestock or poultry, to tend orchards or apiaries, to grow melons or tomatoes, ventures that the nearby markets in Cuautla and Mexico City would reward lavishly. They would finance only the culture of cane and rice, the first paying an average ejidatario around 450 pesos a year, the second paying at best around 525 between 10 and 12 cents a day. Even so villagers stayed. To eke out their income they managed various expedients. One ejidatario might rent his field to the Zacatepec mill or to a private mill in Cuautla and then work for a guaranteed minimum wage. Another might rent to a neighbor and work for him, or try a season as a migrant laborer, perhaps in the United States. A lucky few managed to buy private plots outside the ejido, lease several more inside, get credit independently, and diversify operations. Most could only work longer and harder, hiring themselves out to their palmier fellows, until they spent more time in others' fields than in their own. Rather than invest the bank's credit in the soil, they lived off it as a salary. When they needed mules or tractors, they contracted them from outside. Their debts soared. By the late 1950s the pueblo owed altogether around 200,000 pesos, one ejidatario alone owing 23,000. In effect the villagers became the bank's employees, or peons. Ananequilcans lamented, mistakenly but to the point, we lived easy when we had no land. 3. It was quiet there, well off the highway. The road into the village and the main paths were where they had always been, and the low adobe houses looked the same as before. Though on a Sunday a writer might come down from Mexico City in search of a story, he found the tombstones in the cemetery as interesting as the local conversation. Fidencio Espejo, Zapata's father-in-law, 1909, Maria de Jesus Zapata, 1940, Maria de la Luz Zapata, 1944, Franco and his sons, 1947.4 in the early 1960s, to appease metropolitan intellectuals who wanted to bestow the benefits of a Zapatista museum on the pueblo, the federal government built a concrete pavilion over the ruins of Zapata's father's house, but only stray tourists on personal pilgrimages found their way to the site. On the morning of every August 8, state and national dignitaries gathered in the little amphitheater next to the pavilion to praise Zapata on his birthday, but by mid-afternoon, before the rain, they were gone, and the pueblo was again hot, melancholy, quiet. Usually, because the women were indoors and the men out in the fields, the village seemed empty, almost deserted. Now and then young people appeared, on silent errands in the street or muttering hard in games in the dusty walled yard beside the church. A foreign visitor winced at seeing them. In this village, he thought, children still learned respect for elders, duty to kin, honor in work and play, curious lessons to carry into a world about to fly a man to the moon, deliberately capable of nuclear war, already guilty of genocide. But being an unequal cans, he decided, they would probably stand the strain. Appendix A. Major plantations in Morelos, 1908 to 1909. Appendix B. The Plan de Ayala. The Zapatistas swore by their Plan de Ayala. From late November 1911, when they first proclaimed it, until the spring of 1918, when they shelved it for the sake of unification, the Zapatista chiefs considered the plan a veritable Catholicon, much more than a program of action, almost a scripture. They would brook no compromise of its provisions, no irreverence toward its projects which were to issue in a classic Mexican millennium. In their own shrinking domains in Morelos and Puebla they remained its devotees until they pledged allegiance to the Plan de Agua Prieta in April 1920. Afterward the Ayala Plan became famous as the premier banner of modern Mexico's most remarkable and controversial experiment, agrarian reform. The plan was not an instant creation. As a statement of attitudes it had been evolving for at least some 50 years, through the public lessons Juarez had given in the supreme importance of principles, law, and justice, through the formation of national pride in the resistance against the French, through the exasperation with personal promises and political abuses during Don Porfirio's long reign, and lately through the abortion of hopes in the virtuous Madero. As a statement of the specific Zapatista position in revolutionary politics, it had been gestating for about 9 months. The matrix was Madero's San Luis Plan, to which in March 1911 the Ayalans had announced their allegiance. Thus they demanded the dismissal of all incumbent officials, local and federal, elected and appointed, the free election and impartial appointment of new authorities, and judicial review of all disputed cases involving rural real estate. Zapata's position remained the same through the summer, even through the bitter crisis of August. Not until late September, after the Federals had chased them out of Morelos, did the Zapatistas define demands of their own. Their statement was a crude memorial which contains the petitions of the counter-revolutionaries to President of the Republic Francisco L. de la Vera. Although in their obvious suspicion of electoral solutions they anticipated features of the radical plan to follow, they were nevertheless generally committed to the old limits. We recognize and respect Francisco L. de la Vera, present Provisional President of the Republic. 2. We declare that the present provisional governors be dismissed and that be named either by the will of the people or of the generals and chiefs of the present counter-revolution, as well as the commander-in-chief and the forces who garrison their plazas. 3. We ask that the federal forces evacuate the plazas which they are presently occupying in the states of Morelos, Puebla, Guerrero, and Oaxaca. 4. That elections be suspended. V. That to the pueblos there be given what in justice they deserve as to lands, timber, and water, which has been the origin of the present counter-revolution. 6. We ask that political prefectures be abolished and that absolute liberty be given to all political prisoners of the nation. Effective suffrage, no re-election. SN 1. Del Rio, September 26, 1911. Emiliano Zapata, Eufemio Zapata. José Trinidad Ruiz, Agustin Quiros, Jesus Llorregui. Emigdio El Marmolejo, José Cruz, Jesus Navarro. Jose Rodriguez, Jesus Sanchez, Jose Vergara. Mariano Rodriguez, Procilo Capistran, Amador Salazar. If de la Barra granted their petitions, the Zapatistas promised to lay down their arms immediately. 1. 6 weeks later Zapata clarified his position in stating conditions for surrender to the new president, Madero. This statement was clearer and more to the point than September's because Gabriel Robles Dominguez had helped compose it. It was also more moderate, in applying only to Morelos, in dropping the demand for justice to the pueblos there and changing it to a demand for an agrarian law, and in recognizing the president's role in the appointments of a new governor and state police chief. 1. General Ambrosio Figueroa will be withdrawn from the government of the state. 2. The forces which Federico Morales commands will be withdrawn from the state. 3. A general pardon will be conceded to all those risen in arms. 4. There will be granted an agrarian law attempting to improve the condition of the laborer in the field. 5. Federal troops will be withdrawn from the towns in the state which they presently occupy. The period in which those forces must withdraw will remain the prudent judgment of the President of the Republic, but General Zapata, in representation of his companions in arms and for himself, respectfully asks Sr. Madero that this period not exceed 45 days. 6. While the federal forces retire, 500 men of General Zapata's forces will remain armed, the town or towns in which they must quarter being assigned by the executive. This force will have the character of rural police and will take orders therefore from the Minister of the Interior. 7. The chief of these forces will be designated by Sr. Madero, but General Zapata for himself and in representation of his second chiefs respectfully asks that the appointment fall on the person of Señor Don Raúl Madero or Eufemio Zapata. 8. Passports or safe conducts will be expedited to all chiefs of those risen in arms. 9. General Zapata will not intervene in the affairs of the government of the state and will try to use his personal influence to make the constituted authorities respected. 10. The federal government will turn over the amount of 10,000 pesos to pay the loans which have been made in the revolution. 11. The governor of the state will be named by the principal revolutionary chiefs of the state, in accord with Sr. Madero. 12. Villa de Ayala will remain garrisoned with 50 men from the state's rural police. 13. General Zapata's forces will concentrate immediately in Villa de Ayala and Jonacatepec. Villa de Ayala, November 11, 1911. General Emiliano Zapata. 2. 2 weeks later the Zapatistas formally started their own revolution under the Plan de Ayala. On the question of who composed the plan, outsiders have given widely varying opinions. One believed that Francisco Vázquez Gómez wrote it and passed it on to Zapata. 3. Another asserted that Francisco's brother, Emilio, then in exile in San Antonio, had taken there a copy of a plan proposed by Otilio Montano, toned it down, and sent it back to Morelos for proclamation. 4. Another declared that Emilio Vázquez, Montano, Paulino Martínez, and Enrique Bonilla, then an editor of Diario del Hogar, all collaborated on the final version. 5. Yet another says that 3 obscure Guerrerans, Gonzalo Avila, Salasjo Carrasco Núñez, and Fidel Fuentes produced the plan and sent it to Montano in September 1911. 6. Others have reported that Palafox or Soto y Gama wrote it. 7. These accounts rest on very flimsy evidence. There is also an official Zapatista story of the composition, to the accuracy of which both the style and the content of the plan strongly testify. According to this account, Zapata resented metropolitan reports that his October raids into Morelos and the federal district were only for pillage. And he asked Montano to draw up a program to prove that the Zapatistas were not mere bandits. Counseled by the leading chiefs, Montano and his aides composed a tentative version. In early November Zapata examined it and praised it, but judged it no longer necessary because of the deal he was going to arrange with Robles Dominguez. After the negotiations collapsed, Zapata and Montano escaped into the Puebla Mountains together and hid out around the village of Miquetzingo. There they drafted the final version. The ideas were those Zapata took as the consensus of his chiefs, the phrasing was mostly Montano's. When they finished, Zapata assembled all the chiefs in the area, and in the little neighboring town of Ioxistla they heard the plan read and signed it. Zapata then moved into headquarters in the Morelos Mountains near Huautla, where a parish priest typed several copies of the plan for him. These he sent to the embassies in Mexico City and to his main agent there, Gildardo Magana. He instructed Magana to suspend talks with Maderismo and to try to have the important document published. Of all the metropolitan editors, only Bonilla of the Diario del Hogar would ask Madero if he could publish it. Yes, Madero said, publish it so everyone will know how crazy that Zapata is. So he did on December 15, in a double edition that quickly sold out. 8. Garbled and rambling, without a hint of metropolitan grace, the thing was truly a caution literally as well as colloquially. Most striking were four radical changes in the Zapatista position. First, the operation Zapata and his chiefs carried on was no longer a local movement of protest in Morelos or regionally through the south, but a national movement to seize federal authority. Second, the revolutionaries would not only restore fields to pueblos that had lost them, but would also expropriate some land from rightful holders whom they judged monopolists, and would expropriate completely landlords who opposed them. Third, they would treat Maderista revolutionaries whom they captured in battle not as prisoners of war but as traitors. Fourth, to discourage personal ambitions, they would not name a provisional president or governors until after they had taken power. Measures like the last three no other revolutionary group except the anarcho-syndicalists would advocate, much less adopt as policy, for another 3 years. At least the Ayala Plan was an alert to politicians in Mexico City about how militant and canny part of the rural population had become. But preoccupied otherwise as they were, it only convinced them of how eccentric agrarian demands were. Distinct traces of other revolutionary documents mark the Plan de Ayala. One is the Plan de Tacubaya in support of Emilio Vázquez for president, dated October 31, 1911. It stresses allegations of Madero's personal treachery and political incapacity, and frames the Vázquista operation as a continuation and fulfillment of the original movement of 1910. Appropriately reframed, these notions and some of the Tacubayan language figure tediously in the Ayala Plan, and mainly in the same section a long discursive preface, which in the Zapatista version runs on through the first article. The source of the Tacubayan influence was probably Paulino Martinez, co-signer of the Vázquista Plan and friend of the Ayalans. Probably he exchanged complaints with Zapata and Montano and passed on his disgust with Madero to reinforce theirs, as well as a vocabulary in which to articulate it. Quite possibly even a copy of the Tacubaya Plan reached the southern camp to serve as a model of denunciation. The other imprint on the Ayala Plan is that of several Liberal Party papers, dating from the program of 1906, a reasoned statement of intended reforms, to the manifesto of September 23, 1911, a vivid and moving anarcho-syndicalist call for Mexicans to expropriate land and factories and use them for the common welfare. 9 Many of the concepts and phrases that the Liberals harped on most intensely, and most recently in the September manifesto, flash repeatedly through the Ayala Plan. 12 times, for instance, appear images of blood, wounds, bloody conflicts, blood and fire, bloodshed, remarks which rarely or never occur in other plans but which are frequent in liberal literature. Also, nationalization and expropriation are acts that only the Liberals had promoted before and which only they and the Zapatistas proposed out loud in 1911. Likewise, the Liberals had argued loudly and explicitly for a merging of familial loyalties into a grand revolutionary solidarity, and assuming the argument, the Zapatistas followed them, whereas Madero in his plan had appealed only to compatriots and fellow citizens, the Ayalans appealed to our brothers. And pegged firmly into the Plan de Ayala are other words that were the political currency of the Mexican opposition but on which the Liberals always had a special claim: dictatorship, justice, tyrant, despot, chains, slaves, yoke, welfare, fatherland. Finally, the plan's motto, liberty, justice, and law, is a close take on the slogan of the liberal program of 1906, reform, justice, and law. Since there were no liberals then agitating among the Zapatistas, the source of their semantic and political influence was probably their clandestine newspaper, Regeneration, which Zapata and Montano knew and which couriers could deliver from the capital. But the notation of its putative intellectual debts does not exhaust the work. Despite its Vasquista tones, the Ayala Plan was no piece of Vasquista propaganda, as many metropolitan politicians thought at the time. If it was in support of Emilio, why was it not so openly, especially at the very moment when the Vasquistas needed all the public revolutionary sympathy they could muster? Why did the sons of the state of Morelos not refer once to Emilio or Francisco? Why was their first choice for supreme chief the revolutionary then Emilio's worst rival, Pascual Orozco? Nor for all its blood and brimstone was the plan another liberal tract. In passages the anarcho-syndicalists must have gagged on or laughed at, it recognized God as well as the people helping to initiate the revolution in 1910, indicated only obliquely that an industrial proletariat even existed, and admitted the right of private property for pueblos and individuals. It was innocent of the idea of a struggle of classes, and reflected suppositions about international affairs that reduced to a hope for approval from the civilized world, Edwardian Europe and the Taftian United States. Although from 1910 on the liberals had broadcast a new slogan perfectly tailored for the Southern movement, Land and Liberty, the Ayalans went on with their old motto, amending it only to reform, liberty, justice, and law. The Plan de Ayala was an original, more so than most of the other revolutionary plans, programs, and manifestos that have appeared in Mexican history. Its most important articles, for instance, 6, 7, and 8, on agrarian reform, contain almost nothing borrowed from previous plans, although there was much to borrow. The special disposition in Article 8 on behalf of widows and orphans is also without precedent. So is Article 10, on traitors to the revolution. The most original and interesting feature of the plan is the sense of history pervading it. Most other contemporary plans had few roots in the Mexican past, and then only in the immediate past. In the San Luis Plan, for instance, there is one late mention in passing of the anti-re-electionist provisions in Don Porfirio's revolutionary plans of La Noria and Tuxtepec. But in the Ayala Plan a major early charge against Madero is his profound disrespect for the immortal Code of 57, written with the revolutionary blood of Ayutla. And to expropriate the planters' property, the norm and example are the laws put in force by the immortal Juarez on ecclesiastical properties, which punished the despots and conservatives who in every time have tried to impose on us the ignominious yoke of oppression and backwardness. Nowhere in the plan is there a reference to peace or progress or democracy, the goals professed in other plans and preeminently the concerns of the citified men of the day. Instead, the aim is to recover the liberties of a republican people and, twice stated, to bring about prosperity and well-being, which was no new dream in Mexico but a utopia first conceived there in the flushest times of the 16th century, revived during the 18th century by Bourbon reformers, endorsed and publicized by Humboldt, recurring constantly through the difficult attempts to establish independence, and then largely subsumed and repressed during the long Porfirian evolution. Emerging from this oldest of Mexican fashions, the Ayala Plan had a tremendous and poignant impact on men who could not imagine their country basically different. Others, for whom history was a drag, it touched not at all. The paste gem fanciness of the plan's rhetoric was no doubt Montano's. An ill-paid village schoolteacher, having learned and now teaching from textbooks produced by Porfirio Diaz's educational system, Montano lived a raggedly painful present and glorified what he believed a happier past. Ironically, the glorification was easier because of the official ideology. This was to depict Diaz as one more hero in an honored Republican succession, to legitimize his role in Mexican history. First came Hidalgo, then Morelos, then Juarez, then the most heroic Republican, Juarez's mighty general and proper heir, Don Porfirio. 1 Presumably the next in this line, which seemed to progress in the manner of the later Habsburgs, was Diaz's vice president, the notoriously corrupt Ramon Corral. For country intellectuals like Montano, the contrast was too cutting. The more outrageous the científicos became, the grander the traditional heroes looked, especially Juarez. On Villa de Ayala Centennial Committee, Montano could sharpen his identification with the old champions and his fury with the new entrepreneurs. Zapata also looked back to the leaders of the past for precedence and inspiration. His primary school teacher in Ananíquilco had been a veteran of the war against the French intervention, and Zapata remembered well his classes in history. 2 of his uncles had fought against the French with the Republican loyalists at Puebla, and he grew up listening to their tales. He himself often referred in conversation to Hidalgo, Morelos, and Juarez. Chief of his village and by necessity a student of its history in the sources, the land titles, Zapata knew in detail how and why it had struggled. For him as for Montano, the Plan de Ayala was one more declaration in defense of the pueblos and the people, which they could hardly tell apart. The following translation I made from the version of the plan published in the Diario del Hogar, December 15, 1911. This was the first version widely known in Mexico City. There are others, among them the official Zapatista version published in Magana, OPCIT, 2, 83-7. The differences are minor rewordings, omissions, and grammatical and other corrections. Of the last, the most noteworthy is the legal refinement of Article 12, which as it originally stood violated constitutional procedure. Congress, not the President, properly having the authority at first assigned to him. 3 To give a faithful translation, I tried not to clarify what was obscure, nor unravel what was tangled, nor tighten what was loose. In some places, where Spanish syntax swings on but English breaks down, I had to insert words in brackets to keep an obvious meaning obvious. I also changed punctuation here and there for the same reason. Highfalutin words I tried to find equivalents for, rather than deflate them, because I thought they conveyed the rural writer's indignation better. After all, it is his show. Liberating plan of the Sons of the State of Morelos, affiliated with the insurgent army which defends the fulfillment of the Plan of San Luis, with the reforms which it has believed proper to add in benefit of the Mexican fatherland. We who undersign, constituted in a revolutionary junta to sustain and carry out the promises which the Revolution of November 20, 1910, just passed, made to the country, declare solemnly before the face of the civilized world which judges us and before the nation to which we belong and which we call, propositions which we have formulated to end the tyranny which oppresses us and redeem the fatherland from the dictatorships which are imposed on us, which are determined in the following plan. 1. Taking into consideration that the Mexican people led by Don Francisco I. Madero went to shed their blood to reconquer liberties and recover their rights which had been trampled on, and not for a man to take possession of power, violating the sacred principles which he took an oath to defend under the slogan effective suffrage and no re-election, outraging thus the faith, the cause, the justice, and the liberties of the people, taking into consideration that that man to whom we refer is Don Francisco I. Madero, the same who initiated the above-cited revolution, who imposed his will and influence as a governing norm on the provisional government of the ex-president of the Republic Attorney Francisco L. de Vera, causing with this deed repeated sheddings of blood and multiplicate misfortunes for the fatherland in a manner deceitful and ridiculous, having no intentions other than satisfying his personal ambitions, his boundless instincts as a tyrant, and his profound disrespect for the fulfillment of the pre-existing laws emanating from the immortal Code of 57, written with the revolutionary blood of Ayutla. Taking into account that the so-called chief of the liberating revolution of Mexico, Don Francisco I. Madero, through lack of integrity and the highest weakness, did not carry to a happy end the revolution which gloriously he initiated with the help of God and the people, since he left standing most of the governing powers and corrupted elements of oppression of the dictatorial government of Porfirio Diaz, which are not nor can in any way be the representation of national sovereignty, and which, for being most bitter adversaries of ours and of the principles which even now we defend, are provoking the discomfort of the country and opening new wounds in the bosom of the fatherland, to give it its own blood to drink, taking also into account that the aforementioned Sr. Francisco I. Madero, present President of the Republic, tries to avoid the fulfillment of the promises which he made to the nation in the plan of San Luis Potosí, being the above-cited promises to the agreements of Ciudad Juárez, by means of false promises and numerous intrigues against the nation, nullifying, pursuing, jailing, or killing revolutionary elements who helped him to occupy the high post of President of the Republic. Taking into consideration that the so often repeated Francisco I. Madero has tried with the brute force of bayonets to shut up and to drown in blood the pueblos who ask, solicit, or demand from him the fulfillment of the promises of the revolution, calling them bandits and rebels, condemning them to a war of extermination without conceding or granting a single one of the guarantees which reason, justice, and the law prescribe, taking equally into consideration that the President of the Republic, Francisco I. Madero, has made of effective suffrage a bloody trick on the people, already against the will of the same people, imposing Attorney José M. Pino Suárez in the vice presidency of the Republic, or governors of the states designated by him, like the so-called General Ambrosio Figueroa, scourge and tyrant of the people of Morelos, or entering into scandalous cooperation with the Científico party, feudal landlords and oppressive bosses, enemies of the revolution proclaimed by him, so as to forge new chains and follow the pattern of a new dictatorship more shameful and more terrible than that of Porfirio Diaz, for it has been clear and patent that he has outraged the sovereignty of the states, trampling on the laws without any respect for lives or interests, as has happened in the state of Morelos, and others, leading them to the most horrendous anarchy which contemporary history registers. For these considerations we declare the aforementioned Francisco I. Madero inept at realizing the promises of the revolution of which he was the author, because he has betrayed the principles with which he tricked the will of the people and was able to get into power, incapable of governing, because he has no respect for the law and justice of the pueblos, and a traitor to the fatherland, because he is humiliating in blood and fire Mexicans who want liberties, so as to please the científicos, landlords, and bosses who enslave us, and from today on we begin to continue the revolution begun by him, until we achieve the overthrow of the dictatorial powers which exist. 2. Recognition is withdrawn from Sr. Francisco I. Madero as chief of the revolution and as President of the Republic, for the reasons which before were expressed, it being attempted to overthrow this official. 3. Recognized as chief of the liberating revolution is the illustrious General Pascual Orozco, the second of the leader Don Francisco I. Madero, and in case he does not accept this delicate post, recognition as chief of the revolution will go to General Don Emiliano Zapata. 4. The revolutionary junta of the state of Morelos manifests to the nation under formal oath, that it makes its own the plan of San Luis Potosí, with the additions which are expressed below in benefit of the oppressed pueblos, and it will make itself the defender of the principles it defends until victory or death. 5. The revolutionary junta of the state of Morelos will admit no transactions or compromises until it achieves the overthrow of the dictatorial elements of Porfirio Diaz and Francisco I. Madero, for the nation is tired of false men and traitors who make promises like liberators and who on arriving in power forget them and constitute themselves as tyrants. 6. As an additional part of the plan we invoke, we give notice, that the fields, timber, and water which the landlords, científicos, or bosses have usurped, the pueblos or citizens who have the titles corresponding to those properties will immediately enter into possession of that real estate of which they have been despoiled by the bad faith of our oppressors, maintaining at any cost with arms in hand the mentioned possession, and the usurpers who consider themselves with the right to them will deduce it before the special tribunals which will be established on the triumph of the revolution. 7. In virtue of the fact that the immense majority of Mexican pueblos and citizens are owners of no more than the land they walk on, suffering the horrors of poverty without being able to improve their social condition in any way or to dedicate themselves to industry or agriculture, because lands, timber, and water are monopolized in a few hands, for this cause there will be expropriated the third part of those monopolies from the powerful proprietors of them, with prior indemnization, in order that the pueblos and citizens of Mexico may obtain ejidos, colonies, and foundations for pueblos, or fields for sowing or laboring, and the Mexicans' lack of prosperity and well-being may improve in all and for all. 8. The landlords, científicos, or bosses who oppose the present plan directly or indirectly, their goods will be nationalized and the 2/3 parts which belong to them will go for indemnizations of war, pensions for widows and orphans of the victims who succumb in the struggle for the present plan. 9. In order to execute the procedures regarding the properties aforementioned, the laws of disamortization and nationalization will be applied as they fit, for serving us as norm and example can be those laws put in force by the immortal Juarez on ecclesiastical properties, which punished the despots and conservatives who in every time have tried to impose on us the ignominious yoke of oppression and backwardness. 10. The insurgent military chiefs of the Republic who rose up with arms in hand at the voice of Don Francisco I. Madero to defend the plan of San Luis Potosí, and who oppose with armed force the present plan, will be judged traitors to the cause which they defended and to the fatherland, since at present many of them, to humor the tyrants, for a fistful of coins, or for bribes or connivance, are shedding the blood of their brothers who claim the fulfillment of the promises which Don Francisco I. Madero made to the nation. 11. The expenses of war will be taken in conformity with Article 11 of the Plan of San Luis Potosí, and all procedures employed in the revolution we undertake will be in conformity with the same instructions which the said plan determines. 12. Once triumphant the revolution which we carry into the path of reality, a junta of the principal revolutionary chiefs from the different states will name or designate an interim president of the Republic, who will convoke elections for the organization of the federal powers. 13. The principal revolutionary chiefs of each state will designate in junta the governor of the state to which they belong, and this appointed official will convoke elections for the due organization of the public powers, the object being to avoid compulsory appointments which work the misfortune of the pueblos, like the so well-known appointment of Ambrosio Figueroa in the state of Morelos and others who drive us to the precipice of bloody conflicts, sustained by the caprice of the dictator Madero and the circle of cientificos and landlords who have influenced him. 14. If President Madero and other dictatorial elements of the present and former regime want to avoid the immense misfortunes which afflict the fatherland, and possess true sentiments of love for it, let them make immediate renunciation of the posts they occupy, and with that they will with something staunch the grave wounds which they have opened in the bosom of the fatherland, since, if they do not do so, on their heads will fall the blood and the anathema of our brothers. 15. Mexicans, consider that the cunning and bad faith of one man is shedding blood in a scandalous manner, because he is incapable of governing. Consider that his system of government is choking the fatherland and trampling with the brute force of bayonets on our institutions, and thus, as we raised up our weapons to elevate him to power, we again raise them up against him for defaulting on his promises to the Mexican people and for having betrayed the revolution initiated by him. We are not personalists, we are partisans of principles and not of men. Mexican people, support this plan with arms in hand and you will make the prosperity and well-being of the fatherland. Ayala, November 25, 1911. Liberty, Justice, and Law. Signed, General-in-Chief Emiliano Zapata, Generals Eufemio Zapata, Francisco Mendoza, Jesus Morales, Jesus Navarro, Otilio E. Montano, Jose Trinidad Ruiz, Proculo Capistran, Colonels Felipe Vaquero, Cesario Burgos, Quintin Gonzalez, Pedro Salazar, Simon Rojas, Imigdio Marmolejo, Jose Campos, Pio Quintagales, Felipe Tijera, Rafael Sanchez, Jose Perez, Santiago Aguilar, Margarito Martinez, Feliciano Dominguez, Manuel Vergara, Cruz Salazar, Loro Sanchez, Amador Salazar, Lorenzo Vasquez, Catarino Perdomo, Jesus Sanchez, Domingo Romero, Zacarias Torres, Bonifacio Garcia, Daniel Andrade, Ponciano Dominguez, Jesus Capistran, Captains Daniel Mantilla, Jose M. Carrillo, Francisco Alarcon, Severiano Gutierrez, and more signatures follow. Is a true copy taken from the original. Camp in the Mountains of Puebla, December 11, 1911. Signed, General-in-Chief Emiliano Zapata. Appendix C. The Agrarian Law. The Zapatistas' basic law of agrarian reform was as original as their plan de Ayala. In the specific limits on individual agricultural holdings, in the provisions for direct expropriation of all land beyond those limits and not in the hands of villagers, in the definition of village land as perpetually inalienable, in the prohibition of agricultural syndicates and companies, in the assertion of confiscatory rights over enemy property, in the establishment of special agrarian courts and federal agencies of irrigation, rural credit, and agricultural education and research, in the enormous power assigned to the Secretary of Agriculture, and in the resort not to state but to municipal authorities for local execution. The Zapatista law departed radically from precedent revolutionary projects, bills, and laws. Most clearly it owed little to Carranza's decree of January 6, 1915. One of the probably several co-authors of the law, no doubt the most important was Palafox. The translation that follows is mine. 2 Again, I have altered the syntax and inserted words in brackets only to keep plain in English what is plain in Spanish. As elsewhere, I have transposed hectares into acres, a measure more familiar to readers of English. United Mexican States. Executive Council of the Republic. Agrarian Law. The Executive Council, in use of the faculties invested in it, makes known to the inhabitants of the Mexican Republic. Considering that in the Plan de Ayala are condensed the longings of the people risen in arms, especially in regard to agrarian recoveries, the intimate reason and supreme goal of the revolution, therefore it is of necessary urgency to regulate duly the principles confirmed in said plan in such a form that they can forthwith be carried into practice as general laws of immediate application. Considering that the people have shown in various ways their wish to destroy at the roots and forever the unjust monopoly of land in order to realize a social state which guarantees fully the natural right which every man has to an extension of land necessary for his own subsistence and that of his family, it is a duty of the revolutionary authorities to respect that popular wish, expediting all those laws which, like the present, satisfy fully those legitimate aspirations of the people. Considering that not a few authorities, far from fulfilling the sacred duty of doing revolutionary work, which the exercise of any and every public responsibility imposes in the present times, giving thereby proofs of not being identified with the revolution, refuse to second the steps taken to obtain the economic and social emancipation of the people, making common cause with the reactionaries, landlords, and other exploiters of the working classes, therefore it becomes necessary, to define attitudes, that the government declare definitively that it will consider disaffected from the cause and will hold responsible all those authorities who, forgetting their character as organs of the revolution, do not assist effectively in the triumph of the revolution's ideals. For the preceding considerations, and taking into account that the Executive Council is the supreme authority of the revolution, since the Sovereign Revolutionary Convention is not at present in session, decrees. Article 1. To communities and to individuals the fields, timber, and water of which they were despoiled are restored, it being sufficient that they possess legal titles dated before the year 1856, in order that they enter immediately into possession of their properties. Article 2. Individuals or groups who believe themselves entitled to the recovered properties of which the previous article speaks will have to adduce before commissions designated by the Department of Agriculture, within the year following the date of recovery, and subject to respective regulation. Article 3. The nation recognizes the traditional and historic right which the pueblos, ranchos, and communities of the Republic have of possessing and administering their fields of communal distribution and communal use in the form which they judge proper. Article 4. The nation recognizes the unquestionable right which belongs to every Mexican of possessing and cultivating an extension of land, the products of which permit him to cover his needs and those of his family. Consequently, and in order to create small property, there will be expropriated, by reason of public utility and by means of the corresponding indemnization, all the lands of the country, with the sole exception of the fields belonging to pueblos, rancherias, and communities, and those farms which, because they do not exceed the maximum which this law fixes, must remain in the power of their present proprietors. Article 5. Proprietors who are not enemies of the revolution will keep as inexpropriable terrain portions which do not exceed the area which, as a maximum, the following table fixes. Article 6. Declared as national property are the rural properties of the enemies of the revolution. Enemies of the revolution are, for the effects of the present law, a. Individuals who under the regime of Porfirio Diaz formed part of the group of politicians and financiers which public opinion designated with the name of Científico Party. B. Governors and other officials of the states who during the administrations of Porfirio Diaz and Victoriano Huerta acquired properties by fraudulent or immoral means, taking unfair advantage of their official position, appealing to violence or sacking the public treasury. C. Politicians, public employees, and businessmen who, without having belonged to the Científico Party, made fortunes, having recourse to criminal procedures or under the protection of concessions notoriously costly to the country. D. The authors and accomplices of the coup of the Ciudadela. E. Individuals who in the administration of Victoriano Huerta served in public posts of political character. F. High members of the clergy who helped to sustain the usurper Huerta, by financial means or by propaganda among the faithful, and G. Those who directly or indirectly helped the dictatorial governments of Diaz, Huerta, and other governments hostile to the revolution in their struggle against the same. Included in this clause are all those who provided said governments funds or subsidies for war, supported or subventioned newspapers to combat the revolution, attacked or denounced the supporters of the same, carried on divisive activity among revolutionary elements, or in any other manner entered into complicity with the governments who fought against the revolutionary cause. Article 7. Fields which exceed the extension mentioned in Article 5 will be expropriated by reason of public utility, through due indemnization, calculated according to the fiscal census of 1914, and in the time and form which regulation designates. Article 8. The Department of Agriculture and Colonization will name commissions which, in the various states of the Republic and on the basis of the information in the case, will judge who are the persons who, according to Article 6, must be considered as enemies of the revolution and subject therefore to the penalty of confiscation in reference, which will be applied immediately. Article 9. Decisions delivered by the commissions mentioned remain subject to the definitive ruling delivered by special land tribunals which, in conformity with the disposition of Article 6 of the Plan de Ayala, must be instituted, and whose organization will be a matter for another law. Article 10. The total area of lands which are obtained in virtue of the confiscation decreed against the enemies of the revolutionary cause, and in virtue of the expropriation which must be made of the fractions of farms which exceed the maximum fixed in Article 5, will be divided in lots which will be distributed among Mexicans who solicit them, preference being given in every case to country people. Each lot will have an extension such that it permits the satisfaction of a family's needs. Article 11. To those presently sharecroppers or renters of small farms, these will be adjudicated as property, with absolute preference over any other solicitant, so long as those properties do not exceed the extension which each lot has to have in conformity with the disposition of the previous article. Article 12. In order to fix the area which the said lots must have, the Department of Agriculture and Colonization will name technical commissions composed of engineers, who will locate and duly survey said lots, respecting in every case the fields belonging to the pueblos and those which are exempt from expropriation according to Article 5. Article 13. To carry out their works of survey and subdivision, the said commissions will decide on the claims which are made before them by small proprietors who consider themselves despoiled by virtue of usurious contracts, by abuses or complicity of political bosses, or by seizures, or by usurpations committed by great landlords. The decisions which are thereby delivered will be reviewed by the special land tribunals, which Article 9 mentions. Article 14. The farms which the government cedes to communities or individuals are not alienable, nor can they be mortgaged in any form, all contracts which tend to go against this disposition being null. Article 15. The rights of property to fields subdivided and ceded by the government to farmers can be transmitted only by legitimate inheritance. Article 16. In order that the execution of this law be as rapid and complete as possible, there is conceded to the Department of Agriculture and Colonization the exclusive power to inculcate the agrarian principles confirmed in the same, and to hear and resolve in all affairs of the branch, without this disposition involving an attack on the sovereignty of the states, since the point is only the speedy realization of the ideals of the Revolution in regard to the improvement of the disinherited farmers of the Republic. Article 17. The foundation, administration, and inspection of agricultural colonies, whatever be the nature of these, as well as the recruitment of colonists, is of the exclusive competence of the Department of Agriculture and Colonization. Article 18. The Department of Agriculture and Colonization will set up an technical inspection to execute works which will be called the National Service of Irrigation and Construction, which will depend on the said department. Article 19. Stands of timber are declared national property, and their inspection will be made by the Department of Agriculture in the form in which regulates it, and they will be exploited by the pueblos in whose jurisdiction they belong, employing for that the communal system. Article 20. The Department of Agriculture and Colonization is authorized to establish a Mexican agricultural bank in accord with the special regulation which the said department will make. Article 21. It is of the exclusive competence of the Department of Agriculture and Colonization to administer the banking institution of which the previous article speaks, in accord with the administrative bases which the same department establishes. Article 22. For the purposes of Article 20, the Department of Agriculture and Colonization is authorized to confiscate or nationalize urban property, the material works of national or expropriated property, or works of whatever kind, including furniture, machinery, and all the objects contained, so long as they belong to enemies of the Revolution. Article 23. Declared void are all concessions furnished in contracts celebrated by the Department of Public Works and related to the branch of agriculture, or by this in the time it existed up to December 31, 1914, it remaining to the judgment of the Department of Agriculture and Colonization to revalidate those which it judges beneficial for the people and the government, after scrupulous and conscientious review. Article 24. The Department of Agriculture and Colonization is authorized to establish in the Republic regional agricultural forestry schools and experimental stations. Article 25. Persons to whom are adjudicated lots in virtue of the distribution of lands, to which Articles 10, 11, and 12 of the present law refer, remain subject to the obligations and prohibitions which the following article confirms. Article 26. The proprietor of a lot is obliged to cultivate it duly, and if for 2 consecutive years he abandons this cultivation without justified cause, he will be deprived of his lot, which will go to he who solicits it. Article 27. 20% of the income from the nationalized properties of which Article 22 speaks will be destined for the payment of indemnizations of expropriated properties, taking as a base the fiscal census of the year 1914. Article 28. Proprietors of 2 or more lots will be able to unite to form cooperative societies with the object of exploiting their properties or selling the produce from these in common, but without those associations being able to take the form of joint stock companies or be constituted among persons who are not directly or exclusively dedicated to the cultivation of the lots. Societies which are formed in violation of the disposition of this article will be totally null in law, and there will be popular action to denounce them. Article 29. The federal government will expedite laws which regulate the constitution and functioning of the cooperative societies in reference. Article 30. The Department of Agriculture and Colonization will expedite all regulations which may be necessary for the due application and execution of the present law. Article 31. The fiscal value presently assigned to property does not prejudice at all future evaluations which the National Treasury will have a right to make as a basis for taxes which in the future may weigh on the property. Article 32. Declared national property are all waters utilizable and utilized for whatever use, even those which were considered as in the jurisdiction of the states, without there being reason for indemnization of any kind. Article 33. In every use of waters preference will always be given to the demands of agriculture, and only when these are satisfied will the waters be used for power and other uses. Article 34. It is of the exclusive competence of the Department of Agriculture and Colonization to expedite regulations on the use of waters. Article 35. In conformity with the decree of October 1, 1914, all contracts relative to the alienation of goods belonging to enemies of the Revolution are declared of complete nullity. Enabling articles. First, all municipal authorities of the Republic are obliged to carry out and have carried out, without loss of time and without any excuse or pretext, the dispositions of the present law, it being their duty to put pueblos and individuals immediately in possession of the lands and other properties which, in conformity with the same law, correspond to them, without prejudice to the fact that in their own time the agrarian commissions which the Department of Agriculture and Colonization will designate will make the rectifications which may arise, in the knowledge that said authorities who are remiss or negligent in the fulfillment of their duty will be considered enemies of the Revolution and severely castigated. Second, it is declared that the present law forms part of the fundamental of the Republic, its observance therefore being general and all those constitutive or secondary laws which in any way are opposed to it being abolished. Granted in the Hall of Pleadings and Proceedings of the Municipal Building, on the 22nd day of the month of October of 1915. Therefore, we order that it be published, circulated, and be given its due fulfillment. Reform, Liberty, Justice, and Law. Cuernavaca, October 26, 1915. Manuel Palafox, Secretary of Agriculture and Colonization. Odilio E. Montano, Secretary of Public Education and Fine Arts. Luis Zubiria y Campa, Secretary of the Treasury and Public Credit. Genaro Amezcua, Chief Clerk in charge of the Department of War. Miguel Mendoza L. Schwertfegert, Secretary of Labor and Justice. United Mexican States. Executive Council. 1 for contrary claims, C. Antonio Diaz Soto y Gama, La Ley Agraria del Villismo, Excelsior, October 26, 1950, and Gomez, La Reforma Agraria, p. 167.2. The original text is available in Reyes H. OPCIT, pages 125-34. There is a poor copy, misdated October 28, 1915, in AZ, 28, 5, 3. Bibliographical note. This note is not a list of all the materials used to prepare the history of the revolution in Morelos from 1910 to 1920. Most are already listed in the bibliography of my dissertation, on file in the Harvard University archives. Some of those and other new materials are also cited in the footnotes of this volume. Convenient and reliable bibliographies of studies of the General Revolution in Mexico, from 1910 to 1940, are Luis González y González et al., Fuentes de la Historia Contemporánea de Mexico, Libros y Folletos, 3 volumes, and Roberto Ramos, Bibliografía de la Revolución Mexicana, 3 volumes. An essential instrument of research on the revolution is the collection of notes on articles in newspapers and journals that Stanley R. Ross directed and organized at the Colegio de Mexico. These he is now publishing as Fuentes de la Historia Contemporánea de Mexico, Periódicos y Revistas, already in 1 volume, shortly in a second, and hopefully in a third. This note is only a brief description of the records and writings particularly important in my work, an indication of other records probably related but not available to me, and a quick comment on Zapatista literature outside Mexico. Primary sources. Manuscripts. Because the Zapatistas were the main revolutionaries in Morelos, the basic source for the study of the revolution there is the Archivo de Zapata. This is a collection in 31 cardboard boxes, now in file cabinets in the archives of the National University in Mexico City. It consists of 3 different kinds of material. Boxes 1 through 22 and Box 24 contain almost exclusively records from the interim presidency of Francisco León de la Barra, telegrams of congratulations, political and private correspondence, and military and police orders. Boxes 23 and 31 contain mostly the same kind of material, with some scattered records of the Revolutionary Convention of 1914-16 and some Zapatista records. Box 25 contains scattered convention records and Zapatista material. Box 26 is almost exclusively material from the convention. 4 boxes, 27 through 30, contain almost exclusively Zapatista records, handwritten and typed letters to and from headquarters, minutes of trials, originals and copies of appointments, commissions, decrees, manifestos, proclamations, circulars, reports, and military dispositions, from mid-July 1911 through December 1920. The documentation is richest for research on the summer of 1911, more or less satisfactory from the summer of 1914 through the fall of 1919, and most frustrating from the fall of 1911 through the spring of 1914 and through 1920. The documents are in good condition. There is no obvious order to their arrangement, but there is a separate index. The collection has had a difficult history of its own. In 1920 the 2 largest caches of Zapatista papers were in Mexico City, where federal and national officers had brought them after finding them on campaigns in the South, and in Tocomilco, at the Zapatista headquarters. After the Zapatistas made their deal with Obregón in 1920, Gildardo Magana kept the Tocomilco archive as a personal possession. Later he collected other relevant records. Among these was the De la Barra archive, not purchased but simply claimed from a room of scrap. In the 1930s, intent on writing a serious history of Zapatismo and the agrarian movement, Magana asked his paisano, President Cardenas, if he could remove some pertinent papers from national archives for use in his work, and the president granted his wish. When Magana died in 1939, the government's papers remained among his own. The collection then passed into the hands of his younger brother, Octavio. Through the 1950s, apparently to raise money for a political venture and to provide for an early retirement to his books and extensive correspondence, Octavio tried to sell the archive. When he found no buyer in Mexico or the United States, he put what he considered the most sensational documents on microfilm and tried to sell the copies. In 1962 he turned over a large part of the original collection to the National University. He has said that he still has as much at home as he gave away, but he would not show it to me. Thus the Archivo de Zapata has emerged bigger than it started, but still incomplete, like the movement whose record it is. The Archivo de Amezuca is a valuable supplementary source. It is a collection excellently preserved and organized in the Centro de Estudios de Historia de Mexico, a section of the Cultural Department of the Conjumex Company, Mexico City. It consists of several binders holding the originals and copies, and contains pertinent material dating from February 1911 to May 1920. Of special interest are the service records of Zapatista officers and troops, which give the dates and places of their enlistments, their ages, marital status, actions in combat, promotions, and discharges. These are not exactly reliable, but they are nevertheless useful. Here too it is easiest to learn about 1911, hardest about 1912. Most welcome was the material for 1913, for which there are more letters, orders, and circulars than for subsequent years. The National Archives in Washington contain interesting information on the Zapatistas and sometimes on Morelos. This is almost all in Record Group 59, the State Department papers on the internal affairs of Mexico, and they're mostly in File 812.00, on political affairs. A few tidbits are scattered through other files of Group 59, as well as in Groups 43, 45, 84, and 94. Because the Zapatistas operated in an area where there were comparatively few Americans and dollars invested, the U.S. government normally paid them slight attention. Its agents discovered and reported details only when the Zapatistas seemed about to combine with a more powerful ally to bring down a government in Mexico City or to set up a new one, as in 1912, with the Orozquistas against Madero, or in 1914-15, with the Villistas against Carranza. The Ramo de la Revolución Mexicana in the Archivo General de Relaciones Exteriores, Mexico City, is an immense source for studies of various movements from 1910 to 1920. It comprises 259 volumes, to which there is a superb guide, Berta Ulloa Ortiz, Revolución Mexicana, 1910 to 1920. But since Mexican consuls rarely worried about Zapatista agents abroad, there is almost nothing pertinent to Morelos. Only 2 or 3 interesting memos turned up in my search. Other unpublished collections were useful for specific periods or problems. Most helpful for the years before the revolution were the private papers of Jesus Sotelo Inclán. These include scattered records and typed or photostatic copies of records of agrarian conflicts in Morelos, the career of Francisco Leiva, the Zapata family, and an Aniquilco. There is very little of relevance in the Leiva papers in the Archivo General de la Nación in Mexico City. And the pertinent material in the Archivo de Madero, available in the Secretaría de la Hacienda, is very sparse and scattered. Mainly it is about the twinges of opposition in Morelos in 1909 and 1910. Among the private papers of Porfirio Palacios is a useful collection of newspaper clippings, Zapatista anecdotes, and biographical notes on prominent Zapatistas. For study of the revolution of 1910 to 11, the Archivo de Alfredo Robles Dominguez is a key source. It is well preserved in the Instituto Nacional de Estudios Históricos de la Revolución Mexicana, in Mexico City. Hundreds of telegrams, letters, memos, and reports provide the material for tracing local phases of the revolutionary movement. Morelos and the Maderistas there, mainly Zapata and his chiefs, are fully represented. Records abound of federal police action in Morelos during Madero's presidency. They are mainly in bundles 645, 846, 876, and 889 of the Ramo de Gobernación in the Archivo General de la Nación. Useful material appears at random in at least 6 other bundles: 548, 639, 647, 663, 854, and 925. Records of military action also abound, mainly in sections 177 and 178 of File 11/481.5, of the Archivo Histórico de Defensa Nacional. 7 other sections contain scattered items of interest: 126, 158, 159, 179, 217, 218, 219. Although I could not obtain direct access to this collection, the Muro notes I used at the Colegio de Mexico were careful copies of dates and places of maneuvers, operations, battles, and casualties. The Garcia Pimentel's private papers are few but fascinating. No business records are among them, except the receipts for protection payments and the 2 long letters recounting attempts at recovery in 1920. The bulk is the report on agricultural labor by Joaquim and the memoirs by Luis, Jr. The papers are of most value for understanding the planters' hopes, fears, and positions up to mid-1914. They give a distorted impression of the hacendados only insofar as the Garcia Pimentels were the most refined and determined family in the group. The private collection of Mart R. Gomez is an important source for the history of Mexican agricultural policies. It is especially important for Morelos during 1914 to 17, because it contains much information about Manuel Palafox, who practically ran the state during those years. In the private papers of Juan Salazar Perez there are documents purporting to prove the innocence of Otilio Montano. They help clarify the divisions among the Zapatistas in 1917. The private archive of Octavio Paz has material useful mainly for the period from 1917 to 1920, when Paz was a Zapatista agent in the United States and received reports and letters from the southern headquarters to make propaganda here. I saw only selected documents. Important material may appear in 6 other archives I was not able to use. One is the archive of Genovevo de Lao. Evidence that it once existed comes from a reporter who visited Morelos in mid-1913 and mentioned un magnifico archivo que decaer en manos de justicia, haria que la pasarán nada bien algunos de esos señores. Evidence that it survived at least until the 1930s comes from Porfirio Palacios, who describes it as being a bundle of papers nearly 2 feet thick. He says de Lao loaned it to General Izazaga from Michoacan, who wanted to consult it for a book he was writing. Izazaga then died, Palacios says, without having finished the book or returned the papers, and now no one knows where they are. Another archive inaccessible to me is that of Francisco Mendoza. It is the private property of Valentin Lopez Gonzalez but currently in the possession of Armando de Maria y Campos, who denied my request to see it. Nor did I see the personal papers of the late Antonio Diaz Soto y Gama, which, if he kept them, must be a rich and interesting collection. There may also be an Ayacuica archive, containing correspondence like that which Ayacuica published in 1937, but I was not able to reach Ayacuica's sons, who presumably have it. The documents I was not able to consult in the Archivo Histórico de Defensa Nacional include service records of military men prominent in campaigns in Morelos, many long dead now, officers of the old federal as well as the new National Army. If it still exists, the most valuable collection for further research would be that of Palafox. That it once existed seems clear from the reference of Gomez. Evidently it contained material on the agrarian reforms Palafox supervised in Morelos and elsewhere, and a personal memoir by Palafox of his Zapatista career. But Palafox died in 1959. Reportedly his archive burned, whether before or after his death I could not determine. Another memoir, reportedly dictated about 1936 to one Rose Lee Martin of Washington or Baltimore, as the basis for a history of the Revolution, has also escaped me. Printed material. Public records. The published documents of the federal government of Mexico are basically irrelevant to the study of revolutionary Morelos. But those of the state of Morelos are essential for the years up to mid-1913. Most useful are the official gazettes, El Orden, Periódico Oficial del Gobierno de Morelos, and Semanario Oficial del Gobierno de Morelos. They contain prefectural reports on local production and trade, electoral returns, minutes of legislative and executive deliberations, texts of laws and decrees, legal notices, and other similar material. The few governor's reports that survive have supplementary data on the state's administration and economy. I found no published municipal records for the Revolutionary decade. The pertinent published records of the United States are the State Department's annual Foreign Relations and the Senate and House hearings already cited in the footnotes of this volume. Though often wildly in error, the witnesses at the hearings also often gave interesting comments and new information. Newspapers and journals. After the Zapata archive, the most valuable records for tracing events in Morelos from 1910 to 1920 are the metropolitan newspapers of the era. They are on file in the Hemeroteca Nacional in Mexico City. Most helpful for the years up to 1914 are the Diario del Hogar and El País, because they printed the most dirt about the government. For just before the Maderista Revolution Mexico Nuevo is useful, for just afterward and up to 1913, Nueva Era. Stories with a scientifico slant appeared usually in El Impartial and the Mexican Herald, until they closed in 1914. Newspapers of the Revolutionary Convention are almost useless, appearing sporadically and full of mistakes. But constitutionalist dailies were regular, professional products. El Democrata, El Universal, and Excelsior each have their political biases, but together they can give an alert and skeptical reader a reasonable impression of political, economic, and military drifts. Without them and the earlier newspapers, the pattern of collapses, booms, and conflicts in this history would develop in a dim and shifting light. Other journalistic aids are the series Para la Historia, in La Prensa, September 3, 1931, through February 24, 1934, recounting events 20 years previous, and the historical articles that have appeared in El Legionario since its foundation in 1951. American and British newspapers are understandably useless for learning about revolutionary Morelos. The only journal worth searching through is the American monthly, World's Work. Archives, the only relevant published archive is that which Amado Chavarri Matamoros ran in La Prensa, from September 12 through October 11, 1935. It is useful mainly for clues to Zapatista attitudes in 1916-17 and to intrigues in the movement in 1919. From May 4 to December 16, 1950, Octavio Magana published material from his archive in El Universal as Historia Documental de la Revolución. But it was largely the reprint of passages from others' memoirs or the copy of the originals now in the National University. The documents Ayacuica published in 1937 are probably only a selection. Some relevant archival material appears printed in Figueroa Uriza's 2 volumes. Memoirs, this is a difficult genre to define, so long as veterans or witnesses of the revolution give interviews and write down histories as well as remembrances. But however they cast it, survivors of the Great Ordeal have recounted much important information. The 5 volumes of Magana, the first 2 by him personally, the last 3 posthumous, by Carlos Pérez Guerrero, are a prime source. So is Gómez's study of the Southern Agrarian Commissions, on which he served. Many episodes would have remained even more confused than they still are without the books, articles, and testimonies of Joaquim Pes, Alfredo Robles Dominguez, Jesus Romero Flores, Soto y Gama, Mrs. King, Mrs. Tweedy, Carlos Reyes Aviles, Juan Andrew Almazan, Serafin M. Robles, Delao, Pablo Gonzalez, Palafox, Pedro Martinez, and many others cited throughout the text. The colorful tales pair printed weekly in El Universal from June 23 to December 29, 1929, are not historical but literary efforts, but even they are useful as legends. Secondary works. Biographical. There is still no trustworthy dictionary of Mexican biography, revolutionary, or general. The first serious attempt is the Diccionario Portuguesa Historia, Biografia y Geografía, which contains data on some prominent revolutionaries. But it has very little about Zapatistas, and that often not reliable, like the note on Palafox that has him shot by a Zapatista firing squad in 1918. Naranjo's Diccionario includes more Zapatistas but less information, and is often wrong too. Peral's Diccionario is worse than useless. Arturo Langley's Vocabulario, Apodos, Pseudonymos, Sobrenombres y Hemerografía de la Revolución is a reliable but slim volume. The Mil Biografías en la Historia de Mexico, which Jesus Romero Flores published in El Nacional during 1946 and 1947, remain the most convenient source of general reliability. I know of no monographic biographies of any Merlens prominent from 1910 to 1920 except those on Zapata. The first book in Spanish about him was German List Ars Ubides Emiliano Zapata, and it was not really a biography or even a book, but, as the author admitted in the subtitle, an exaltation, a pamphlet of praise. At least 20 other such pamphlets have appeared since then. They are good panegyrics but of little historical use. The first serious effort was Baltasar Dramundo's professed Biographia of 1934. It really was a book, but no less an exaltation. Heavily dependent on the memory of Juan Andrew Almazan and consciously out to raise Zapata to heroic heights, Dramundo vented powerful ambitions. He opened with a large, handsome portrait of himself and then romanticized the whole Southern struggle. Still, new and important information seeped into the story, which remains a useful source for the cautious researcher. Then appeared Magana's first 2 volumes, the first obviously documented study of the Zapatista movement and the role of its chief. Magana was modest and worked his material conscientiously, but he did not organize it into a coherent argument or story. Besides, he got only up to February 1913. Another documented version of Zapata's life formed part of Melendez's first volume of Revolutionary Histories, published in 1936. This was Octavio Paz's final work. It too sailed away in rhetoric about early years, skimming over the period from 1915 to 1919. But it too contained new and interesting data, still useful, on the convention and the last guerrillas. In 1943 Sotelo Inclán's study came out, but it was more the story of an Aniquilo than of Zapata. 8 years passed before another serious effort. This was the new complete edition of Magana's opus in 5 volumes, Carlos Pérez Guerrero having finished it for publication by the Frente Zapatista. In the last 2 volumes Pérez Guerrero lost his bearings in the sea of his material. He strays from one topic to the next without reason, and ends confusingly in November 1914. Even so, this set remains the most helpful published source on Zapata and the Southern movement. In 1952 there appeared Mario Gil's Zapata, Su Pueblo y sus Hijos, Historia Mexicana, 294-312. There the most valuable material was about Zapata's children, whom Gil numbered incompletely as 7, all illegitimate. In the revised essay published in 1960 Gil scarcely changed this material. Beginning in 1959 books on Zapata came fast. They vary in quality. Mina's was a weak attempt to prove that intellectuals, Jacobin witch doctors like Montano and Soto y Gama, had misled Zapata, a naturally Catholic populist chief. Mina produced no new material, disappointingly, because more data on Zapatista relations with parish priests would have been interesting. Barba Gonzalez's book told the same old heroic and happily partisan story, only a few twists on familiar anecdotes were new. The most careful and thorough biography yet also appeared in 1960. This was Palacios's. Based on the works of Magana and Sotelo Inclán, interviews with many Zapatista veterans, and the archives of the Frente Zapatista, it contained much information then new and still helpful. Unlike earlier biographers, Palacios believed Zapata great enough not to need literary puffing, and the style is refreshingly plain and clear. This study is also the most balanced, moving fairly through each phase of Zapata's career. Soto y Gama's memoir biography was largely a collection of articles he had published in El Universal in the 1950s. Except for a few personal notes, the material was already familiar, so was the unargued conviction that Zapata mystically represented the people, all of them. Only the passion of the writing and the stress on Zapata's intransigence were new. Alberto Morales Jimenez's Zapata was another slice of sweet puff. But Dramondo's revised Vita was an impressive tour de force. Independent now, prouder of his subject than of himself, Dramondo had produced a new book, a generally quiet and convincing story of simply a man, a bit of humanity. It was partisan still and had little new material, but it conveyed a fine sense of the Southern chief's struggle. The latest effort, Reyes H.S., has reproduced some new documents from the Zapata archive, but except for them it is derivative. Pictorial. The enormous Casasola collection appears more clearly and conveniently in its second edition, cited in the text. The method of identification is still annoying, since lists of names often bear no connection with rows of faces, but the portraits are treasures of increasing value. The chronological commentary is also more often correct in the new edition. There are hundreds of photographs in the Archivo de Zapata. Although most are of Gildardo Magana's political campaigns in the 1930s, there are some originals dating from the revolutionary decade. In Arts de Mexico, 13, 79/80, and in Manuel Romero de Terreros, Antiguas Haciendas de Mexico, there are photographs of plantation buildings in Morelos, but they are generally disappointing in their failure to show the monumentality of the houses and mills. 2 motion pictures are relevant. One is a distinguished achievement, Elia Kazan's Viva Zapata. The screenplay is by John Steinbeck. In telescoping the whole revolution into one dramatic episode, the movie distorts certain events and characters, some grossly, but it quickly and vividly develops a portrayal of Zapata, the villagers, and the nature of their relations and movement that I find still subtle, powerful, and true. The movie is all the more remarkable in that it makes some facts, like Zapata's marriage, public for the first time. The other movie, Louis Malle's Viva Maria, is a flashy but sorry product, a parody ill-informed, rarely funny, and finally stupid. Its only value for the historian of revolutionary Morelos is its location, which is Coatla. At least it is possible to see how trains looked 55 years ago, chugging over bridges, through fields of tall green cane, and into ambushes. The interior of the mansion is also right and interesting. Political. Pertinent material on Morelos politics is scattered through the volumes on La Vida Politica of La República Restaurada and El Porfiriato, two of the deeply and shrewdly researched 8 volumes directed by Daniel Cosio Villegas as the Historia Moderna de Mexico. Snippets about Morelenses in national politics are in Ricardo Garcia Granados's 2 volumes covering the years from 1867 to 1914. José C. Valadez's El Porfirismo, Historia de un Régimen, El Nacimiento and El Crecimiento, 2 volumes, are useful analyses. The least hysterical and most generally reliable account of which chiefs after 1910 were in control around the nation, where and when, is that of Jesus Romero Flores in Anales Históricos de la Revolución Mexicana, Volume I on the years del Porfirismo a la Revolución Constitucionalista, and Volume II on La Constitución de 1917 y los primeros gobiernos revolucionarios. For a political history of Morelos up to the early 1930s, Diaz's 223-page introduction to his Bibliografía is still the best. Social and economic. Again, the most useful volumes for reference and interpretation are Cosio Villegas's La Vida Social and La Vida Económica of the República Restaurada and the Porfiriato. Relevant information is also in Silva Herzog's 4 volumes of reproduced pamphlets and his tome on agrarismo. A partisan but interesting account appears in the 5th of 5 volumes by Andrés Molina Enríquez, Esposo de la Historia de los Primeros Días Años de la Revolución Agraria de Mexico, de 1910 and 1920. Specifically on Morelos, the often cited thesis of Holt-Butner is a valuable source for reference, though short on analysis. Mazari's vague and rambling Bosquejo remains an important introduction to the history of conflicts between plantations and villages and the growth of towns in Morelos. Redfield's study of Tepoztlan and Lewis's restudy are funds of helpful information. The danger in depending on them is that Tepoztlan is not typical of Morelos, and both scholars sometimes took as facts the mistakes their interviewees told them. Interesting comments on earlier plantations in Morelos are in Fernando Sandoval's excellent study. And Sotelo Inclán's little book still stands as a stroke of genius and an act of valor. It and Gregorio López y Fuentes's novel reveal more about rural life in Morelos in 1910 than all the other volumes together. Foreign. Among the published writings of non-Mexicans about the revolution, I know of only 7 directly about Morelos. The first was Gates's article in World's Work. Although Gates misconstrued much, he also perceived and reported much that others missed. Both for this and for the revelation of his interference in Zapatista policy, the article is useful. The next effort was The Crimson Jester, H. H. Dunn's 1934 potboiler. This is a bad joke. Here the reader may learn that Zapata impaled prisoners on maguey plants, married 26 different women, etc. Although Dunn claimed to have accompanied Zapata on campaigns and to have witnessed the atrocities he presents, there is no record except his own that he ever had any connection with the revolution in Morelos. He had been a correspondent in Mexico City for the International News Service and the National News Association, but was thrown out of the country in late 1912. An example of the accuracy of his reporting is his description of Jesus Flores Magón, the Minister of the Interior who deported him, as a Caribbean Negro. The jester appeared in a translation by Emmanuel Renan as Zapata, El Atala du Mexique. Crawford's 1940 thesis on the Suriano Rebellion is remarkable for being the first scholarly American attention specifically to the Zapatistas. Its strengths are a comprehensive sense of the topic, not merely the causes but the whole process of the Southern movement, and an objective procedure in framing questions and answers. Its weaknesses are its sources, which are few and shallow. The latest book in English is Edgecombe Pynchon's Zapata the Unconquerable. Although Pynchon pretended to write no more than a historical novel, he spent a year researching in Mexico. And basing his work on Paz's monograph, Magana's first 2 volumes, Reyes Aviles's Cartoons, Mrs. King's memoir, and interviews with Serafin Robles and Soto y Gama, he produced a good popular biography. He too telescoped the decade, so that the first 306 of his 332 pages go only through Zapata's and Villa's meeting in Xochimilco in 1914, and he invented characters and scenes and mistook Soto y Gama's word as gospel, but he sketched out the essentials of personality, theme, and purpose very well. The screenplay for Kazan's movie seems partly derived from this book. In 1960, Chevalier's article appeared in Cuadernos Americanos, to be translated as Un factor decisive de la revolución agraria o Mexique, el isolamiento de Zapata, 1911, 1919, in Annals. Economies Sociétés Civilisations, 16, 1, 66-82. This was the first article on the Southern Revolution by a professional historian, and precisely the historian best trained, because of his earlier excellent study of colonial estates, to see its origins and the particular pattern of its forces. The material he used was not new, mainly items from Sotelo Inclán and Magana, but the interpretation is seminal. Without considering it, no student of revolutionary Mexico really knows where he is. 2 young American historians have recently published relevant articles: McNeely, already cited, and Arthur G. Pettit, Relations Zapata-Carranza, 1914, Anuario de Historia, v. 69-81. Both articles are careful summaries of some Zapatista memoirs and secondary accounts. I might have found more enlightening material if I had continued my search for published as well as private documents. But by the spring of 1967 the picture seemed clear. Not only had the hunt for more details become less fruitful, but the new details I found seemed to obscure the impression I decided was true. For the sake of Carlyle's indispensablest beauty I set about getting done.